Borodal, and welcome to the FleetEV National League 2024. After a highly successful inaugural league last year, the FleetEV National League is back, bigger and better in Wales. The competition has grown to 8 teams with the introduction of Powys Sparks and Coastal Heat, giving more opportunities to play on the cusp of national and Super League levels, a feel of top-flight netball in Wales. Well, I'm Pamela Cookie and I'm delighted to be back on the mic with Airline Roberts, Cardiff Met head coach and former Welsh feather. Airline, welcome.
Thank you.
Why is it so special that this is back again this year?
Well, like you said, it's a great opportunity for these girls to be able to play a high level of netball, play against other players from around the country, develop their level of netball, be able to show their talent in a way that's not just in their local areas or their local leagues, and be able to just develop the way they play into a better level of netball so they can progress into those higher leagues, higher teams, and even across the border into England for those Premier Leagues as well.
Indeed they can. And you watched last year. What did you think of the standard?
The standard in these levels of play is always great to watch, and it's not just because you have the players that are used to playing together, but there's players that come back to their maybe grassroots and their like old roots home teams to play as well because they love playing with those players, and it's always nice to see such a high level of netball, so I'm really excited to watch again this year.
Me too. Cannot wait. Well, let's take you through the match schedule as you can see on the screen. So the first game of the day kicking off at 9:30 is Northwest Fury versus Northeast Inferno. That was the very first game last year.
Yep.
So we got a little rematch going. Game 2 is Powys Sparks, sponsored by Butte Energy, versus West Wales Phoenix. Game 3, Coastal Heat, another of the new teams. They're up against City Flames. Game 4 is Valleys Volcanoes against South East Blaze. And then at 2:14 p.m. we go into the second round. You've got Northwest Fury back on again. They're against Powys Sparks. Game 6, Northeast Inferno versus West Wales Phoenix. That's at 3:25. And Game 7, Coastal Heat. They come against South East Blaze, sponsored by MechTech, the print company. That's at 4:38 p.m. And our very last game, guys have got to stay with us all day because it's going to be awesome. City Flames from Cardiff come up against Valley Volcanoes. They were the champions last year and they put out something really impressive. So seeing if they can back it up and regain their title this year.
Absolutely. I think that's going to be a great game as well. Valley Volcano is going to come back with a bang, I think, and everyone's going to be gunning for them to get that title off them, I think, this year. So we'll find out what's happening with that one.
Great stuff. So first game today is Northwest Fury versus Northeast Inferno. Airline, what can we expect from this?
I think it's going to be a really good game for this one. Battle of the northern teams. They kind of used to playing against each other quite often, being from up here in the north of Wales. There's players that are back on this northwest team that have been across the country playing over in the northwest of England leagues as well, and players that have been down in the south of Wales playing in universities down there as well. So they have that experience of playing across Wales, not just in the northwest. So the Northwest Fury team, a great experience there. The Northeast team again playing over in the northwest of England leagues, being down in the south of Wales and being down in different leagues across the country. So I think it'll be a really great battle.
Okay, let's take a look at the Northeast Inferno team first. You've got Erin Hook. So we're going to go Erin Hook at goal shooter, Becca Hughes at goal attack, Jessica Daltrey at wing attack, Catherine Hughes at centre, Caitlin Jones at wing defence, Natasha Turner at goal defence, and Alexander Jones at goalkeeper. And if we go to the Northwest Fury team, we've got goalkeeper Steffi Strutt in. She was a latecomer in, replacing Chadwick. Lorraine Mackenzie Chadwick, who's our wedding today. You've got Steph Oliver Smith at goal defence. You've got Lily Dodson at wing defence. You've got Lucy Leonard at centre. Bethan Fimmets at centre. Ellen Berwick at goal attack. And Gwyneth Williams at goal shooter.
Yes, great team up there for both of them today. We've got a couple of university alumni for both teams, Cardiff Met alumni in both teams. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a great competition and battle out there on the court today.
As both teams just do their final huddles before they take to the court. Coaches and captains just getting them ready. Umpires, let's introduce for today's first match, Nicola Jasinyenko-Evans. She played last year.
Yeah, she's a great player, Nicola is, yeah. Northwest player.
She's umpiring, you can see her there on your right, just by the chairs. And then Becky Scott is our second umpire. You can see her now just at the table, checking out whether the ball's ready to go.
Becky Scott, one of the A umpires we have here in Wales. Very experienced umpire, umpires the National League, Super League levels and all the trainings that's going on across Cardiff and South Wales. So one of a very experienced umpire in Becky Scott.
She came over to have a little chat with us earlier.
She did, yeah, hoping that we were kind to her today, which of course we always are to umpires.
They have such a crucial role to play, don't they, in the games, and it's a job that I could never do. So fair play to all the umpires out there, and a job that is well needed in our sports. So as the whistle is blown for 30 seconds, the teams get ready, take to the court. This is the FleetEV National League 2024, the first game of the day. Northwest Fury versus Northeast Inferno. Northwest Fury will be playing in green. Northeast Inferno in that dark grey and white. And we're off. First game, 2024. Northwest Fury take the centre pass. Nice into Gwen-Ann Williams. She's a returner from 2023.
Yeah, she's a great player, Gwen-Ann Williams. She's played Wales under 21s. You know, she's a very experienced shooter, and she's a really good addition to this team. And for Northeast Inferno, you have Becca and Katrin. They are twins that you'll see on the court there. I think the only difference you can see between them is sometimes they're trainers, but their link together on that court is something to really look out for.
Yeah, Katrin is playing at centre and Becca at goal attack. But as quick as Northeast Inferno score, Northwest Fury back into the mix.
Breaking call there. Northeast now taking advantage of that ball. Straight into Erin Hook. No problems for her to put it in, ball in the net.
She's former Welsh under-21 player and Manchester Thunder and Dragons NPL, Erin Hook, using that knowledge and skill for those scores. But a turnover from Northeast Inferno. So quick, driving down through the court. Erin Hook presents herself in that front hold and nets.
Flawless shooting there from Erin Hook.
Hughes to her sister. Oh, lovely. Just the delayed timing on that pass to find her shooting teammate on the baseline, but Hook can't sink that one.
Here come Northwest Fury.
Uncharacteristic error from the experience there of Gwen-Ann Williams.
I think the ball just came a little bit too early for her there. She hadn't quite finished her run, but caused the footwork. Another one from Erin Hook there, back in the net. And Northwest Fury are back at it.
So current score, as Hughes tries to get an inset, but just contact called 4 to Northeast Inferno, 2 to Northwest Fury. And Erin Barwick unable to take advantage. Inferno on the charge. Playing to the left of your screens. And goal defense, Tash Turner. Another returnee from 2023.
Yeah.
Lots of voice and experience in that side.
Yeah, absolutely. Tash Turner plays Division 1 over in England. On a great ball over there from Becca Hughes. Unfortunate miss though from Erin Hook. And Northwest Fury have just lost the ball back to the Infernos.
This time round, Erin Hook, she takes a little step in.
And she does not miss on that one.
Oh, what a turnover there from
Lily Dootson, that was, for wing defence for Northwest Fury, but it unfortunately lost the ball. Strong pass from Bethan Phillips there, straight to Ellen Barwick, who takes on the contact. Ellen Barwick, another experienced player, who's played for in the Cardiff Met University and also in University of South Wales, Division 1 leagues down in Cardiff.
Caitlin Jones at wing defence for Inferno, really putting some pressure on Lucy Leonard. Big arms over, they get a tip, but just too close. Got to move for those new to netball, 3 feet away from the player when you're defending.
Gwenna Williams showing her height there. Second time around on that post, she won't miss. Lily Doodson again putting her hands up, fighting for that ball, but doesn't go her way this time, unfortunately.
What is it like? So, as defenders, you've got to put the pressure on early to get in the heads of the attackers, but you also don't want to draw the attention of the umpires so you get pulled. And a great turnover there from Northwest Fury. Oh, but can't connect as they bring it through court.
Oh, what a ball. Unlucky. Great vision there, though. But no, I know what you mean. It's almost as if defenders are prone to being called for contact, but I think it's all about the tracking of the player. So you need to make sure that you can use the sideline as an extra defender almost and track your player. So when the ball comes up, you can come and take it cleanly instead of having to climb over your player to take that ball.
Nice balance from Hughes, but she couldn't get the power to push it over. And that rebound from Hook. The contact called. Northwest Fury. Only 3 on the board so far to Inferno 7.
Oh, lovely work there from Lucy Leonard. Nice little give and go with Ellen Barwick. And Gwenna Williams will take the rebound. And in it goes.
Great positioning. So reminder, we've got 4 10-minute quarters. In between the quarters, it's 3 minutes. And at halftime, the teams get a 5-minute rest before they come back on court. Time to chat to their coaches,
Absolutely.
Chat to each other.
It's always important, you know, if something's going wrong in the first quarter and you can't quite figure it out yourself, maybe your teammate will have seen it for you, and it's a really important part of the game, I think.
So Inferno, they finished second in 2023, so
yeah, I mean,
make it one place up.
They're a great team, and it's sometimes they're a team that's not always, you know, remembered for their skill and their movement, just because, you know, we have these big names, these experiences down in the south of Wales, but this team from North East and both of them from the north, they're really experienced players, and they have really great netball coming from the northwest of England and from the mid of England, so they're definitely not to be forgotten or underestimated. Another great take by Lucy Leonard.
On the flip side, Fury didn't have the best of 2023, but they did win the last game to finish 5th in the league. So lots of learnings taken to now to put into this year's league.
So I think the head coach Simone Gould and their assistant coach Sophia Fisher, who's herself a previous Welsh player. Lots of learning got into this season now. And they've got a performance analyst on their team, so I'm sure they've taken full advantage of that. I think that was a lucky drop for Gwenanne Williams there.
Indeed. So a few shots just dropping short there from Barwick. What does she need to do?
She needs, I think, to settle herself when she gets to the circle. She's almost rushing her shot, and she's not really using all of her body to put that ball up. It's very arms only. So if she settles herself and takes a little breath before putting that ball up, she can then use the power in her legs and not just the power of her arms, then use her whole body to put that ball up.
Ooh. Our first Weetabix of the morning. That one flew right off the back line. And then just giving it a little bit too much.
Oh, there's that twin telepathy again from Becca and Katrin. Knew exactly where the sister's going to be there.
So the last minute of this quarter.
And a lovely turnover there from Steffi Studd.
9 plays 6. In this EV National League as Hook sinks another one for the Northeast Inferno. An attacking contact on Leonard. Jones is just standing her ground. She finds Turner. Back to the line. Hughes.
Daltrey and Hughes just taking their time to feed that ball into the circle, and I think it's really important not to just force that ball in. And Northeast are doing really well to just work that ball into the circle. And Erin Hook just finishing it off.
Oh, Northeast Inferno missing Natalie Hurelo, who was player of the tournament last year. And it's Cats. But didn't it go through the net?
Yeah, I believe that would have been called as an advantage call.
Yeah. But the obstruction in this time round, that is a shame.
Oh, that is a big shame. Yeah. Obstruction. And she did take it. And I think Katrin Hughes is questioning that with the umpire as the captain. And I think she's going to check with Becky Scott as our reigning A umpire.
Because I would have said that would have been a goal.
I would have agreed with you there. And now the team manager, I believe. They are discussing it between them to see if that counts as a goal.
Well, its currently score is 11 to Northeast Inferno and 6 to Northwest Fury.
And I think the umpire's decision might stand.
There's chats still occurring. Well, while we wait to hear how that unfolds, tell us about that first quarter.
Oh, it was fiery, wasn't it? It was full of energy. There was turnovers galore, tips and lovely shooting on both ends. So it was a really nice way to start. So I think, like we said, Ellen Barwick falling a little bit short on her shooting. Gwenanne Williams with her really tall and strong build, so she's able to pick up, luckily, the rebounds on them. But on the other end of the court, Hook and Hughes working really nicely between them, and the play through court from both teams, both of them really out for it, really wanting to get their hands on that ball, but doing it in quite a clean way as well. We've had some back and forth between the mid-quarters, as we always do, I suppose, but no, both teams really showing that they've been working hard over the past since the end of the competition last time.
Yeah, well, you always expect the first quarter to have a little bit of those nervousnesses in there as the team's just trying to figure this out. You can train all you like, I always say, but it doesn't beat stepping out on that court and playing in an actual match.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, you can train all season long, but you're playing with your own team, and you never know really who you're going to face and who you're going to come up against. And like I said, these girls would have played against each other in different leagues and different games, maybe on the same team sometimes. But when you come into this environment as well with a crowd, and you know it's a competition and it's a big competition, and the nerves will settle in and kick in, and I think that first quarter sometimes can let you just get yourself into that momentum of I'm playing a netball game and I'm getting into it, and sometimes coming on the second quarter will just let you settle a little bit more into your own game pattern.
Yeah, well, 11-6, the current score. Remember, it's just 10-minute quarter, so that's why the score potentially could be a little bit lower than what you would imagine. 4 lots of 10 minutes. How does that compare to playing 15 minutes?
I mean, I think considering that they're playing more than one game in a day, I think the players will thank them for it. We'll be happy that it's not 15 minutes quarter, but I think it means that you have to make the most of the time that you've got. You haven't got as much time as you might want to do different things and be as like you play normally. However, it also means that just because you have to do more with the time, it doesn't mean you have to rush the ball. It doesn't mean you have to rush things around. You have to be more careful with the ball when you have the possession because you won't have as much of it.
That's the buzzer for the quarter time is over as Fury take the first centre pass with Bethan Phillips. She's played county netball and now repping the Northwest. So contact called on Lucy Leonard. Inferno get a turnover straight off the bat.
Just looking to see if there's any changes on the court by any team, and I don't believe we have any. I think we're still on the same teams that we were.
Yeah. Looks like no changes as Hughes takes the centre pass. Oh, lovely quick ball in from Daltrey at wing attack. Finds the twin Hughes.
Obstruction called there. So Northwest Fury will take the ball forward. Oh, wonderful work by Gwen-Ann Williams.
We've got a jumper on the court. She's taking balls flying off the back line.
She's putting it behind her without looking. She's having a great time.
Jasin Yeka, umpire, just making sure that the court is safe. The obstruction jumper is now well off the court, and Inferno move on with the attack.
Again, taking their time, building it up to getting that ball in. And a turnover there again by Doodson. And they do win the ball, Northwest Fury. Oh, slightly overcooked that one, but they do get their hands on it.
There's a few loopy passes going into
a lot of loopy passes. I think sometimes what's easy to do is when you have a tall shooter, you tend to just try and force that ball in. Well, that's the difference with Northeast Inferno. They haven't got exactly that height, so they have to work the ball in a little bit more. So you can get easily complacent to try and work that ball into a tall shooter.
So more of a rotation in the circle for Northeast Inferno. Fury, they've got that target shooter in, Gwen-Ann Williams. Turner takes the penalty. Hughes at goal attack. Straight in there to hook.
Oh, creeps in on the side there.
But you'll take any which way as long as it goes through that net.
Those ones are always like am I going for a rebound? Who knows?
So I remember correctly, you were a shooter as well.
I was a shooter, yeah.
Ah, nice. Oh. Why was that so good, that movement?
Oh, she drew those defence forward and then she took a little bit of a step back and Becca Hughes knew exactly what she was doing. Erin Hook there showing her experience. Both defence went straight forward for the ball and she had all that space behind her. It was lovely.
Nice
lovely take. Oh, again, falling short for Barwick at the moment.
She's got a lovely technique with her hands, but it's just that power in the
legs.
Yeah,
it's absolutely all about the power. And sometimes the more you keep missing, the more it kind of gets to you, isn't it? As you would know as well as a shooter yourself. So it's almost as if you need to clear that out of your head now and start fresh again. So I don't know if it might be, they want to substitute her off, or if they want to give her a chance to, now at half-time or at quarter-time, they need just to speak to her and get her through that herself. But it can be a bit of a mind block for shooters then.
Leonard as Williams comes out the circle to help out their attack.
She is contacted by Jones.
Nice arms there from Turner. That placement, though, of the ball from Leonard, a little bit further to the left.
Just slightly, I think, yeah. The hold was just slightly in, wasn't it? Inferno now looking to see what they've got down the court. Sasha Turner working her way down that court, being a really good playmaker in that middle channel there, isn't she?
Very much is, helping them to spread that court.
And there goes Erin Hook again. Oh, and this one doesn't quite dribble in, but Hughes will collect it.
Well, Infernos have really pushed out the scoreline, sitting on 18 goals so far this game, 8 to Northwest Fury. Inferno showing why they finished second in the league in 2023.
Absolutely. But Northwest Fury not quite giving up yet. Lovely turn there from Barwick. She drew both defenders away, letting Gwennan Williams just to run the front. It was beautiful.
Great work. A long swing across the circle. Great baseline drive from Hughes. The left-handed goal attack nets another one. Takes the score to 20 for North East Inferno.
Northwest Fury now trying to work more options as Williams running out for the ball, working around that circle. She is a very agile player, Williams. She's not one just to stand there asking for the ball. She will come out for the ball.
And that's what you want from it. Even though you're a holding shooter, you really still need to be able to present yourself or be able to move off that hold if the case demands it, or if the defenders are putting that much pressure on that the team needs that support coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. And if a shooter can offer both, then it's a win-win, isn't it?
Definitely. As Hook brings Inferno to 21, just coming up to the 3.5 minute mark left of this second quarter of the EV National League here in Bangor for the first game
Barwick
of
finding
the day.
some great space there on the side of the circle. She's running quite freely around the court. She's playing almost an extra wing attack at the moment.
Hughes that quick. She offers front, but the two offers in the circle means that Daltrey has two options that she can go to, and she chose the back one, and it's resulted in a goal.
That combination of a good... Oh, what a turnover there. Steffi stood right in there, saw that come in, straight hands on the ball. Just before that, what I was saying was the combination of a good goal shooter and a goal attack working together, a good partnership is always important, isn't it?
Definitely. And those links throughout the court need to be seamless. As Williams has another attempt under the post. She goes high this time and it swooshes right through. Phillips calls for the ball at the top. And again, that 1-2.
Again, Barwick draws both defenders away from Williams. And Bethan Phillips makes the right call and gives that ball to Williams, who was scot-free.
So we're seeing that a little bit there, with Barwick not being able to quite get the height on it. She's now trying to help out Williams to get free, so drawing defenders so that Williams is the key shooter.
Absolutely, and if she's, she's recognised that maybe her shot is just not on at the moment, then how to counteract that is to make sure that the other shooter is free to do that work. But unfortunately for Inferno, a big turnover there for Fury.
They bring this ball quickly down the court.
Barwick again, a clear playmaker.
But Inferno just really mixing it up in that end third, creating so many high blockages so that Fury can't get through.
They have to force that ball, Fury, every time. And there's a shot for Barwick. There it is. She had a little bit of time just to relax herself, and she's back in.
Oh, and a great feed. And there she is again. Oh! but well seen from Turner.
She did just go over the back line, I believe, on that one. Oh, Hughes.
a toe, or probably a big foot in the circle.
Tiptoeing over the line.
So
it's a great contested match here today, isn't it? Everyone's putting bodies on the line.
very much so, going for everything. Really representing their areas in Wales. And 30 seconds left of this second quarter. 22 plays 13 as the ball just goes over a third. If it's passed from the end third, it must be received in the middle third before it goes into the attacking end, and vice versa.
And Fury now will take this last 20 seconds, try and get another point on the board. Oh, great little save there. But unfortunately into the hands of Catherine Hughes. And Fury they're screaming to get the ball into the circle.
Some players knew the time was running out, others not aware of the scoreboard and the clock. And it's half time at 22 Northeast Inferno, 13 to Northwest Fury. That was a bit erratic there at the end. They
were screaming, weren't they? Inferno, get the ball in there. But, you know, some players don't like to look at the clock. They don't want to know what the pressure was like. But especially for shooters, you don't want that pressure of 2 seconds on the clock, do you, for your last shot? But, well, yeah, I think that second quarter was a really good quarter for Inferno, and they settled in their rhythm. Northwest Fury, especially Ellen Bowick, she took a little time off shooting and make sure, like we were talking about, give Gwen Ann Williams the space. But they are working hard to turn over ball, aren't they? And they're getting hard on body. But I think, like we said, Inferno are really spreading the play and really forcing Fury out wide and having to play that ball wider and wider and creating them to force that ball into Williams. So it's something that they can then turn over on. So,
yeah. And it's great to see, even though it's the very first game of this league, everybody wants those extra balls. The ones that could see the clock, they were screaming, as I say, to get it down, because every goal could potentially mean whether you reach what position you are in the playoffs.
Absolutely. You know, it's not just about 5 points of winning and then that's it, but it's extra points for having extra certain amount of goals and extra certain amount of, you know, points within half the score, and every point does count. So obviously for Inferno, they wanted that extra point to try and keep their opponents at a low point. So I'm sure if that was Fury's ball, they would have been screaming for it as well. So yeah, every point does count in this competition.
Amazing. Well, we are at the halfway mark, and the teams get 5 minutes to get with their coaches, get with each other, just to talk through some things. Let's give you the competition schedule for the rest of the league. So we're competition day 1 here at Bangor University. Competition day 2 is at Ebbw Vale on Saturday the 22nd of June. Competition day 3 is moving to Cardiff at the House of Sport on Saturday the 20th of July. And finals day is also at the House of Sport Cardiff on Sunday the 21st of July, where the league, FleetEV National League 2024 champions, will be crowned. Quick recap of the games to come. Game 2 will kick off at 10:41 a.m, where we will see for the first time Powys Sparks, Butte Energy Powys Sparks, one of the new teams into this league. Great to see the expansion, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Powys is such a massive part of Wales. Like, it's a huge area of Wales, and there's so much talent in there. So it's really exciting for all the girls in that area to be a part of this competition.
Indeed. And then game 3 is at 11:52, and the second new team, Coastal Heat, they will be up against City Flames. Tell me a bit about Coastal Heat.
Oh, Coastal Heat is one to watch. Coastal Heat is full of players from like your Swansea area, your Neath Talbot area, all those players who play in like the Swansea leagues, and all those players are talented players. That is definitely one to watch. You've got, you know, previous Welsh players in there. You've got previous players that have played in universities over in England, played in Prem teams over in England. So full of talent in that Coastal Heat team.
Nice. And game 4, the last of this first round, so everybody plays each other in a round-robin format, and so everyone will have 2 games today, 2 games in competition day 2 in Ebbw Vale, and then 2 games also competition day 3 in Cardiff before finals. So that game, Coastal Heat versus City Flames. The game 4 is Valleys Volcanoes versus Southeast Blaze. And Valleys Volcanoes, they were champions from 2023.
Absolutely. They are getting to get that crown back, aren't they? And you can see it in the players and you can feel it in the air here today in Bangor. Those Valleys Volcanoes players cannot wait to get their feet back on the court and show them what they've been working on this season.
Well, Valleys Volcanoes, they're sponsored by Tantrum and Gallery Lofts Conversions this year, so a little bit of extra back in there.
Yeah, well, if you're last year's champions, might as well get to, isn't it?
Indeed. Well, let's come back to the game that we are currently having. Northwest Fury versus Northeast Inferno. It's 22 to Northeast Inferno and 13 to Northwest Fury. Inferno really kind of came out of the blocks nice and strong. Fury came back at them, but Inferno then whizzed through in that second quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. Inferno did not take the foot off the gas in that quarter at all, and they kind of went up a gear, I think. And, you know, Fury are trying to keep up, and they're not slowing down at all, but I think Inferno just showing that they've got that extra little bit in the tank, I think, for this game, and Fury just keeping up with what's going on. But I think we'll see now in this second half what's to come for Fury and Inferno. I think there's a change in Northwest Fury at wing attack and at potentially a goal defence. We'll get those changes to you now shortly. And in Inferno, we also have a change at wing attack and at goal shooter. We have a new shooter for the Inferno squad. Becca Hughes still at goal attack. Catherine Hughes taking that first centre pass.
Yeah, so Lucy, for Fury, Lucy Leonard goes to centre and Cassie Ogilvie goes to wing attack. For Inferno, Caitlin Tyrrell came in at goalkeeper just at the end of that second quarter, but we've got Molly Underhill at goal shooter with the ball in hand right now, and Emily Wicks at goal wing attack.
So Inferno now decided to add a little bit of height into their own circle. Changes the game a little bit to have that extra bit of height in the circle, and she sinks her first shot. A change at goal defence as well, I think, for Fury. And there is Molly Underhill again with her second shot of the game.
So they brought in some height in there with...
Absolutely, yeah. They are changing their game up now. Erin Huck has done her job for this first half, potentially. Oh, and just a loss there, picking up. Oh, what a turnover there from Northeast Inferno's wing defence, Caitlin Jones. And there's that shot from Becca Hughes. Wide range shooter, Becca Hughes. She will shoot from anywhere in that circle.
Really got her eye in.
Again, another potential advantage call. Oh, what a ball again from Caitlin Jones. Straight into that circle.
Oh, Turner gets fingertips to it, but it still lands in Williams' hands.
Turner, she's on fire today, isn't she?
Really?
Williams had timed that run, lovely to take that ball, but Turner was all over it.
Quick transition through the court. Hold there from Williams. Lexi Jones was not able to get round. So a quick recap of the teams coming out of that halftime break. Jones at goalkeeper for Northeast Inferno as Fury get a turnover. Goal defence, Tasha Turner, she stays on. Caitlin Jones at wing defence. Centre, Catherine Hughes. Wing attack, Emily Wykes. Goal attack, Becca Hughes. And Molly Underhill, as you said, came in at goal shooter for Fury, who are now on attack. Just overcooking that pass, Barwick, but the contact called. And she's in attack with Cassie Ogilvie at wing attack. Lucy Leonard moved to centre. Dudson stayed at wing defence. Smith at goal defence and Stud at goalkeeper.
Here goes Hughes again with a bit of a long shot. Oh, rolls off the side on that one.
Underhill nets another one. It's part of the Wales under 21 and under 17 teams in the past.
There goes Tash Turner again, meeting that playmaker in the middle. I think Underhill called just out of court there.
Oh, Steffi Stud at goalkeeper. Takes the back line, comes through. Leonard now in the hands of Ogilvie. She reoffers, but not in time. 3 seconds called. You have to release before that 3-second whistle.
Steph Oliver-Smith there, unlucky with that 3-second call. Oh, but she turns the ball over and gets that little tap. Here goes Molly Underhill, straight up.
So lots of pressure being put in that Fury defensive end.
Absolutely. Inferno have brought that height in now, so they have to work a lot differently to how they were working with Erin Hook. It's a different game completely, isn't it? You're changing the dynamics of that shooting circle.
Oh, we've just had our first caution. Oliver Smith, goal defensive Fury. So she'll just now need to watch it a little bit.
Stud is battling up there against Underhill, knowing she's holding for the high ball. And she gets the front ball instead, straight up. Quite an unusual shooting style for Molly Underhill, and there, isn't it? It's two-handed.
Yeah, I'm not normally a fan of the two-handed shot, but if it works for you, it works for you.
That's absolutely fine.
It's Williams down the other end with a traditional one-handed. Hughes at goal attack, swings it to her twin sister right in the corner and plays herself.
Oh, it looks like she plays herself, but you know, there is two of them.
One too many passes there.
Oh, but a lovely ball.
The ball twists as it comes through.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's almost as if one hand is giving the ball and the other one is changing the movement of the ball. It's very unconventional, but it works for Molly Underhill. That ball just hit the net as it went up, I think, for Williams. Just a little bit too close, maybe, to the post. One of the hardest shots, those ones.
Very hard. You always want to step back on those. But she's been great at getting her rebounds if and when it had missed.
Absolutely. She's very strong under the post as rebounds.
Nice quick ball there from Hughes again into Underhill. And Underhill brings the score to 31 for Northeast Inferno. They play up against 19 for Fury. Inferno second last year in the league.
Oh, lovely turnaround from Williams. She knew the ball was being swung over. She did a little no-look turn and the ball was in her hands. Lovely feed in from Cassie Ogilvie. Slight battle under the post. I think Underhill comes out as the victor in that one.
Underhill. D-side netball club. She nets as a great interception there from Katrin Hughes.
Another D-side netball club player. Katrin Hughes and Becca Hughes, both previous Welsh players.
Yeah. Went to Netball Europe with the under-21.
Yep. Very experienced players.
Just manages to get through, and the score as we come to the minute and a half left of this third quarter. The turnover happens for Northwest Fury. Great take Oh! Behind the back, and she does find
absolutely
her teammate.
Lovely.
Oliver Smith was there
She
to
will
help.
do anything to save that ball, Williams.
But second time, it didn't quite pay off.
She got 2 hands on that ball as well.
Great to see the commitment.
And they get the turnover. Replayed ball called. Never give up on a ball, isn't it? Never give up on it. You never know what's going to happen. And Williams is a prime example of that just now.
Oh. Dinah's Netball Club. She's played Wales under 21s. And she loves coaching as well. So it's great to have that experience in the team where she can impart that knowledge into the others. There she is again for the rebound. Gets the contact call and she nets.
Formidable force in Williams.
30 seconds on the clock.
Oh, that's another long bomb there from Becca Hughes. She does love one of those shots. Another pass over to Williams, but not quite able to get that hands on that ball.
Yeah. Oh, what speed.
Steffi Stud, unfortunate, but the speed of the ball from Inferno there to try and get that ball down the court.
Well, one thing is for sure, Northeast Infernos are consistent. 11 in the first quarter, 11 in the second quarter, another 11 again in this third quarter. They are 33 to Northwest Furies 21. Another jam-packed quarter for us there, Elaine.
Quarter full of tips again and turnovers and no-look balls behind the back. It was, yeah, it's getting exciting for the first game of the day. I wonder what's next to come for the rest of it. But yes, it's full of just talented netballers, and it's really exciting, isn't it, to watch all of this happening. But yeah, Inferno, like you said, being so consistent. Their play has remained consistent throughout these last 3 quarters. And Fury, again, you know, they're keeping up. They're giving it all they've got. They're putting their bodies on the line. They're passing really nice balls, but some balls just a little bit maybe behind, not quite getting in the right timing. The movement's slightly slower, and they're just maybe not hitting the right space that they want, or not shutting down the Inferno players in the right exact timing or movement. But they're definitely not, you know, too out of the competition. But in this match, they are within, you know, a decent score. But Inferno definitely showing why they came second place last year.
Indeed, they are. And going into this last quarter, like you say, they're not out of it yet. There will be a big mountain to climb for Fury to overtake Inferno and get the win. What is it, though, that they can work on to bring that scoreline closer? Because we do get points for even if you lose, but if you come within 5 goals, you get 2 points, and if you come within 50% of the winning team score, you get 1 point. So it's all to play for.
Absolutely, and you know, they can definitely get that 1 point for coming within half a score, and that's definitely within their remit, but I don't know if they can come within that 5 point, within the 5 points of that. If they want to really get to that point, they're really going to have to start slowing down Inferno's game, because we can see how fast they move that ball and see how their connection through the court works for them. So Inferno are really good at spreading Fury's play. So if they like to play, Inferno like to play themselves a kind of wide game, you need to make them play the opposite of that. Mm-hmm. So you need to bring that ball really kind of narrow into their play, and your defensive setup needs to narrow them, and you need to be in control of their style of play. So don't let them play their own game, but make sure that you are taking over their play by getting your defenders into your positionings and pushing them to force them into errors.
Indeed. And do you think Northeast Inferno are going to want to put their foot down so they don't give away any points to the opposition?
Oh, absolutely. It's a competition, isn't it? Of course they are. They're going to probably get into another gear now and try and push even further with that lead.
Well, Becky Scott and Nicola Jasinyega have blown the whistle to start the 30-second countdown before the first centre pass of the fourth quarter. And we're underway.
More changes here for Northeast Inferno. Ashley Davis has come on to goal attack, so Becca Hughes has been hit the bench. Chloe Morris is on at centre, with Katrin Hughes moving to wing defence. Tasha Turner has moved back into the goalkeeper position, and Caitlin Jones is now on at goal defence.
So Fury in the green to the sideline. But Hughes, who's moved to wing defence from centre, as you said, getting the contact call. Big jump from the defence. Caitlin Jones put that pressure on. She's not the tallest of defenders, as you can see in there, but she's causing some havoc. It's taken Fury a bit of time to get that ball through the net, but they do.
Absolutely. And, you know, Caitlin Jones, when she was playing in that wing defence position for the first 3 quarters of the game, she is really on the body. She's really gunning for the ball. So I think she can cause a little bit of havoc in that circle.
And there's a couple of balls from Fury that have gone off the back line, so just needing to settle themselves, maybe take those 3 seconds you're allowed. That's good sportsmanship there. Wicks helping out the opposition with their bib.
The bibs always come off, don't they? Always come off. Oh, 2 Fury players in there with Emily Wykes, but she does get the ball.
Right, Underhill giving the ball under the post. She nets. Morris, Chloe at centre, takes the centre pass. Long ball in. But, who was there but Stud, a goalkeeper.
She's been consistent, isn't she, throughout this game?
She really has. And her team unable to reward that pressure because Inferno are coming down so quickly.
Oh, she's there again! And she gets the ball.
And she gets the contact call, indeed.
Such a formidable player, Steffi Stud. So consistent throughout this game. And there goes Catherine Hughes. Always tend to run into the crowd, Catherine Hughes. Likes that extra bit of a little run into the wall.
Super fit she is.
Another one! And she wins the ball! And does it with a smile on her face. Oh, warning now given to Caitlin Jones. No, unfortunately, that's the Fury. Steffi Oliver-Smith has been given a warning.
Yeah, we saw her get that caution in the earlier quarter, that third quarter. Now
for
she's on a warning.
persistent contact. Williams being called for contact there. You know, as shooters, we do like to give a little bit of a...
No, definitely defenders coming into you. Oh, nice over ball. Contact is called on Underhill as she tried to keep that ball in.
And
Ashley Davis going in at goal attack. How was that changed up?
She plays quite a different game to Becca Hughes, and obviously as well with Catherine Hughes moving back as well. There's a very different combination of players now in that attacking side. You've got Chloe Morris in the middle, Ashley Davis, and they've kept Emily Wykes there at wing attack. But the style of play she has, playing with Molly Underhill, she tends to keep herself more to the top of the circle, but doesn't shoot as far as Becca Hughes does. So she will work herself then further in. So she tends to run around a bit more and then just let Molly Underhill take the ball a bit more. It's a very different style of play to what they're used to playing in the first 3 quarters with Hughes. But it's nice to see them do something different and being able to have those changes and let the other players kind of work around. But Ashley Davis is definitely a bit of a playmaker in there.
Yeah. And that was a nice pass in, wasn't it, to that shooting
circle? As if
circle.
it was trained, wasn't it? Right on cue.
And there's Hughes again. She has literally been everywhere. Centre for the first 3 quarters of this game, now moves to wing defence. Sometimes known as the most underrated position because you do so much work there, but you hardly get the recognition. But she's
so much work
great takes.
off the ball, isn't it? Off the ball works. And I always say to players, you know, just because you're not getting the ball doesn't mean you're not working hard. And she is working so hard to stop that wing attack, become a playmaker.
Oh, nice pass there from Leonard, from Bethan Phillips, apologies, at centre. Oh no, Lucy Leonard it is.
Oh, I think Steffi Studd might have got a little bit of a touch on that, but she does win the ball. Or she at least put it off. Oh, she did get a touch, there we are. Inferno do get that ball. And she stretched up for that.
Oh,
3 seconds! 3 seconds call for Steffi Studd on that defence.
She has been phenomenal.
Oh.
Bridge and Mould. She's been in Bucks Division 1. She's really come out to play today.
Absolutely, and she's vocal on the court, you know, in the back of that, in the back then, goalkeeper, and she's really showing her talent. Another loopy ball across for Inferno, and they are spreading their play a bit here, aren't they? And
this time, Underhill able to keep her legs there just for a fraction longer to not allow Steffi Stuff to get that elevation and tip on it. They're having a little chuckle to each other on the right-hand side.
Oh. Replay ball called there for Oliver Smith.
She's quite versatile, Oliver Smith. Goalkeeper, goal defence and wing defence in her repertoire. But she's just played goal defence today. The ball's having to be a pinpoint. Bethan Phillips at centre. She nails it to Underhill. Underhill gets a second time of asking, goes through.
Oh, Studd again! I think this time she is called for contact against her.
And a caution for dangerous play.
She did see that ball, didn't she? And she knew she wanted it, but she was just slightly too late on it. Great vision from Studd.
Now she's got that 3-foot mark over it. But the goal stands.
Time is called for Inferno. Chloe Morris is going into wing defence. And I believe coming on is Jess Daltrey into centre. Jess Daltrey started this game for Inferno at wing attack. So she's now in the centre position. And Catherine Hughes gets her well-deserved rest.
And well-deserved indeed. She has had such a great game. Unlucky there from Catherine Jones. She knew she contacted off that. Great elevation, but
lovely
straight
elevation
into the person.
Oh, lovely ball in there. Ashley Davis into Underhill. The feeds into these shooters are phenomenal today, aren't they? The feeds into Underhill from Davis and from Wykes. And speaking of Wykes, what a great turnover. These girls are matching my vibes today.
Oh, so good. Emily Wykes, West Cheshire Warrior, Wales under 19. And she's holding her space on the edge of the circle.
And she's called for contact for stretching her leg out and trying to hold her space.
Illegal holding of space on this edge of the circle. But she's back into defence. Leonard goes long. But
and
can't
just
keep it in.
Loses it.
Dodson, just too much for her.
Daltrey finds Underhill. In the net.
And
Daltrey wants to go fast on that one, but Studd again.
And the time has run out, and there is the final whistle. 44 plays 24. Northeast Inferno 44, Northwest Fury 24. Boy, what a game.
What a game to start us off for the day. And Fury getting in within that half a score, so they will get that 1 point. So just by 2 goals. So they did keep on in there to get that 1 point for that. But Inferno with that win, great game for them. For both teams, great game. But Inferno, what a win.
And guess what their quarter score was?
Exactly half.
11
again.
So every quarter for Northeast Inferno, they scored 11 goals, hence that 44. For Northwest Fury, 24, like you said, they get within half, so they're going to get some points on the table, 1 point, in fact, for getting within 50% of Northeast Inferno's scoreline. Oh, who really stood out for you, Airline?
Well, we have to mention Steffi Studd. She was incredible in that back. And, she had the competition of having at the end, second half there, of the height of Molly Underhill to begin with. At the end there. But she really worked hard to get in those turnovers. She had so many tips and so many turnovers and 3-second hold on a shot. And she worked so hard. And that last one, when she came out there, and she did get a caution, but she saw that ball and she wanted it. Her timing was just off, but she worked really hard. And against Erin Hook at the beginning as well. And her partnership was really, really well worked in the circle. Unfortunately, Oliver Smith did get a warning in that game for her contact. She did step off the gas a little bit there, as well as the shooters for Gwenann Williams for Fury. Quite consistent, like you said, on her rebounds. Was moving around the circle really well. For Inferno, we have to mention Catchin and Becca Hughes, the way they move around the court together, the way they always know where each other are. They don't miss a beat, do they, between them? I wish I had a twin telepathy sometimes to be able to do that on court with me. But and then Tash Turner, formidable in that court. She was a playmaker through the middle of the court. She was always there for that ball. But then when the players do come on and, you substitute players, you will always want to make sure that those players can still do the same job as the ones taken off. And I don't think anyone that was put on the court would make less of an impact. I think every player on the court made an impact. And it was really nice to see that the game didn't change too much when a player was put on, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, totally. Well, what a first game we've had to kick off this FleetEV National League 2024. Final score there, Northeast Inferno 44 to Northwest Fury 24. But don't go away, we've got so much more netball coming your way for this round 1, as I say, of the FleetEV National Leagues. Next up is Power Sparks, one of the newbies into the competition, versus West Wales Phoenix. Stay with us and we will see you shortly. Where? Hello and welcome back to this FleetEV National League 2024. After a highly successful inaugural league last year, we are about to get underway. Powys Sparks versus West Wales Phoenix. Umpires are just waiting. We've got Lucy Morgan and Tracy Young running the lines.
Just waiting for that first whistle.
And there is the hooter. West Wales Phoenix in blue going to the right. Powys Sparks, one of the newbies into the league.
Oh, what a take. Unfortunately, contact call there.
Powys Sparks in the orange and black on the defence at the moment. Let's give you the starting sevens. West Wales Phoenix at goalkeeper, Sarah Jordan. At goal defence, Emily Roberts. At wing defence, Jessica Thomas. Centre, Hayley Lewis-Howell. Wing attack, Eli J. Jones. Goal attack, Declan Jones. And goal shooter, Lauren Evans. For Powys Sparks, in the yellow now on the attack, the orange, sorry, in the black. You've got goalkeeper, Mary Bailey. Goal defence, Lizzie Sims. Wing defence, Catherine Carmody. Centre, Chloe Evans. Wing attack, goal attack, Emily Brooks. And goal shooter, Katie Parks.
And West Wales Phoenix moving the ball down now. No one scored just yet. Here goes Lauren Evans, that goal shooter, just short of that post. And Powys Sparks will get that. Oh, no, they won't. Phoenix will take the back line. But Lauren Evans' foot was on the line on that one. Lucy Moran, the umpire, has called it for Powys Sparks. Turnover there. Unfortunate for Jess Thomas. Been called for contact.
And great in Katie Parks at goal shooter. She takes the shot. Oh, goes off the back line.
Sarah Jordan. Both teams taking their time to move the ball down the court. Scoreboard still no score as far.
And again, another turnovers. Both teams just starting to get the feel of the games. As you say, yet to put a goal on the board. The attacking ends just not quite getting those links together. Well, for Powys Sparks, their first time in this competition.
Another turnover there. Ball over the back line for Powys. And here go Phoenix. Here goes Dalith Jones, the vice captain for Phoenix.
Well, she gets a rebound, the shortest person in that circle.
And we are away with the scores.
Bit of hot potato with the netball, but it gets into the hands of West Wales Phoenix. They finished 4th in 2023. So as they look to climb the ladder, they want to start their first game of this competition with a win. Butte Energy Powys Sparks hitting the top of the circle with goal attack, Emily Brooks, and then out to centre, Chloe Evans. Brooks with a shot, Brooks
there
with a
it
score.
Is. And we're away. Ellie J. Jones there being called for replay ball. Again, lots of competition going on in the circle here. Jordan trying to get an arm around while still marking her player. That shot for Brooks a little bit short. But the rebound from Mary Bailey. Sorry, apologies, Katie Parks. Straight in.
Wing attack. Kaya Holmes went for the long deep ball, but couldn't quite pull that one in. She wipes her hands on her dress.
Oh, Chloe Evans in there with a tip on a long ball. Oh, footwork call there for Evans, a shooter for West Wales Phoenix.
She tried to save the loose ball, didn't she? But couldn't quite control her feet.
Slight hop on that ball. Sparks just working the ball around, getting it into their shooter.
Parks is holding some nice space in there and still also moving along that baseline.
Absolutely.
Just falling short on that shot, though.
She seems like quite a close range shooter. Wasn't quite comfortable shooting the first time the ball that came into the circle, but worked her way around.
Nice circle edge second phase there from West Wales Phoenix. And
here goes Dallas Jones. A little bit flat on that ball, just rolled over the hoop.
Oh.
And Evans sinks that with a nice display of dress holding from the defence, trying to keep the player up there.
Trying everything. I don't think Carmody knew that ball was even coming to her, but she got a hand to it. But Paris Sparks in control through the net. 3 apiece. Sorry, 4 goals to Paris Sparks, 2 to West Wales Phoenix. And it's the newbies that are pushing ahead. They've got this 2-goal lead. Can they prevent this one from West Wales Phoenix? A long shot about to take. Oh, and just falls short from Lauren Evans.
Evans is normally quite a long-range shooter, but she's just still finding her feet at the moment.
The student from Cardiff Met.
Another one of the Cardiff Met alumni here. She's also a coach at Cardiff Met, Lauren Evans. First season as coaching there. Many Cardiff Met alumni making their appearance today in the National League. Emily Brooks, another Cardiff Met alumni who's on the Powys Sparks side. I don't know if they would have known each other, different years playing, but
yeah, Brooks a goal attack and a wing attack. Currently playing goal attack. Long
and
ball
finding
in.
that space.
Well seen from Holmes. From distance.
Lovely ball in.
The screen that was put on from Parks and Brooks on the baseline.
Lovely high five there from Chloe Evans to her player. And another replay ball call there for Lizzie Sims.
Lewis Hallowell goes wide. This ball keeps bouncing through hands and
I think it's quite slippery today, isn't it, this ball? Lewis Howell herself plays a very good goal attack, but has decided to play in the centre position much more often these days.
And another drop ball.
Oh, and
great defence.
Great defence there. Mary Bailey picking that up.
I asked the teams to give me some facts and information about the players coming into this so we could wax lyrical about them.
Oh.
But says she plays anywhere.
Anywhere?
Anywhere on the court.
I mean, that's the kind of play you need, I suppose, isn't it? If one goes down, goalkeeper into centre. You never know.
Into goal attack.
Into goal attack, even better.
Mary Bailey, versatile.
Emily Brooks, another goal attack on the shorter side that we've seen in the circle, but doesn't mean she can't get that ball in the net.
So bits of miscommunication there for West Wales Phoenix. Those connections aren't really clicking in that attacking end.
No, not at the moment. No, and no. A lot of these players are playing the same league down in the west of Wales. Not always in the same teams, but they know exactly how they all play. Evans really wanting that ball from Howell.
Yeah, quite a few Saucepans players in this West Wales Phoenix side. Some Merlins Netball Club.
A couple of Morganite Netball Club in there as well.
So good to see the variety and bringing together of the great players from those different clubs.
Jess Thomas, another Cardiff Met alumni, and Jess Thomas taking that ball. Nice tip and turnover.
Can it be rewarded?
Yes, it can. Evans with another medium shot. Evans recently had a ACL injury, coming back from injury after having surgery. First full competition for her back on court after recently coming back into netball.
And this is her debut.
It is her
FleetEV
debut.
National League.
Absolutely. Had a couple of games with Cardiff Met this season whilst also coaching the same team.
An error there on the baseline from Emily Brooks. Toes on the line. Oh, apologies, it was an offside call.
5 seconds left on the clock.
Bullet ball given. She knew there was only 5 seconds on the clock, but it went over a third. And that is the end of the first quarter. 6 to Power Sparks, 3 to West Wales Phoenix. The team in orange and black have taken this one away.
They have. They're really making an impact on their first season in this competition, aren't they? And they're really showing that they deserve to be here. Some really nice pastures of play from Power Sparks, and showing that they do know each other and the way they all play, and turning over nice balls. But both teams need to just calm down a little bit and making sure the ball gets to the area correctly without having to force balls into areas. So I think both teams and coaches will be saying the same to their teams at quarter time.
Indeed. Well, we're also lucky, Airline, to be joined by some special guests throughout the day. Our first lot are from Northeast Inferno, Becca Hughes, and Caitlin Jones. Becca, Caitlin, you've just played in a game.
Yeah.
You were the very first game of this competition. You won that game with quite an impressive scoreline. Yeah. What was it like for you?
I think it was a good game. I think a lot of us, we played together quite often in D-side Prem, so it was quite nice to know where we're all going to play. I think we've put a lot of effort in training leading up to the event, and I think the combos we put out, it was nice to see all 12 of the girls get on court. So I think that was really good to test different combos. And Caitlin, our player's player over here. So.
Caitlin, let's come to you then. So player's player of that first match.
Yes, so, we all picked a player's player at the end. Outside them.
Yeah, because she's turning over every ball, so it's nice to have a defender.
Yeah, but I feel like within defence, you're only going to turn ball over if everyone else is on your side as well and sticking on their player to put that pressure on the next pass. Otherwise, you want to make that next pass hard so that it's less accurate so you can get it as a defender.
Yeah. Well, there's quite a few of you guys returning from 2023 where you came second.
Yeah.
You were so close. But does that make it a lot easier to reconnect coming into this year, having so many of you having played last year?
Yeah, I think so. I think this year we're ready to come out and hopefully, well, I'm not going to say it, but hopefully do better than last year. I think we proved ourselves last year, and I think with the team we've got this year, we can definitely go the full way. I think we're really good at learning with each other, talking to each other, and the shooters, I know a lot of us shooters play together quite often, so it's quite nice to know who you're feeding into, what style of play they play. So I think we're confident going into every game that we play over this weekend and the next few weekends, I think.
I definitely think that any combination we put on is strong. Yeah. We all know how each other play and, defence and attack.
Yeah, so it's exciting.
Oh, amazing. Girls, you're going to stick around with us for the rest of this game, yeah? So feel free to jump in and we'll talk a little bit more again at half time.
Thank you.
So this is the second game of the day so far. Power Sparks are on 6 versus West Wales Phoenix, who have scored 3. And we're off. Phoenix are in blue, Power Sparks in orange. If you're just joining us, and a little mistake there. Almost getting the turnover, Power Sparks. But
just looking to see for you if we have any changes on the squads. I don't believe Phoenix have made any changes. They stuck with their starting 7s.
Indeed, and Evans, she continues. She loves that long range, doesn't she? From distance, nets it through.
There is a change at goal attack for Power Sparks. Emily Brooks has come off. So we are looking to see who has now come on for Power Sparks.
So we'll get that change to you as soon as possible. Oh, Power Sparks had a little bit of trouble getting that ball into the circle, but then on the baseline, goal shooter Katie Parks, she nets. What's it like, Becca, playing in a circle when there's so much pressure from the defenders. You like a rotating circle we were watching earlier. How does that feel?
I think what's key is being able to work with your other shooter and work together and know that if you're not confident putting the shot up, you can just pop back out and reset. Reset it. I think the pressure on the defence from who we just played, I think, was really, really good because both of the circle defenders both played for Bangor University together. So we played as a team last year, so it was quite different to play against your own teammates. But yeah, I think as having a rotating circle, I do like because you can play the ball around. And again, I'm not very tall, so I can't really put a hold up in the circle.
I think that makes a difference to the game, though, doesn't it? Like your whole team dynamic changes when you put when you put Molly Underhill in.
Yeah. It
changed the dynamic of your play as well because you were obviously having to change what you were doing as a team.
Yeah, and sometimes it's quite nice to have that change so that we can the feeders know, right, we're changing it up now, and it's quite nice to know that you've got holding shooters, so I can just pop it to Molly. So it was quite nice. We had all of our 4 shooters on today, so it was good to see the different dynamics.
Nice.
Power Sparks now working the ball down the court, trying to extend their lead. But West Wales Phoenix have come back to within 1 point. It's now 7-6.
Oh, great take on that baseline, but didn't want to shoot from that position, Katie Parks. She gets herself a little bit closer. Like you say, it was just 1 goal in it, but Power Sparks have now brought it a little bit further. The gap is now 2. 8 plays 6. And it's Power Sparks centre pass. Sponsored by Butte Energy.
Still working that ball around.
Not often you see the goal attackers a little bit taller than the goal shooter.
Yeah.
Having 2 tall players in there does make a difference, doesn't it?
Jones for Power Sparks trying to play around the front. There's a lovely take.
Mary Bailey, great take on that. Just took it away from Lauren Evans.
Well, after saying she can play anywhere, she's really making that goalkeeper position her own. As the defence of West Wales Phoenix try to get a hand on that ball. They get a hand, but they can't quite put it in. But can they off the rebound? Yes. With the work of Sarah Jordan, Merlin's Netball Club goalkeeper. Now, can Phoenix capitalise on that turnover and reward their defender?
Dallas Jones over to Hayley Lewis-Howell. Lauren Evans will take that longer shot. And it just goes over, but Dallas Jones on the rebound, one hand, and does sink that ball. Back in the hands of Sparks.
Caitlin, as you're watching the defence now of
Yeah.
West Wales Phoenix, what would you be saying as, oh, great take that? It's like you were channeling that turnover, weren't you?
Emma Roberts on that turnover.
What does she do so well?
I feel like they're hanging back off their players and they're waiting, they're making them look free. So when we go on, I definitely think, speaking to attack, saying don't stand still, don't think that you're free for that ball, because they're just coming flying in. And the communication with their defence is brilliant. I think they're talking so much.
Absolutely, and it's one of the key things, isn't it?
Yeah, but it seems to be from both sides. It's balls back and 2, a lot.
Very much so, and that's why this game is so tight. 9 plays 8. Oh,
and a replay ball. I think she knew that was going to happen, but it's sometimes decision of, am I going to get it or leave it go?
In your mind, though, in those point moments, would you just leave it and let your teammate will take it just in case?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not sure if you've replayed the ball, girls, I'm sure you agree, you kind of just do everything you can to protect the ball and let someone else try and pick it up, as long as it's not an opposition. If you see the opposition's clearly going to get it, you're better off just picking it up anyway, aren't you? Because it's not going to go to you either way.
Sometimes I think the more confident you look that it's not replayed, the umpire's like, oh, I'll let her off then.
It's the same thing as never look at your feet.
Go with confidence.
Yeah.
Shooters never look at your feet because you're always going to be over the line, aren't you?
Some tricks of the trade for you, peeps. So from mid-range, nice shot there.
And we do have a confirmation here of the changes for Power Sparks. That goal attack comes in Jasmine Barty. And Emily Brooks, like we said, has taken to the bench. And a lovely other shot from Lauren Evans. Another mid-range shot from her. Like we said, she does like that range.
So another turnover. We're all square, 10 apiece, coming up to the 3.5-minute mark of the second quarter. It's the FleetEV National League. We're in Bangor University for competition day 1. As Jones puts another on the board for West Wales Phoenix. They now take the lead, 11. And you would expect that from the team that came 4th last year, up against a newbie in Power Sparks, but they're not giving up. They're still in this and so quick off that rebound. Sims at goal defense, now helping an attack.
And there goes Jess Thomas again on that turnover. She's tracking her players so well. Unfortunately, just a little drop of the ball there from Emma Roberts at goal defense.
Jordan just giving Parks a little hug.
Jordan is the daughter of the coach at Wales Phoenix.
Oh.
Coach, one of the assistant coaches, Wendy Lewis, one of Welsh netball's greatest players. A little hero of Welsh netball, Wendy Lewis there. Oh. Sarah Jordan is one of her daughters.
Ah, royalty in the blood.
Oh, Welsh netball royalty in Wendy Lewis. And another coach for West Wales Phoenix is Rhian Davis, who's currently the under-17s Welsh coach, has been for a number of years now.
Yeah, she's assistant coach, and head coach is Nicola Roberts. Lewis Howell is there to pick up the rebound at centre, making sure she did not go away in case her teammates needed her, and they did need her.
So and now it's 12 apiece here between Sparks and Phoenix.
Such a close game with a minute and a half left, and another turnover. Defence is rocking it, girls.
Yeah. Communication is key, and they are smashing that.
Oh, no replay ball called there for Chloe Evans. She was confident in picking that one up, girls. But Phoenix have turned the ball over.
A little more settled this time, but the shot just going off the back from Jones.
So for Jones there, Becca, what would you have said regarding her shot? Is there anything that you would change? What's going on with the shot there for Phoenix?
I think sometimes I know it's such a close game, sometimes you then hesitate, and that can get in your head so quickly. So I think it's just, if you're not 100% confident, it's just to reset it, because you know that your wing attack and your centres are waiting there for you. But it's nice to see that. I feel there's a lot more confidence going in that circle now. I know it's good to see, because I know Lauren, she did her ACL, didn't she, last year? So it's nice to see her back playing, because we used to play in academy together years and years ago, and Rhian was the coach back then. So
everyone's coming together in this competition,
yeah, it is
isn't
nice
it?
Because you don't see these people that much anymore, and then when you come back to something like this, it gets you all back together.
Nice. Well, tell us a little bit about Rhian.
So she was my first. She worked with Bev Powell at the time, my first under-17s coach, probably about many years ago now, and she was really, really supportive, really good.
Nice.
I really enjoyed my time in the academy. So.
Well, we're going to pick that up, because we're 5 seconds left of this second quarter. And the break-in called, but that is a 12 to Power Sparks and a 14 to West Wales Phoenix. That quarter was just back and forth, back and forth. We saw West Wales Phoenix finally take the lead, but Power Sparks not letting them get too far.
Absolutely not. You know, West Wales Phoenix have really come back on that, and they've managed to show that they do deserve. They did deserve that 4th place position last year, and they're showing Sparks that, you know, who they are in this competition. But like you said, Sparks being the newbies, they're showing as well why they deserve to be here, and they are pushing them to their extreme level. And a really nice play between both teams, and they're settled a bit more now in that second quarter. It's not as rushed, it's not as panicked netball, and it's really nice to see those combinations. And like Caitlin said, the communication between both teams is really nice.
Yeah, well, that communication is especially frying for the defence, as we've been talking about. Caitlin, as a defender, we talked about how good the communication is, but what else is needed to be a good defender?
I would say you've got to discuss beforehand what your strategy is going to be. Are you going to be man on? Are you going to zone? Are you going to just drop off or push up? And I feel like we tend to play quite man on. And I played with Tash in that last quarter, and I think that works a lot better because she's got that tall shooter, and she is better staying on her than I am, being 5'5". I'm not going to be able to get up for them. So just discussing what you're going to do for the game is super important, knowing so you're working as a defensive unit and not just on your own.
Yeah. Well, because you started at wing defence and then moved into goal defence in that last quarter.
Yeah.
As you say, 5'5", and then we were talking in commentary. We're like, well, that's pretty short to goal defence.
We are saying
but
a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, my elevation isn't too bad. So.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So very good going, very good going. That's Caitlin Jones, wing defence and goal defence from North East Inferno. And Becca Hughes also joining us from North East Inferno after playing that very first game. For Paris Sparks and West Wales Phoenix, Paris Sparks new to the league.
Yeah.
What have you seen from them that you're enjoying?
I think they're starting to get into the game a lot more now and trusting each other in terms of the attacking end. I think it's because it's such a close game, you do sort of hesitate and think, oh, should I give that ball? But I think it's just about having faith in each other and knowing we've trained for this, so I'm going to give that pass. But saying that as well, you need to use your resets if you think it's not going to work. So I think it's just nice to see them working together and doing what I feel like they've done at training and just having faith in each other and going for it and thinking we can keep going in this and we can pull away from it.
Yeah, indeed.
Absolutely. And what team would you think what game are you most looking forward to this season? Is it to try and snatch back the one that you lost last year that made you feel a bit bitter, or which game is your kind of one that you're really gunning for?
I think for us it's a point to prove, isn't it? I think from being up north and there is a lot of travel involved, I think we do want to come out and we do want to prove that why we deserve to be the winners. I think last year it was a tough pill to swallow because I think we'd beaten them in the round robin, hadn't we?
Yeah.
And then to go into that final, then I think it was tough to take. But it makes you want to learn better, doesn't it? It makes you want to go again next year and think, right, we are going to hopefully win it this year, but we'll see about that. We've still got a few games to go, haven't we?
We do indeed. We're at Bangor University here today for competition day 2. We go to Ebervale, and competition day 3 is in the House of Sport in Cardiff. That's Saturday the 20th of July. Ebervale is Saturday the 22nd of June, and then the big one, finals day, is on Sunday the 21st of July. So as I say, we're in Bangor University for the FleetEV National League. Currently on the court for game 2 is Powys Sparks versus West Wales Phoenix. After that half-time break, the teams are eager. They are already set up to go for the third quarter. Umpires...
They're saying, give us a bit of a break.
Give us a bit of a break.
Down.
You know, and trying to choose which ball they want to use. You want to have a best ball, especially as a shooter, Becca.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
all
we
about
were
the
saying
ball.
before, the ball was quite slippy on our match. I felt like I was going to drop it. Don't know if it's all
the same. The girls were dropping the ball here,
Yeah.
weren't they? And they were.
Maybe
I
we
said
do
the
need a
ball
new
was
ball.
slippy.
Well, the umpires have picked one.
There we go. Hopefully
And
this one will be better.
Lucy Morgan and Tracy Young, they set up as we await the start of the second half.
No changes on the court for West Wales Phoenix, but Powys have made some more changes. So Chloe Evans will move into wing defence. Shia Holmes into the centre, so a little swap there. And Emily Brooks is back on the court as wing attack.
And we're off. Powys Sparks in orange, attacking to the left. Score 12 to Powys Sparks, 14 to Northwest Phoenix. Phoenix having taken that lead in the latter part of the second quarter. Sparks in the hands of Parks brings it back to 1 the difference.
First goal, always important, isn't it, in the start of the quarter. Oh, what another take from Jess Thomas. She's on fire this game. Every ball, she tracks her players so well. Jess Thomas plays in Division 1 in the West Wales League for Morganite. And a take their turnover for Mary Bailey.
She's screaming for someone to come towards her and help out is Bailey.
Emma Roberts just called for contact there. And a little dink pass from Barty to Parks.
Next, Parks again, under the post. Makes it 14 apiece. Such a tight game on our hands.
Evans having 3 passes there to make her split just a little bit closer to her range.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, girls, is there? Becca,
No,
we've got your
wrong.
range?
No.
We know you like a long shot, Becca. You're not
I
much
try.
of
It doesn't always go in.
You're amazing at the long ball.
We love a good long bomb.
I think it's nice to have a tall shooter in the circle like Molly, because you know if I miss, hopefully she'll be able to get the rebound.
Nice drive through court.
Oh.
West Wales Phoenix, every single one of you. Well done on that through court. Quick, direct, to the point, and it's finished off.
Great screen by Evans there as well for Dallas Jones, and might have taken her 2 attempts, but she did get it in the net. Just out of the range for Ellie J. Jones.
Evans was there to help out, but it still falls in Powers. Sparks' hands.
Roberts get that little tip on that. It's Powers to throw in.
Head coach Trish Sterling and assistant coach David Lindley on the bench. They'll be given, well, they would have given the halftime talk, and you can just see them still giving instructions as the game is going along.
Powers
Nice
Sparks.
deep drive.
Roberts being floored there by Jasmine Barty, but nice contested play.
Well, she's played since she was 4 years old, so she's got a lot of netball knowledge in her. She's got a lot of netball grit, I would imagine, and she's back up. She says she's okay.
Little twerk of the ankle and she's fine. Lovely turn from Lewis Howell and a lovely straight ball into Evans. Just off the side of the ring.
Bailey at goalkeeper, so hot on any little mistake that Phoenix are making. Get another deep ball in.
Phoenix working the ball a little bit better at the moment from the defensive third into the middle third, but it always seems to be that forced ball, isn't it, from the middle third into the attacking third. So I think it breaks down a little bit from here in this attacking third, but they do manage to get the ball to their shooters. Katie Parks on this shot. Just short on that one.
She took a step in on the first shot. Second one, she has to take a step back. And we've got some big Power Sparks supporters in the crowd. Love to see it. And it's just great to see that they sold out today. Like, such a big step up.
Absolutely sold out.
You players aren't even allowed to be in here, are you?
I know.
You're
Sold out crowd.
up on the balcony because we've got so many more fans coming
People
in.
queuing at the door to come in and watch you guys today.
It's great to see the
It is,
rise
yeah.
in the sport, isn't
Yeah,
it? And
no,
that you have to have
definitely.
so much backing.
Yeah. It does make a huge difference having that support on the sideline.
Lewis Howell worried she was going to get called for footwork there, I think, looking at the umpire for a plead of help. Here goes Evans with a long shot. Obstruction called.
Evan gets the chance to reset. Goes on to 1 foot and swoosh.
Everyone loves those shots that does not hit the rim. Straight
straight
into
in.
the net, isn't it? It's a lovely shot.
And you're talking about her returning from an ACL. Doesn't look like it's affecting her
No.
at all as she nets another. Injuries make you stronger when
Yes,
you come
they do.
back.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Speaking from personal ACL.
Indeed, me too.
Oh, every injury makes you stronger on court, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really does. So Sparks, sponsored by Butte Energy, bringing this ball down through the court. Oh, that
Jordan.
one not quite on.
Jordan did get a hand on that, but Katie Parks calls for contact. Oh, I think Lauren Evans even said that ooh word then at the same time, getting that ball. But there it does. She's found her rhythm now, hasn't she, Evans?
Yeah.
She's sinking them left, right and centre. But it's still only 2 in this game. It's still a close game, isn't it? 19 plays 17.
So tight. That defensive pressure we saw in the first half still on. But now I think the attacking ends have started to find a little bit more connection as well.
Absolutely.
That missed shot gives Power Sparks the chance to bring this one back to a 1-goal game. Coming up to the 3-minute mark left of this third quarter of this second game. Great take
By Barty on that one.
Second
And
time
it's
Barty. The
Again.
Newton and District Netball Club goal attack. Started in defence.
Yep.
Now she's moved into the shooting end.
I mean, she's doing a great job, isn't she?
Indeed.
A lot of shooters and defence play the same position, don't they? It's very easy to kind of switch between the both. I mean, I've played both defence and shooters, and it's you kind of play the opposition, don't you, really? And it's something that's quite easy to do.
Definitely. Well, it was funny. When I was doing my A-levels, for England, I played goal attack. For school, I played goal defence. I think they were trying to make me get better at defending.
Yeah. Well, every player's a defender, aren't they? That's what everyone says. You've got to defend.
Exactly. All 7 defenders,
Yeah.
all 7 attackers.
Yeah.
Sparks again trying to find their way through the West Wales Phoenix at defence. Working that ball around. Brooks being a bit of a playmaker in there at the moment. And Barty sinks it.
Emily Brooks, she'd moved from goal attack to wing attack, and like you say, she's really been that catalyst in that attacking end.
She is. She's very versatile, Emily Brooks, and she has got a great shot on her. But again, she is one on the shorter side to be in that circle, and against the taller defenders, or ones like Caitlin who have got a great jump on them. She might, be a little bit more of a competition against her. But as a wing attack, she has great movement through the court.
And playing shooter means that she knows where the shooters want the ball, so she's able to give those feeds in. They get advanced in the circle. Power Sparks, chance to go one ahead, and they do. They nail it with Jasmine Barty at goal attack, and it's their centre pass.
Oh, again, Jess Thomas on fire today.
She is reading that game so well.
But turnover here. I think was it a short pass called or a replay between Jones and Evans?
So the last minute of this third quarter, Power Sparks, Butte Energy Power Sparks with ball in hand, trying to get it down to their shooting circle, having to go back to the line. Good defensive pressure from West Wales Phoenix, but Sparks still have ball in hand. And they get the contact call in the circle. Oh,
30
that
seconds
pressure.
is a lot of time, isn't it? You can do a lot in 30 seconds. They can
And
move
if
the
they
ball
nail
around.
this,
Oh,
two in front.
2 ahead. And it's West Wales Phoenix's centre pass. They'll need to score this to come within 1.
15 seconds on the clock. She goes from range. She goes from distance. Oh, just misses out as it hits the ring. But there's still time, as you say.
There's still time.
Oh, wow.
And Sparks have the ball. They'll just keep it now for possession. And there goes the whistle.
Wow, just 2 goals separating us in this second game of the FleetEV National League. Power Sparks, the newbies into the competition versus West Wales Phoenix. Power Sparks 22, Phoenix 20.
Oh,
Elan.
what a quarter. We're going Sparks in the lead, then we're going Phoenix in the lead. I think Sparks must have scored 10 goals in that one as well, which is, in 10 minutes, it's not as easy to do, is it, really? Because you haven't got as much time as you have in a normal quarter of netball. And Phoenix scoring 6 on that one. So Sparks definitely deserving the lead, but both teams giving it everything on that court. And the turnovers are stunning, aren't they? And the long shots, oh, it's beautiful to watch.
So beautiful. Let's go to our guests. We're really delightful and grateful that we've got 2 Northeast Inferno players joining us in this commentary. With all the turnovers, Caitlin Jones.
Yeah.
As a mid-quarter.
Yes.
Lungs, right?
Oh God, yeah. You've got to have the fitness for it.
What do you say to your attackers? So Becca Hughes as a goal attack for defence. If your shooters and your attackers aren't making and taking advantage of those amazing turnovers that you do get, what do you say to them?
Do you know what? I wouldn't get annoyed about it.
I think I did do one. I caught the ball in the middle and I think I just threw it. And I thought, why did I do that? I think you turned it over and I just threw it and I was like, oh, sorry, Caitlin.
I just think it's about as soon as you give the ball away, as long as everyone is getting back on in defence, because like you say, everyone is an attacker, everyone is a defender at some point, you don't really mind. Yeah. So as long as I can see you're making an effort to get it back, it's fine.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone, like I said, everyone's attacking, everyone's defending. They're helping you out on defence. Becca's scoring some amazing long-range balls.
Yes.
You're doing some amazing intercepts, getting those hops, those jumps in. Everyone's doing their job, then everyone's happy.
Yeah, exactly that.
I mean, it's a pressure position, is it, being a shooter? Like and everyone's always like, well, it's on the shooters to get the ball in, but we did choose those positions. Like it's a choice you've made, but sometimes it can get, when you've thrown that ball away or you've missed that shot after such an amazing turnover, it can get a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, and sometimes you just don't, when someone's turned over a ball, you almost don't expect it in a way, and then when it comes to you, you just automatically panic and just throw it away. And I'm like, Caitlin's worked so hard to turn that over, and then here I am. But again, with a missed shot, I always find if the ball's had to work hard to get down there, there's more pressure on you to shoot then, and then that can sometimes get in your head and then you miss and then you think, oh. So I think it's just about calming the game down. After a turnover, reset, go again, and then shoot from where you're comfortable.
Perfect. Love that answer. As we now head in to the last quarter of this second game of the FleetEV National League, Powys Sparks versus West Wales Phoenix. Powys Sparks in orange and black if you're just joining us. And they will take the centre pass with Kia Holmes. Oh, there's the defensive pressure from attacker, but she was a little bit too close. Just a little bit.
You always hope you can get away with them. I always do.
It's all about the pressure, though, isn't it? And she really wanted to get her hands on that ball. But here goes Katie Parks for the first shot of this quarter. And she sinks it. Just looking for any changes on the court now.
Few come through as we just wait, but one thing that hasn't changed is goalkeeper Mary Bailey.
Absolutely.
She is flying.
Goal shooter for West Wales has now changed. We've got Rachel Griffiths in our goal shooter for West Wales, another Saucepans player. Lauren Evans has moved into the goal attack position, one of her other positions that she plays. Especially coming back from an ACL, playing goal attack can be something that's quite daunting, can't it, really?
It really can.
And Dallas Jones, the previous goal attack, has moved into wing attack. And for Powys Sparks, changes in wing attack. Becky Mumby has come on at wing attack, and Emily Brooks has gone to the bench.
Oh, great chase down, but unable to keep that ball in.
Here goes Sarah Jordan with the back line. Lewis Howell have been working so hard in the middle, trying to move that ball around the court.
Nice, strong take from Rachel Griffith. As you say, she's just come onto the court and she nets through the ring. Goal shooter for West Wales Phoenix.
Phoenix adding a little bit of height now into the circle. You know, Evans is not short, but she's not the tallest of shooters. Rachel Griffiths having a little bit more height in there. So again, like we were saying, they were the North East girls, about changing that game dynamic now of adding that extra bit of height in the circle.
Yeah, and I definitely think it affects the opposition as well in their defence, because now they've got to change how they were previously playing in the last quarter, so it could end up putting them off and give them an advantage.
So Powys Sparks with a 2-goal advantage, can't capitalise on that position of play, gives the ball back to West Wales Phoenix.
Jess Thomas managed to get 2 attackers in there with her then. Dallas Jones free as a bird.
On one foot, she takes her time. She nets. She's moved out to goal attack, but she's still firing.
Oh, there was a screen on then from Griffiths, wasn't there? That was lovely. Just let go. And we're back within one here at Bangor University for the FleetEV National League between Sparks and Phoenix. Power Sparks just in the lead again. 23 plays 22.
Barty holds front, but they choose to go over the top. Lewis Howell not connecting with her goal shooter in Griffith. Oh, great drive. She hits the top of the circle, but that final ball into the circle, not on for Lewis Howell.
Dallas Jones doing exactly, she scores contact there. And Roberts having great uptake for that ball there. Went back and up.
The hot potato of this ball is back again. Just need a settler, you would think. Can West Wales Phoenix do it? No,
Nope.
They can't. There's another turnover off the back from Bailey. She gets the rebound.
Phoenix trying to slow the game down a little bit here. And out comes Katie Parks, but again, ball is dropped.
Strong hands. And lovely shot from Jasmine Barty, a goal shooter.
Defensive support coming up for that centre pass.
You've got a freebie, a free player on the edge of the circle there with Becky Mumby, who's just come on in this final quarter. She's got ball in hand now. She's trying to find her teammate. Parks, can she get this rebound? Oh, she challenges well. She goes all the way back to the line, though Mundy was on the circle edge.
She's playing out quite a bit now, Parks, isn't she? She's changed her own game for this quarter.
Get back in the circle, I'd say.
I think the defence had picked up on that overhead that was coming into the shooter, so they were double marking on her, so I feel like she's got no other option now but to start playing it round a bit.
Deep ball from Phoenix. The pass and cut.
Finds the hands of Evans. Contact.
Evans sets herself. Oh, falls short again. Needs a little bit more power from those legs. 24 to Power Sparks, 22 to West Wales Phoenix. This has been so close. We were just 2 points in it after the third quarter. Still 2 points now. Power Sparks, can they bring the difference further? They do. 25 now on the board for the Butte Energy Power Sparks.
I think that's a much better play for Katie Parks, isn't it? Instead of driving out for ball, driving out for space and coming back in for ball. Because if she's driving out for ball, then Sparks are a little bit lost without anyone in the circle. So it's better for her to draw and come back than draw for ball.
There she is in her safe spot, but dropped short.
Jordan and Roberts picking up on that ball.
This time, Evans rolls over,
again.
so overshot this time rather than the under. And she's annoyed with herself, but she's going to get straight back on defense.
I think we're yet to see Rachel Griffiths put up a shot for Phoenix, I think. I'm not sure if we've had a synced shot this one.
I think at the start of the quarter.
Maybe one we had one.
Yeah.
Maybe just settling into this game.
Well, she's got an opportunity now.
Again, as if we planned it.
But this time it falls short and it goes off the back line. So Phoenix still have ball in their possession, but now they need to get it to another shooting opportunity. Quick turn to the post. this time.
There it is.
2 minutes left of this second game in the FleetEV National League. Power Sparks 25, West Wales Phoenix 23 as Sparks go long into the circle.
Great vision there by Chloe Evans into Katie Parks. Still falls a little short for Parks.
Third time, nets through. Phoenix, centre pass. Evans, a little cheeky one to the top of the circle.
Oh, free as a bird in that shooting circle.
Now she's
There
getting
it
more
is.
options.
She's found a rhythm.
Becca, what's changed in that circle in terms of why now the goal shooter is getting more possession?
I think they're working together a lot more. I think Lauren's going in from the front of the circle, which is drawing the players and allowing the shooters to then have that space. So I think it's just working the front, Lauren working the front, and the shooter then can have that little roll to receive and shoot. But I wouldn't like to be a shooter with 48 seconds to go.
Well, as I say, we're in the 43-second mark now. Sparks just nailed another one. 27 plays 24. But Phoenix they want to stay in this game, won't they? Because you can get 2 points for losing within 5 goals, 1 point for scoring more than 50%. So they're currently within 5.
What a turnover from Evans.
They take it back.
Get the ball.
20 seconds left on the clock.
It's feeling a little rushed from Phoenix, but it's to be you can expect it with the clock. Evans looking very annoyed at herself again for that shot. Oh, and another turnover from Dallas Jones.
Jones wanting this one, wanting this score on the board. 2 seconds left. Can she score? Yes,
she can.
Yes, she can. Rachel Griffiths came on in that last quarter at goal shooter. She gets the final goal of this second game of the FleetEV National League. Power Sparks 27, West Wales Phoenix 25. Aileen, they got within 5 goals, so they get 2 points, even though they lost West Wales Phoenix.
Yes, they do. It's one of the, I think it's one of the nice things of the scoring system is that, you work really hard and you really get within, and you work so hard to get within 5 points and you don't get anything. But in this scoring system, you do get some sort of points, and it really adds, doesn't it? Like, you build over all these competition days. You could lose against one game, but come within 2, and it can make a massive difference into the scoring system, like you guys had just seen last year, being so close to being the winners. I know it's bitter. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It still hurts, right?
Yeah, it still hurts.
We're over it now. We're over it.
But no, it is quite a nice system to have to work with. And Phoenix worked so hard, and we saw how close that game was, girls. Like, what were your thoughts of Power Sparks' first time in the competition?
I thought they'd come out really strong. Especially in that first quarter, they were super fast down that court, and I think it's shown in the second quarter they just needed to slow it down a little bit, and they finally found their rhythm towards the end. I thought they played really well. Definitely a team to look at. To look out at.
Well, Becca, Caitlin, thank you so much for joining us in that game. Good luck. You play again next. Who are you playing?
Is it them, is it? Phoenix. We should know the answer to that, shouldn't we?
You are indeed playing Phoenix, and you are playing them in game 6 at 3:25. So we will see you guys on court at 3:25.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Well, the newbies in the competition, Power Sparks, they have come away with their first ever win of the competition, and it was a good one at that against West Wales Phoenix. 27 to Power Sparks, 25 to Phoenix. Our next game, it comes thick and fast. So
I
even
know.
the players have got to park it. We can just see coming onto the court already. City Flames in yellow to take the team bench. They will be up next against our other new team of the league, Coastal Heat, at 11:52.
It's an exciting one.
That's the one you called at the start,
it's an exciting one.
So we
don't want to miss that.
Looking forward to that. Well, we're going to have a little break now, and we will be back just before 11:52 for the third game of the day. This is the FleetEV National League. We will see you shortly. FleetEV National League 2024. After a highly successful inaugural league last year, Year 2 is back bigger and better. If you're just joining us, we have just watched North East Inferno, last year's runners-up, win 44-24 in our first game of the round, and Butte Energy Power Sparks get the history-making first win over West Wales Phoenix. I'm Pamela Cookie, and I'm delighted to be back on the mic with Airline Roberts, Cardiff Met head coach and former Welsh feather. We're also lucky to have some special guests to join us throughout the day, and later in this match we will have Gwenanne Williams and Grace Anderson from Northwest Fury. But first off, we've got the man with the cash. It's Jared Morris, CEO and founder of FleetEV. Jared, so awesome to have you here, so awesome to have you sponsoring this event. Why, first up, did you do it?
No, it's definitely great to be here, and I think, for us as a company, we're really keen on doing social value across the whole of Wales. And when Vicky came to us the opportunity, first of all, we were looking at a team. This is probably down to Vicky's upselling skills, I think, more than anything. But the opportunity for us to make an impact across the whole of Wales was a real thing that we were keen on doing. Women's sport is something that we're keen on really promoting as well, and particularly the grassroots element and the community element of that as well. And this ticks all the boxes for us as a company.
Amazing. Can you tell us a little bit about FleetEV?
Yeah, so FleetEV has been going just over 3 years now, so still a relatively young company. And the main focus of FleetEV was to basically help people switch to electric vehicles. So we help businesses, local authorities, governments, NHS, all basically switch their fleets to electric. We help individuals as well. So we're here to kind of demystify the process of going to electric and make it easier for everyone to switch.
Amazing. Well, you're going to stay with us for this first half of the game, so I'm going to come back to you, but we're just going to get on the screen now the starting sevens, because it's our third game of the day, Coastal Heat versus City Flames. So first up, another newbie is to the league, Coastal Heat. Ellen, talk us through the starting seven.
Oh, Coastal Heat, yeah, another newbie, another exciting team. So Rhian Evans starting off there in goal shooter, a previous Wales player. Rhian Evans also plays runner and for Wales as well, so multi-talented athlete there. Chloe James in at goal attack, another previous Welsh player, under 17s and 21s, also a Cardiff Met alumni. Chloe Evans at wing attack, another Cardiff Met alumni in this team. Megan Thomas in at centre for Coastal Heat. Lydia Grice in at wing defence. Emily Richards in at goal defence. And Sarah Dacey in at goalkeeper. Richards and Dacey, sisters, that you will see on the court. They look very similar, but they're very different players in that one. But yeah, very exciting team for Coastal Heat. Their coaches for this season are Wendy Blethyn, head coach. She's a level 2 coach and a B umpire, so very does know her stuff. Bev Ryan, assistant coach, and Jane James, mother of Chloe James, as team manager.
Nice, thank you. And if we switch now to City Flames came third last year after a slow start in the league, but they managed to come up with that bronze medal in 2023. They're back in action with 8 returning players, but talk us through their starting seven.
So the starting seven this season for City Flames then is Natasha Charles. Tash Charles at goal shooter, playing in the Cherub Angels teams for Division 1 in the Cardiff League. Another previous Cardiff Met alumni, Sarah Bell, quite a well-known player in Wales at goal attack. Another, multiple caps for Wales, multiple World Cups, Cardiff Dragons player, another Cardiff Met alumni. Elise Hayward, Cardiff Met alumni again, coming on the court. I think almost all of these girls are Cardiff Met alumni. Another under 17s, under 21s Welsh player, and Elise Hayward, another Welsh feather there. Megan Richmond Morris in at centre, a Dinas player in Division 1 at Cardiff League, another Cardiff Met alumni. Megan Cooper in at wing defence for the team here, who is a Swansea University alumni, so a little bit of a change there for the team. Tizzy Birchurst in at goal defence. She is another Wales under 17s. Celtic Dragons and now Cardiff Dragons under 17s, and Sarah Bell is her boss at work, so that's a nice little combination there. And Katie Darlow in at goalkeeper, and of course another Cardiff Met alumni.
Cardiff Met alumni in full force here in this EV National League. Back to you, Jared. So you've told us why you've sponsored the event. What have you seen so far?
So I've been here about an hour, so I've seen a really competitive game that we walked in on just now, so there was a really close fought game. From my point of view, the level of competitiveness and the passion that everyone's got is it's really visible on the day, and I think that's really key for building participation as well, and that's something they're really keen on seeing.
Amazing. Well, that's the 30-second whistle for teams to get to the court. Our umpires today, well, no, that was the whistle to actually start playing. Umpires are Danielle Coxey and Becky Scott. As City Flames take the first centre pass, and we are off straight away, and with a turnover from Coastal Heat.
Megan Thomas in there. Coastal Heat trying to prove a point here. Newbies in the season, and they're definitely showing what they've got.
And you were telling me earlier, which part of Wales do they cover?
So Coastal Heat will be covering the part from around about your Neath Talbot area down to your Swansea area before we move into the West Wales Phoenix area of like your Llanelli and across. So it's a smallish area. Previously, if you're an inter-counties underage groups area, would be known as Afon Nedd Tower, or your ANT. But very, very talented group of people in the Coastal Heat area.
Well, Jared, you were telling us earlier you've got a few friends in the Coastal Heat side.
Yes, it's actually my home area. So I was born and bred in Neath Talbot, now living in Cardiff. So yeah, it's put a bit of a grudge match for me actually, because I got a foot in both camps here. But yeah, so two of my school friends, so Sarah Dacey and Ellen Jones, are both playing for Coastal Heat, and Ellen actually lives opposite my grandmother. So yeah, pretty close to home.
Ah, small world. Well, Sarah Dacey, she's in at goalkeeper, and you can just see her under the post now, trying to stop this attacking work from City Flames.
Straight in there to Tash Charles.
Oh, and there's a hoist with her goalkeeper, Emily Richards.
They are the sisters on the court. So again, we'll know each other very well.
Oh yeah, I can now see the resemblance.
There you go.
So Natasha Charles, she gets the first one on the board for City Flames. They're on 1, Coastal Heat on 2.
Oh, unlucky there from Megan Cooper. And a little tip there from Megan Richmond-Morris into Katie Darlow.
And it's turnover central here as we start off this first quarter. Coastal Heat in purple, if you didn't know, City Flames in yellow. But that quick ball, just too much for Coastal Heat. Rhiannon Evans, goal shooter, not on for that ball. Now Heat try and get this ball back. The defensive pressure is on.
Richmond Morris, another one of our ACL club girls. 4 times ACL for Richmond Morris.
Wow.
3 times on one leg, 1 on the other.
That takes some coming back from, and great to see her on the court.
Playing centre. So
insane.
Dedication and commitment from Richmond Morris is something I have definitely in awe of.
And Haywood on the ball at wing attack. Just saw her do a lovely bounce pass into her shooters to get that last goal to level the score. Sarah Bell at goal attack.
Just short on that one. Tash Charles will sink that ball.
So Flames take the lead by 1.
Oh, Chloe Evans almost knocked off the ball there by Katie Darlow.
Second chance, and this time Coastal Heat back to 3 apiece in this third game of the FleetEV National League 2024.
Sarah Bell driving for pocket, but just not gathering that ball. Oh, Richmond Morris being pulled up for contact there.
Now you can just see this pressure that City Flames are putting on, dropped into a zonal defensive
definitely.
style.
Yeah, and you know, with the zone, everyone has to be on, or it's just not going to work. And I think City Flames are a team that are very close knit, and they know exactly what they're doing. So if someone calls a zone, everyone's going to be on a zone, and it works. It's really effective for them.
Ah, great long shot from goal attack of Coastal Heat, Chloe James.
She's another one of our shooters that does like a long shot.
I'm sure I saw her last year, but I can't remember what team.
Yeah, she would have played in either... she could have played for West Wales, she could have played for Cardiff City, or she could have played for Valley Volcanoes, because they all kind of come in that kind of area. So, yeah, she would have been eligible to play for any of them.
Because it's either where you live now or where your parents are from.
Yeah, that's true. So a lot of these girls, so for example, Richmond Morris in the middle there, she's from the West Wales area but has lived in Cardiff for over 10 years. So she's eligible to play for City Flames, for example. Same as Sarah Bell, of course, from the West Wales area but has lived in Cardiff for a very long time. But a lot of these Coastal Heat girls, born and bred, Swansea area, Neath Talbot area. And a 3-second call there from the umpire, Becky Scott, on Rhian Evans.
Well, Birchhurst at goal defence, doing a world of work in that circle, putting that pressure on to force the held ball.
Definitely. Darlow and Birchhurst, they're working together really well. Really nice combination of defence there.
Well, Jared, if we can bring you in, MD and co-founder of FleetEV. So far in this first quarter, we've got 4 minutes left on the clock. Just one goal in it.
Yeah, it's pretty tight, isn't it? So, yeah, I think all the games we've seen so far have been like this. So is this pretty typical compared to last year as well, or?
Well, you're asking me questions now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, last year was awesome. I think we went into the last round and 4 teams were on the same points. So
nice.
It was anyone's to take in going into that last round. So it's been pretty tight, and I'm expecting the same this year. And like you say, we've seen some pretty tight games.
Nice, yeah.
And we always knew this one was going to be a tight, good game, weren't we? We were looking forward to this one. And the teams are not disappointing us.
Nice shot there. 6 plays 5.
Chloe James, the playmaker she's always been, running that ball through the court, and Rhian Evans just sinking it in. I played with James in university myself, so playing with Chloe James is, it's a dream.
So a turnover there from Coastal Heat. They're on 5 goals. City Flames, they're on 7 goals, sorry. City Flames on 5. Just a little contact call there as Rhian Evans tried to pass that ball over. And again, another turnover as we approach the 2 minutes left of this first quarter of our third game.
And an incorrect setting, I believe, on the sideline there for Darlow. So Coastal Heat will take the ball.
Nice hold. Evans, good positioning, nice shot on her.
Yeah, she has a really nice shooting action, Rhian Evans, and she's been a consistent player throughout. She plays as she has always played, and she's always been a consistent player, and it's showing today. The voice of Birchhurst bellowing from the back there. You can hear her calling on all the rest of her players.
But that quick ball, that link that Evans and James have in that circle. Quick shooter pass is working.
It's a lovely ball.
Yeah.
When you play with a shooter like that, it's lovely, isn't it? Because you know that ball's coming to you and you know it's going to come fast. So you better get ready for it.
Always say, you got to have your hands up. If it hits your face, that's your problem.
Well weighted from Richmond Morris there, knowing Dacey was going to jump up for that. And just that tiny little weight.
Coastal Heat 9, City Flames 6. That last one just going through. Tremendous pressure coming through the court from City Flames, but Coastal Heat able to find those gaps. Oh! And she's down. And that's Megan Thomas from Coastal Heat. That doesn't look too good.
Time will continue to run, I believe.
So someone Oh, we don't have injury time?
I don't believe we have injury time.
No injury time, so yes, time will run. But there's just 15 seconds left of this quarter, so a good opportunity for her to just check if she is okay or take medical treatment if needed. But she's being helped off the court, and the crowd give her a great clap as she's been pivotal in terms of helping Coastal Heat get this 9 goals on the board. And there is the buzzer for the first quarter.
It was quite an awkward landing, I think, wasn't it, for her on that one? So we don't know if it's a knee or an ankle, but she will seek medical attention from their primary carer for Coastal Heat.
So a tight first quarter, just 3 goals in it, 9 to Coastal Heat, 6 to City Flames. But again, the newbie is coming out in front.
Oh, it's always the underdog, isn't it? And it's great to see. But yeah, really, really nice levels of play of netball. And we're seeing like defence through court from City Flames. They're putting out a zone. But also I think it's really important for them to know that if that zone is not working or if something's breaking down, to revert back and they have a plan B to work to. And as long as everyone in the team knows that and someone is calling the shots, because you have to have that person that's knowing, you know, we're going to do this instead, or someone's vocal on the court, then it will really work for them. But Coastal Heat, they are really pushing the boundaries on that ball, and we've seen that quick ball from James to Evans, and their defence, you know, Dacey and Richards are so springy in that circle, aren't they? And they're turning over so many balls, so it's just really nice netball to watch, isn't it? It's lovely.
Oh, it really is. Jared Morris, FleetEV CEO and founder. Lovely to watch from your side.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's only probably the second live netball game I've ever been to. So
we've got a new convert in the house.
Yeah, no. So played a little bit actually while I was at college. Actually, probably played against Sarah Dacey. Got hammered every time. Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to be here, and it's great to see such a variety of teams as well. You know, it's not just one team playing. We've got the whole league here, which is really good.
Nice. Well, because you're going to leave us at half time, so we want to get as much info from you as possible. Can you tell the viewers what FleetEV is like and why they need to get involved?
So I think, you know, our general aim with this is to improve education around Go Electric, and the ultimate aim of that is obviously to decrease people's carbon footprint and help the environment. So, you know, we've made a real commitment over the next 18 months to give just under £3 million in social value commitments. So we've done this. We've partnered with 18 primary schools around Wales. We've just done a sponsorship deal with Noah's Ark charity as well. So for the games in Cardiff, a proportion of the ticket sales for these events go to Noah's Ark charity, Children's Hospital in Cardiff. So we're really keen on, you know, we've got a really good business and leveraging our position in this business to actually make a difference as well.
Oh, I love that. That is so good. And so we're so privileged as a netball to have that kind of support coming into our sport. So thank you on behalf of everybody.
No problem at all.
It's been fab having you. Now, I say you're leaving us, but you're not leaving us today. You're just leaving our commentary team. So I just wanted to have the opportunity now to say thank you. And we'll look forward to working with you throughout the rest of the league and hopefully for many, many years to come.
No, definitely. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. So, Airline, as the teams come back onto the court, it was a blinder first quarter from Coastal Heat and City Flames. Daniel Coxey and Becky Scott will get us going again for this second quarter, and it's City Flames with the centre pass.
Some changes to be expected there from Coastal Heat due to that last second injury for Megan Thomas. So we have got Lydia Grice who's moved into centre. And Emily Edwards, another, of course, Cardiff Met alumni, comes on to wing attack. And in wing defence comes another Cardiff Met alumni, Maddie Newton. They're everywhere.
Well, Lydia Grice, vice-captain, as you say, goes to centre. And she will be trying to get the better of Richard Morris.
Lovely ball in there again from James to Evans. And they extend their lead to 3.
Oh, it's your pal.
Oh, Elise Hayward knew where she wanted to put that ball, but Sarah Dacey was all over it.
Just falling short. Chloe James not able to put that ball through the net that time round, and that amazing intercept unable to be capitalised on, but they've got an opportunity now to get it back again as City Flames come in on the attack. They go deep. And she's there again.
The competition in the air between these two in the circle is great, isn't it?
So good to see Charles up against Daisy. I thought Daisy might have just got that front position, but it's gone in Charles's favour.
I think City Flames need to change this up a little bit now. It's obviously not working in the circle for them, is it? Because Daisy is so springy and she will get up on that ball. And they've obviously been working on getting that ball into Charles, but they need to change it up now. Use more of Sarah Bell, because we haven't seen her get on the ball enough, I don't think, in that circle. And she's so talented. So I think they need to change their game plan a little bit more now.
The pressure she's put on again, Daisy. The contact is called on Emily Richards, and a quick shooter ball from Bell. Nice shot. So Coastal Heat 10, City Flames 8. They've got the chance to bring this back to one, but overcut there from Bell, and Hayward could not jump high enough to be able to bring that one in.
Newton finds Grice. Emily Edwards to Evans.
When it works over Coastal Heat, it's so beautiful
it's
to
nice,
see, isn't it? How it comes down that court.
It runs so smoothly for them. Nice pass from James to Evans there. Of course it was.
Of course it was a pass. Well, it wasn't a shot at all. And she gets another pass back from her teammate to then shoot and score.
Oh, she finds great space. Look at that.
What a roll. And that pass, and she's even on the rebound. She has been fully honest. And this is what I remember from her in 2023.
Absolutely.
That work rate, that ability to see space.
She drew that defence away from her before Grice even stepped in the centre circle. So she almost drew defence to line and then took the space. And Evans did that lovely turn away from ball. Oh, it was beautiful. Every coach's dream.
And again, some great defensive work from Daisy. Jared, you went to school with?
Yeah, so went to college with Sarah. So we both studied sports at Neath Talbot College.
What was she like in school? In college?
Yeah, good. Very good at sport. So as you can see.
What was she like as a person? We want to go deep.
She's got a really dry sense of humour, which is quite good. But no, she's a good laugh, Daisy. So, yeah.
Well, she's having a blinder today at goalkeeper.
Good decision there from Emily Richards to let that ball go. As we were talking about earlier, did you let it go? Did you pick it up? Something you notice here with Coastal Heat is every ball they take, they turn post, don't they? They take every ball and turn post, every ball, turn post. And it's something that's really important to do, because just that slight turn to post will firstly take the defender off your back, and secondly look at every option you've got. You've got 3 seconds on the ball, and that's actually quite a long time when you think about it. So it's something that if you look at all Coastal Heat players, they all do it. They will all turn post with ball.
Well, they've got a retired local government officer in their head coach, Wendy Blevin, and a retired assistant head teacher in Bev Ryan as their assistant coach. So discipline there, eh?
Oh, so much discipline. And Wendy Blevin is, well-known name down in Swansea League. She's coached there, and she's played herself. She's a Welsh feather herself, I believe. So, she's very, very experienced, and so is Bev Ryan as well. And they're both on their feet right now when they're obviously very, passionate and excited. So, yeah, netball is in their blood, really.
Well, Blevin, under 21 and the senior Wales netballer, as well as now extraordinary coach, as you've been saying. Oh, from distance. Oh, just rolls out there. But it's picked up by a teammate. Ball just doesn't want to go through the net, but this time round, Rhiannon Evans, Mumbles Netball Club, and 6 Welsh international caps at under 21. She nets.
City Flames just starting to lose patience a little bit here. I think they're starting to, they're not giving as many options in the centre pass. They're not running the lines quick enough. They're not, finding their own space. They're starting to play a little bit as individuals, that they need to find their team balance again. The lead's extended a lot now. Heat are on 14. as compared to Flames is 9. It's not too much. It's not, out of reach. But Flames need to find their balance again.
And
like that wonderful ball. All right, on cue by Elise Hayward.
That is what they're going to need. They're going to need to penetrate into that circle, but then net it as well. As Bell has another opportunity. Great jump in that elevation in the circle from Richards, but it still goes through with a swish. 3 minutes left of the second quarter of the FleetEV National League. Oh, Coastal Heat in purple, City Flames in yellow.
Hayward took a hit there, but she just carried on going as if it was nothing.
She's still going as well, asking for every ball, but she steps into the opposition, but footwork is called on Maddie Newton. Wing defence for Coastal Heat. And the pressure again.
She's just slightly too close to that back line, isn't she? The balls they're putting up, because she's so close to the back line, she has no space to take ball and turn. And then Daisy is all over her. So Tasha Charles needs to just stay a little bit further up into that circle and not move herself. Exactly like Rhian Evans is doing there. She has so much space behind her to take the ball and turn, whereas Charles is a little bit too close to that back line for me.
Better position in there from Charles. She took the front hold, but she didn't land the shot. She took a massive step in. It hit the post and rolled back out again. Coastal Heat 15, City Flames 10. Well running this attacking end.
Well in there from Megan Cooper. She read that from a mile away, didn't she? She was running in for that ball.
Well,
and she's going again.
She's so good. 34 years old. She returned. She was in City Flames last season. Dana's Netball Club.
Yeah.
Dina's.
A lot of girls from Dina's Netball Club playing for City Flames this season.
I will get my pronunciations better by
the end of this. You're doing well. Another one there. Tizzy Birchhurst, Dina's player. So is Elise Hayward. Great ball there from Birchhurst.
Just what you were talking about, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
To sit a little bit higher in that circle from Natasha Charles and then play herself in if needs be. That was textbook right there.
Yeah, because that force ball in for her is just not working because she just shuffles herself back a little bit too much.
Unlucky there from Darlow. She came out to try and confuse the space, but then going over her head, goalkeeper for the City Flames.
I think that's what James and Evans are so good at doing, is confusing that space for you. I mean, James will run circles around you and thinking that you've got the space, but Evans is just scot-free in the circle waving for the ball. It's so nice to watch.
Is that more than we want to see more from Birchhurst, Tizzy Birchhurst, in goal defence?
Yeah, in goal defence, I think at the minute, I think she's doing too much because Chloe James will just keep running and running and running and do all the work. But as for Birchhurst, if she does too much and she's doing too much up the court, she will just tire herself out and they will just keep running circles around her. So she needs to hold herself back.
Switching up the game plan a little bit, potentially in this half-time break for City Flames. Jamila Abbott, head coach, will have lots of words. She's so experienced as a Welsh international herself and Cardiff Dragon back in the day. Celtic Dragon back in the day, now Cardiff Dragon. It is 12 to City Flames, 16 to Coastal Heat. The new kids on the block, Coastal Heat, are running the show so far.
It's absolutely lovely, isn't it? And like we just saw with Power Sparks, they came in, another new team in here, and they showed what they could do. So we are seeing that as well from Coastal Heat, and they are a team to watch. The amount of experience we've got in that team is absolutely lovely. And yeah, as we said, Jamila Abbott, the head coach there for the City Flames. Sian Thomas, the assistant coach, is also on that coaching bench. Another really experienced coaching team on that side. And I'm sure both coaching teams now will be saying to their players to just calm the game down a little bit. It is getting a little bit feisty out there. And I believe City Flames need just to change a little bit of their game up. They need to make sure they have that options in the circle and not just forcing that ball in. But Coastal Heat, they should be so happy with this performance so far. They are playing so well.
So they should be indeed the team in purple. Well, we talked about earlier, we had some special guests joining us throughout the day, and our next duo is Northwest Furies, Gwenanne Williams and Grace Anderson. Ladies, thank you for joining us. It was a tough start earlier today. Not quite the win you would have wanted. You were up against Northeast Inferno. It was 24-44, but you did get some points though. You were in there, you got those, was it 1 point?
Yeah, well, we were very happy actually with our performance, weren't we? We had our own team targets that we wanted to hit, and we hit those successfully. So at the end of the game, we were happy. We had smiles on our faces. It was a physical game. We expected nothing less. You know, they're a really experienced team. Most of the starting 7, I think 6 out of the 7 started last year as well. So yeah, they're used to playing with each other, and no, we were very happy, weren't we?
Yeah, it was definitely about the little wins for us, and we had so much takeaway from that game and going to the next one, so yeah.
Yeah, indeed, because they had 11 returning from 2023 in their matchday squad. You guys, 7 returning from last year. What's it like coming back into the fold?
Oh, I'm loving it. Yeah, we've got a few of the young ones coming up as well in the 12, which is good, and you know they're going to thrive off this experience and definitely gain some confidence, momentum going into the next tournaments and the next games as well.
So for you, Grace, that first game, is this your, which, did you play last?
Yeah, I was part of last year
Exactly,
as well.
yeah. I thought I recognised you from last year.
Yeah.
For you, being out on the court, back in the green, is that so special?
It's just great, like, we're a real family this year. I feel like we're all so connected, we all get on so well. It's so nice to be part of that environment where everyone's supporting, we're all shouting, we're egging each other on. It's just great.
Yes.
And what's it like being able to play here in Bangor, in your hometown? Most of us like back home in Bangor. It's a nice environment, isn't it? Having supporters.
It is lovely, and we've got so many faces on the side. The young ones as well. This is all for them, all for Northwest. To inspire and to try and make Northwest proud. We've worked hard, and yeah, that's what we aim to do, make them proud. Yeah.
Oh, you're definitely making them proud. Well, you came 5th last year, getting that last win in the finals. How good was it to just see that progression as you went through the season?
Yeah, I definitely think it was a challenge for us last year, but to build throughout and then come back, we've got so many positives to go off of, and like the team are just all so happy and positive. It's just such a nice feeling this year, yeah.
Oh, it's great to see you guys. Like you say, the smiles that are out there and putting those the performances. Yes, no, you didn't get the win, but there's so many good things in that game that you were able to take from it. If we flip it up to, you've been watching, obviously you're here all day, you've got 2 games, you've got another game coming up. What have you seen from the other teams?
So we're against the Orange Ones, Powys, next. So I think we got to watch the last half of that game. Yeah, so we've been eyeing them up. We've got our targets ready for that game. So we're focusing on those targets and looking forward and very excited for that game, yeah.
Amazing. Well, you guys are going to join us for this second half, are you? So feel free to chip in and I'll throw some questions your way as we go through. So we're still here, Coastal Heat versus City Flames for game 3 of the FleetEV National League. Scores currently stand at Coastal Heat 16, City Flames 12. It's the new team on the block, Coastal Heat in purple, that are leading this game so far, but it's not much in it, just 4. And you would think, Airline, there'd be a little few changes or talks at half-time, but we can see some personnel changes which we'll run through.
Absolutely, yeah. So there are some changes on the court here for Coastal Heat. Chloe James has gone back into goal shooter position, and Chloe Evans has moved into the goal attack. Previously was on as a wing attack in the first quarter. And for City Flames, we have Olivia Brown on as the goalkeeper position. And Elise Hayward has moved into centre and has swapped with Megan Richmond-Morris, who has gone into the wing attack position.
And off the back, that change in defence for City Flames gets a turnover. Olivia Brown at goalkeeper, but it's one straight back from Coastal Heat. And Chloe at goal attack. Chloe Evans moved from wing attack.
2 Chloes in there. Again, not on the shorter side as a goal attack. We're not against it, but it does sometimes help, doesn't it? Especially when Gwenanne, you're one of the taller shooters that we have in this competition. It always helps to have that height in there, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. So Chloe, the goal attack, is a very good game player around the circle edge, and Chloe is a good long bomber as well. So both of them, that's a nice pair up there. Good hands from Tizzy there.
Chloe James takes the front position, just drops short, but another great turnover in that defensive end from Olivia Brown.
Olivia Brown, goalkeeper for City Flames, and under 18s Cardiff County player.
Oh, she plays goal shooter and goalkeeper. We talked earlier, didn't we, about that versatility of players at different ends.
She's definitely one to watch. She's an upcoming player, and I've seen her play in the Cardiff League, and she's very versatile, but also a very, very good player. Maybe a potential Cardiff Met alumni, you never know.
Well, are you recruiting?
Oh, always recruiting, always recruiting.
Chloe Evans, this is the shortest in that circle. She gets one on the board. 19 to Coastal Heat, 13 to City Flames. Elise Howard, she's moved from wing attack to centre. Potentially just give a little bit more engine in that. Well, she swapped positions.
Swapped with Megan Richmond Morris there. And, you know, they both play both positions really, really well. But I think Richmond Morris tends to move around as a wing attack. As a wing attack, she moves around that circle edge a little bit more, whereas Hayward tends to go deep into pocket quite often. Whereas when Hayward is in centre, she controls the game really well, and she can move through, and she's very, very quick on ball. She has quick passages of play, quick passages of ball. So different styles of play, but doing the same thing in different positions.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
You two both play in the shooting end.
Yeah, shooting and a little bit of defence sometimes.
A little bit of defence as well. What's it like playing together?
Yeah, look, I think we've got a good combination. You're a bit of a long bomber, aren't you? And I tend to hide under that post. So that works well when we play together, yeah.
Nice. Well, that's Gwen-Anne Williams and Grace Anderson from Northwest Fury in with us in the commentary box. We'll be trying to pull a little bit of insight from there. So now we know it's mainly attacking end for Grace. Gwen-Anne, you flow around a little bit of the court, wherever they put you.
Having coached Gwen-Anne, I think she's definitely a great defender. I do have to say.
Oh, everyone's being too polite here now. Okay, right.
It's interesting though, because most of these City Flames players all come from the same club, don't they? So a lot of Dinas players here, so they're used to playing with each other. So that should work in their favour, hopefully now for the second half, for them to hopefully bring it back.
Yes, Dinas, also Cherub Angels, Natasha Charles, she plays there, and Central for Sarah Bell. Yeah. But you're right, the majority are from Dinas.
It does work the same though for Coastal Heat. A lot of them pay for Pontardawe in Coastal Heat. A lot of them do work, or for Treforest, Mumbles. So it kind of does work on all teams really. You have that mixture like we saw for West Wales Phoenix. We have a majority 3 teams who tend to be like the ones that top teams in the league. So it does shine through and does show through. And Tash Charles, she has played on a couple of teams, and when you play in a league against each other, you do get to know everyone's team, don't you? And Gwen-Anne, you play down in Cardiff, don't you, in the Cardiff League? So
so I play with most of these City Flames girls in Dinas. So yeah, I've got some insights already on them before our game against them.
So a reminder of the competition. Each team will play 2 games each day. So today we're in Bangor University. For day 2, we'll be in Ebbw Vale on Saturday, the 22nd of June. Day 3, House of Sport in Cardiff on Saturday, the 20th of July. And the finals day, also at the House of Sport in Cardiff on the 21st of July. So much netball to come your way, even just today. But these teams will get an opportunity to keep developing those combinations, getting used to each other again, ready to fire in those final days.
Also opportunity to to watch each other and get our notes down,
Always learning, always learning.
Well, Coastal Heat have now extended their lead from 21 over plays 17 for City Flames, 18 for City Flames. Always on cue. It's wonderful, isn't it? Tash Charles has changed the game up a little bit now, but she's still a little bit close to that back line.
So turnover on defence for City Flames, and Hayward at centre goes back to her goalkeeper. Ooh, They want us
Edwards.
to play too.
Edwards joining us there at the commentary table.
Bell comes out nice and strong, takes the contact. She lops the ball and heads back into the circle, but she's well covered there from Megan Thomas, Coastal Heat.
Great vision. Again, that fast passage of ball that we were talking about from Hayward. She saw Sarah Bell's run as she was taking that ball, so to give that fast ball into Bell.
Elise is playing with a hot potato all the time. She just lets go of the ball so quickly, just feeds it in. I love it, love it.
Elise Hayward has definitely got great vision.
Charles looks down at the feet just to make sure a defender's sleeper, but it's put her off. You need to just focus on the shot.
Focus on your shot. Don't worry, but leave the umpire do that job, because it will put you off. And the umpires are doing a great job here today, aren't they? And they're such an important part of the game. And, you know, on court sometimes we might not give them as much credit as we want to, because, you know, everyone has a little bit of a gripe for an umpire, but we have got really high quality umpires here today.
Do you have, and we wouldn't be able to have our game without them, to keep it. Danielle Coxey and Becky Scott running this game for us. Front hold again there from Charles, being successful. This time she net it. Oh, it rolls around the ring, but then drops through.
And only one in it now. Flames have managed to bring this game right back to the excitement of 1 point. Coastal Heat.
So quick.
We'll try and... Oh, Olivia Brown on to try and tip that ball. But James will get another try.
You'd put money on Chloe James putting that one through the net in a pressure situation.
Absolutely. Morris finding pocket nicely. Just waiting for Charles getting the contact call against Dacey. Sarah Bell
defensive
winning
work
the ball
rate from the goal attack. So good from there. Grace, that's something you like to see, eh?
Oh, definitely, yeah, 100%. It's great to see your attacking players get on the defensive straight away.
How good are you at those attacking defenders?
Oh, I used to be a goalkeeper as well, like Gwen on, so yeah, we like to get a good flyer and intercept.
Nice, love that.
And they take advantage of that, City Flames, don't they? And they're right back in it.
21 to City Flames, 22 to Coastal Heat.
Whatever Jamila Abbott and her team said to City Flames at half-time, it definitely made a difference.
Definitely did. Head coach Jamila Abbott has said, former Welsh feather. Oh. And Dacey, a goalkeeper. She has been so good when she's been on that front positioning. But Coastal Heat unable to then bring that ball safely through the court. Give City Flames another opportunity with 30 seconds left on the clock in this third quarter of our third game.
And that ball just a bit too much on it from Richmond Morris, so Maddie Newton will pick it up.
That was a great step change on the edge of the circle from Emily Edwards at wing attack.
She's another one, you know, she's another previous Welsh player, under 15s, under 17s, 21s. You know, she's a really important part of this team, and the way she runs that circle edge, she finds pocket, her change of directions are so sharp. You miss it if you blink. It's wonderful.
And that finishes off the third quarter. This game is going so quickly. It is tight in there. 21 to City Flames, 23 to Coastal Heat. City Flames, at that halftime break, they came out gunning.
Oh, they came out on a different level, didn't they? But obviously, they've had that chat at halftime and they wanted a different change of pace. And they put Elise Hayward into centre position. Obviously, plays a different game to Richmond Morris in the middle. And that, I think, changed their passage of play, changed the way they play the game. And she's so fast and speedy on the ball. And she knows where the ball is going before she's turned ahead. And that makes such a difference. And I think Tash Charles did change her game up a little bit there in the shooting circle. But again, towards the end of the quarter, reverts back to just dropping back to that back line. So we need her to keep staying a little bit further up in the centre, in the circle. And I think it will really help City Flames. But Coastal Heat did not take their foot off the gas, did they? And their play through court, like we were just saying, Emily Edwards is short and she's sharp and she's efficient. And James in the circle has not stopped being on fire.
At goal shooter or goal attack, right?
Both of them. Yeah, both of them.
Ladies, from your point of view, the first 3 quarters of this game. Can I get a prediction of who's going to win?
I mean, before the game, I said Coastal Heat. Like, just seeing them warm up, they seem so focused, and I kind of want the new teams to get in there as well and get a good point on the board. So yeah, I'm going Coastal Heat.
For the underdog, eh?
I'll probably back up City Flames. I think I'm going to have to, just because I play with most of them. I think their experience, and they know each other so well from playing with each other in the club. I think that might edge the win at the end. Yeah.
Okay,
We'll
so
see.
from Grennan, it's City Flames. From Grace, it is Coastal Heat. Okay, we've got one each in each camp. I'm not going to ask you, because we're going to keep neutral.
Yeah, of course we are.
But going into this last quarter now, for City Flames to take down this 2-goal deficit that they've currently got, what is it that they need to do?
It's one turnover, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's one turnover. So you have to score your possession. That's 50% possession. You have to score the centre passes that you're given. And if you get one turnover, you're on drawing level playing field. And after that, it's all about the defensive turnovers. It's all about keeping your head, keeping your ball. And once you turn over the ball, don't give the ball away. Because we all know that first turnover you get, the first ball you throw after that is the statistically most ball that you're going to give away. So you have to keep level-headed. And I think that's what City Flames need to focus on.
So level-headedness needed from City Flames. Coastal Heat to keep that consistency and connectivity.
Absolutely. I mean, they're channeling the ball through court so well. They manage to find each other. They have great space, and they manage to weave through the City Flames defence so well. So yeah, they'll be great now coming onto this one. And I think we have one change in here for Coastal Flames. We have Ellen Jones coming into the centre position. And we also have a change at goalkeeper for Coastal Flames. So coming in at goalkeeper now is Olivia Hollis.
So Stacey Dacey gets a rest and moves to the bench as Olivia Hollis comes on at goalkeeper. She's been at Celtic Dragons, Wasps, 7 Stars, and Team Bath. So she's had a lot of Super League experience.
A very, very experienced player in Olivia Hollis. And also in Ellen Jones, played Division 1 very often, played in Pontardawe Club under Wendy Bledden for many years.
And she was at West Wales Phoenix last year.
Yes, she was, yeah. So she is, again, on that border of being able to play for either teams before the creation of Coastal Heat. Experienced player. Ellen Jones plays centre wing defence. Is known to go into goal defence if needed. But, yeah, very good player, Ellen Jones.
So that's 2 on the bounce for Coastal Heat. They come into this last quarter straight on it, 25. And with their centre bars, but they fire it straight into hands of Olivia Brown, who came on in that 3rd quarter.
Lovely vision there from Morris to Hayward.
Oh, nice pop there from Sarah Bell. And her teammate Charles makes sure. So that's one off Coastal Heat's centre pass.
So that turnover they managed to secure. And now it's the other Daisy against Tasha Charles. There we are. 23 plays 25. Back into 2.
Well worked from Coastal Heat. Being patient with the ball. They do go long, but that pressure there from Olivia Brown, just putting them off a little bit. Now, she's a part-time vehicle delivery driver and a model.
I mean, she can do it all.
When I heard that, I was like, very different ends of the spectrum, but great from her.
I mean, get someone that can do and someone, it's perfect, isn't it? She's a doer.
She's a doer.
Yeah, and she looks great.
And she looks great.
Obviously.
And she's playing well on the netball
And she's
court.
a great netballer. All-rounder is what we would call her.
Triple threat.
Triple threat.
But because netball isn't quite professional there, all these players have jobs as well, whether it's teachers, accountants, or
students.
A
lot of them.
A lot of students, yeah. But we will get there. Netball will get there.
And there is Olivia Hollis on her first turnover from that rebound.
Nice work from the defensive pairing of Coastal Heat.
And Edwards again on that little 1-2.
She's so
She's on
quick.
Fire.
Oh, she has experience playing internationally, as we see her with ball in hand now. She was on her tri-series in South Africa. And even with the obstruction, she managed to get the ball away. Lovely step back.
Chloe Evans was actually one of my players this season at Cardiff Met. Yeah, just graduated from Cardiff Met, and she's a wonderful wing attack. Yeah. Wonderful wing attack. And obviously as well, a wonderful goal attack.
So when you're watching her now, are you like taking notes?
I'm like, I taught her that. That's all me.
Even better. Top of the circle hit. Birchhurst just clipping as she tried to get round and put that pressure on. Chloe James makes it 28 for Coastal Heat.
That's
Richmond Morris with ball in hand now, trying to find a shooter in the circle. She can't, so she passes that out to Bell, who
that
then
support
swings.
Is great, isn't it? There's always support from those mid-quarters at the circle edge. And girls, how important is it to have that support from the mid-quarters whenever you're in the circle and you always need someone to pass that ball out?
Definitely, you know, having them behind you, you've got that option to, you know, ease off the pressure a little bit. If you've had that huge long bomb in or whatever, they're there, give it back, reset, go again. So, yeah, I definitely try to use them when I'm out wide as well.
Yeah, I definitely say as well, when the score's so tight like this is, you need those supporting players to be there just in case you're too far out to take the shots and stuff like that.
I'm loving the Coastal Heat bench. Everyone is on their feet. They really want this to win.
They haven't sat down all game, have they?
Good energy from the bench there, and that's something you need as well when you're playing in a tight, high-pressured game like this. Having the bench on their feet, nice and loud, positive, it really does help. Makes a difference.
Absolutely.
And as you say, tight pressure games. If you are the losing team
and
are within 5, you get 2 points. If you're within 50%, you get 1 point. So all to play for right up until the very last whistle. But it
Chloe
is
James.
currently Coastal Heat that are going for those full 5 points.
Balls from Chloe James.
What a play.
Second time that she's done that just now for Chloe Evans. She just knows she's there. Ball first, eyes second.
Oh, Chloe James with ball in hand now. Gets the penalty pass or shot. She's been to the World Netball Youth Champs twice, and she captained in Botswana. So international experience on her side. But City Flames, they're trying to stay in this game. 2 minutes 45 on the clock. There is still time to come back, though the lead for Coastal Heat has gone to 5. This one needed there from Charles. 26 on the board.
City Flames need to stay within 5 now to get those all-important points. They will drop to 1 point if they get within half. But to get those extra little points, they'll need to stay within 5.
Chloe telepathy.
It must be the Chloe, but there goes Sizzy Birchhurst on that rebound. Just a little too much on it for Hayward. She's not the tallest of players, is she? But she's nippy. But she couldn't quite get onto the end of that ball.
So maybe one more pass needed to get it out of that end third before they looked long. And nice work on the line from City Flames. Richmond Morris at wing attack. Gets a tip on it. Chloe Evans keeps the scoreboard ticking over. 1.5 minutes left of this game.
There is Chloe Evans again on the defensive side. This Coastal Heat team has not given up, are they? They are firing at City Flames every ball. Emily Richards pulled it for contact there. So is Olivia Hollis.
Well, City Flames, they lost their first 2 games in Bangor last year, but then came back to come 3rd in the league. So don't write them off just yet.
No, they are settling, aren't they? And I think an issue they are currently having is, you know, they're working hard, they're getting the ball there, but they're not quite capitalising on every single shot. You know, we are seeing Tash Charles and Sarah Bell taking 2 or 3 or 4 attempts to sink that ball, and it's something that, you know, maybe not doesn't waste time, but takes longer to do, and it can affect you as a shooter, and it really does need to settle in that shooting circle for them.
Definitely, and with coming up to 30 seconds on the clock for the difference. Coastal Heat will try and score this. They want to get that to 5. And City Flames doing all they can in defence so that they can still pick up some points out of this game.
Oh, but the play from Coastal Heat there.
Oh. And that
the patience
shot, so good to watch.
Oh, such patience from Coastal Heat, but City Flames will need to get this ball.
Well, 5 seconds left.
They need to score this. Oh, lovely ball from Richmond Morris. And they do!
Just
on the buzzer!
On the very last buzzer, as you say, City Flames get one on the board to make it 28 to City Flames, 32 to Coastal Heat. So City Flames do get some points. They got 2 points for being within 5, but it's Coastal Heat that pick up the full 5 points, getting that win.
Oh, what a win it was. I mean, the newbies in this league are coming up and they're showing up, aren't they, girls? They are absolutely smashing it. And we knew that was going to be an intense game, and we knew it was going to be a great show of netball. But, that was such a good game. And the play, especially in that last quarter then, from the Coastal Heat girls, that last 30-odd seconds, the patience they had in passing that ball around and working it in nice and slowly before finally getting it in. It was lovely.
Amazing. Ladies, last words from you on that game?
Yeah, very physical, very high energy, fast-paced game. I love to watch it. Llongyfarchiadau to the Coastal Heat team. Yeah, they deserved that one. They did play well, Diane.
Yeah, I thought they were just great. It was so clinical from both teams throughout the whole game, and well done to Coastal Heat for getting the win and proving me right.
Yes, indeed. Well, Gwen-Anne Williams and Grace Anderson, thank you so much for joining us. It was great to get your insight. Good luck with your next game of day 1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to have a little break now until the next one. It is, get up our match schedule for you, Valleys Volcanoes versus a Southeast Blaze. They will be coming next in this FleetEV National League competition. But we say goodbye to City Flames and Coastal Heat until their next game, obviously. It was Coastal Heat 32, City Flames 28. Grab a drink, grab some food, get yourself ready, because we've got a whole heap more netball coming your way. Hello and welcome back to the FleetEV National League 2024. We are well into competition day 3 in Bangor with 3 games done and dusted already and with some tight score lines to boot. Just a quick recap, the first game was Northwest Fury versus Northeast Inferno, with Inferno coming up trumps 44-24. The newbies, Power Sparks versus West Wales Phoenix was 27 to Sparks, 25 to Phoenix. Game 3 was Coastal Heat up against City Flames, another newbie into this league. Coastal Heat won that 32 to City Flames 28. And now we are here for game 4. Kicks off at 13:03. Valleys Volcanoes versus a Southeast Blaze. I'm Pamela Cookie. And Airline, who was joining me earlier, Airline Roberts, is so gripped she's gone to get her trainers. Joke. She's just having a little break. But she will be back with us shortly. So we have Welsh, a legend, Sarah Bell, who's just played for City Flames, a former Welsh Feather and a former Celtic Dragon back in the days. Sarah, before I ask you a few questions, please run through me the starting 7s.
So the starting 7 for Valley Volcanoes is Jade Boulderson at goal shooter, Cerys Reynolds goal attack, Catherine Titley wing attack, Nick Cook in centre, Sammy Jo Williams wing defence, Steph Perry goal defence and Letitia Kidner goalkeeper.
This is a very experienced side, eh, with players. Nick Cook, she is an engine at centre.
She is, and the way she plays on court, she could go for 2 or 3 games without tiring. I mean, I am in awe of her fitness levels.
And then for their opposition, Southeast Blaze, sponsored by MechTech, the print company. Please run us through their starting 7s.
So they've got Stephanie Savigag goal shooter, Abby Meredith goal attack, Rebecca Baker wing attack, Eloise Spacey centre, Brooke Collette wing defence, Katie Reese goal defence and Nia Fishlock goalkeeper.
Right. Well, Southeast Blaze, they were here last year in 2023. They finished the competition in 4th. Southeast Blaze, they finished 6th, so they just lost out in that very last game up against Northwest Fury. To unfortunately get that wooden spoon, but they're back in it again, coming on firing. For Valleys Volcanoes, they were last year's champions, sponsored by Tantrum and Gallery Loft Conversions. They were good last year. They're looking good again this year, though this is the first time we're seeing them in 2024.
Yeah, it's the first time we're seeing them, but looking at their bench now and their starting 7, they have similar players to what they had last year. There's only, I'd say, 1 or 2 changes maybe to their squad. So I do think that they are, looking to get the win this today and also looking to retain their title as champions.
Trying to hold on to that trophy. Well, their head coach is Jessica Sutton. So she'll be leading the troops for Valley Volcanoes. And for Southeast Blaze, head coach is Rebecca Baker, who's player coach alongside Brooke Collett, who's also a player coach. How hard is it to do the 2 jobs?
I think really hard. I mean, I would find it difficult to be able to focus on my own performance and watch the team's performance, particularly when you've got both of your coaches on the court at the same time. So, I take my hat off to them. Well done.
Cool. Well, exciting times ahead. Quick reminder, in June for competition day 2, we'll be in Ebervale. So if you haven't got tickets yet, please go down and get some, because we are sold out here today. So they are going quickly. And then for competition day 3, we head to the House of Sport in Cardiff on Saturday the 20th of July. And finals day is in the House of Sport Cardiff on Sunday the 21st of July. So this is the last game of the first round, so to speak. So all teams would have played once. Valleys Volcanoes versus Southeast Blaze. Valleys Volcanoes are in the grey and the pink, and Southeast Blaze, they are in the red. The 30 seconds buzzer has sounded as the teams take to the court. It looks like it's going to be Volcanoes that take the first centre pass with Nick Cook, and they will go to our left, and we're off.
And already I think you can see there's going to be a tight battle between Collette and his wing defence for Blaze and Titley and his wing attack. They're both quite feisty players.
Is that what it is? Because the feistiness.
Yes.
Looking forward to that as Volcanoes get the ball into the circle.
And that's a lovely settler for the shooter. It's really important to get your first shot in. Just settles you for the game.
Deep driving ball and lovely shooter-to-shooter pass from Southeast Blaze. Meredith gets into her partner. Sabigar at goal shooter, who nets? One apiece. Balderson, nice strong hold on that front position. Oh, just falling short. And the rebound goes into the hands of Fisher, goalkeeper.
And what's interesting is Fishlock and Balderson both play for the same club team, so...
Yep, Central Netball Club.
Yes.
It's quite handy, isn't it, if you play for a club team, then coming into this level, to have those connections already formed.
Yeah, especially if you're on the same team, it helps. So I know the Valley Volcanoes, lots of them play for the same club team, and I play with them. But unfortunately today we're on the different sides. So yeah, so they'll have good links on the court, and I'm sure South East players are the same as well. I think they've got a lot of players from the same team.
So turnovers in quick succession from both sides, but with Volcanoes now on the charge. Oh, the firepower from Nick Cook. I was just told her she's got 2 kids.
She has.
And she's still doing what she's doing.
Yes.
And look in the way she's doing.
Yeah.
Hands down, amazingness.
That was a lovely quick transition there from Blaze. And I think that's really important for them now against this strong defence of Valley Volcanoes.
Oh, lovely feed into the back space from Spacey at centre. Savigar couldn't net that one and pull it in. So still one apiece. With almost 3 minutes played of this first quarter. The change of pace, the change of timing into Balderson. But she's unable to net, and the rebound is taken from Reese.
Lovely shot. Great shot from a goal attack, and especially when you know you've got a goal attack who can shoot from far. There's a double threat in that circle.
Abigail Meredith, goal attack for South East Blaze. Part of the Gwent Police. And Blaze now just being patient as they swing this ball round. Baseline cut there.
That's an unlucky shot there by Savigar.
Just a few couple she's missed now under the post, just with those opportunities to take Blaze a little bit further in head.
I think a lot of that is probably first game nerves, isn't it? Lovely, and that's a good setter there for Balderson to get her first shot of the game in.
Oh, 3 seconds called.
Ooh.
So that shot does not count.
We missed that one.
Oh, we did. But they get it back. Attacking contact called. Brooke Collett at wing defence, just getting a little bit too up close and personal. She's one of the 7 that returns for South East Blaze from 2023. And it's same 7 again from Infernos. Balderson from mid-range. That was a sweet shot, wasn't it?
That was a lovely shot. And she did just turn and she didn't even think about it. She just put that shot up. And that's what Balderson is very good at doing.
Good defensive work there from Valley's Volcanoes. That partnership of Letitia Kidner and Steph Perry at goal defense. Remember them from last year.
Yeah.
So good together. They really shut down that circle for opposition.
They do. They just blend well together. They read each other really well. If one comes out, so if Letitia Kidner comes out for a fly, Steph Perry will drop back in to cover the post. So it's a lovely hold there by Savigar, and a nice shot to finish.
Good work from the shooter. Well, it's 3 apiece. There's just 10-minute quarters in this league. 4 quarters. Both going for the same rebound, and Blaze able to pick it up.
The defence end for Blaze seem to be positioning themselves really well for those rebounds. So they're working well together.
Oh, there she is, Steph Perry. Nee Williams, if you remember her from back in the day playing for the Welsh national team or Cardiff Dragons.
She hasn't changed one bit. She still plays the same now as she did many years ago.
So good. And viewers from last year might see there's no Macy Lane in the Valleys Volcanoes side because she's been called up to the Welsh under-23 squad. So having to pull in some youngsters in that shooting end. She was so good.
She was.
And such an impact in there, getting them winning that championship last year. But congratulations to Macy for getting into the squad. And I guess playing in this last year is a great way to kind of help the development of players coming through to then have those opportunities to get into the either Super League teams or the national teams.
Yeah, it just gives the, like I said, opportunity for high level competition, and with it being live streamed, you know, it's a perfect opportunity for selectors to have a look and see what the you know, kind of standard is. So yeah, it's excellent that she's obviously worked really hard, played in this last year, now she's been picked up to go into the Wales under-23s. So hopefully there'll be a few more this year into the squad next year.
Exactly. Building that pathway and building that conveyor belt of players trying to get to the higher echelons.
Still a very close game here for all. I think both teams are still settling, aren't they?
Yeah. And you can tell not quite finding their teammates. It's a little bit either overstretched or underpinning those passes as umpires get a mix in the wood. Claire Williams is our umpire on our right-hand side, and Nicola Jasinieka is the umpire on the top of your screens.
Oh, lovely ball.
Just going through the fingers of Nia Fishlock. Oh, well seen. Lovely pass there from Rebecca Baker at wing attack, going over the front shooter to find in the back.
And you see that a lot more from Baker. She's got very good vision. She used to be, I think she still does play, but she is a goal attack. She used to be a first choice goal attack. I know she's moved to wing attack, so her vision in the circle will be spot on today.
Kind of like you, switching over the goal attack, wing attack. That vision, awesome.
We like to change things up a little bit in goal attack.
Nice timing. Balderson finishes off that passage of play. Still 5 apiece as Caris Reynolds just being told to put her bib back on properly. We don't want that falling on the floor and players slipping. But Balderson, a teammate, wasn't quite ready for that pass.
No, there was a 2-on-1 there, 2 defence and 1 shooter. That's the time you want to really pass out circle edge and play yourself in. The Volcanoes have managed to turn the ball over and straight to post. And a lovely shot there by Reynolds.
Great shot, and they take that to a 6 for Valleys Volcanoes, 5 for South East Blaze, but they're straight on the attack. But Kidner, that quick arm span, that long arm span, sorry, and the quick reaction stifles the play. Oh, well seen. Spacey at centre. That was a pinpoint pass to find a shooter.
Oh, lovely textbook centre pass, wasn't there?
1-2 into that shooting circle, and a shot to finish it off as the buzzer hooter goes for the first quarter of this 4th game of the FleetEV National League. It is Valleys Volcanoes 7, South East Blaze 6. Both with sponsors this year, so Tantrum and Gallery Loft Conversions, they're fully backing Valleys Volcanoes, and MECTEC, the print company, South East Blaze. I'm just buzzing. The fact that, well, you played last year. I was here watching the Amazing Netball last year. And now this year to have more sponsors on board, more support. We were talking to the girls earlier, like you players aren't even allowed to be in this centre because they've sold out all the tickets. You're watching up on the balcony or warming up on the warm-up courts. How good is it to see the rise?
That's amazing because, as you said, last year there was plenty of space for players to sit down, and I think with all of the publicity it had last year, the live streaming, it's got the name of the competition out there, and people now want to come and watch. You saw a difference from kind of weekend 1 to weekend 3. The difference in the spectator numbers, but the fact that this year now it's weekend 1 and we're ready to sell out, and you've got more sponsors for more teams. It's on the rise, isn't it? And it's where Wales Netball want this tournament to go. I think for players itself, it's brilliant because we've got so much support, and also for spectators as well to have this, to be able to watch it at home, to be able to watch it live. We don't get that much opportunity to watch netball on TV. It's getting better, so I think this is fantastic.
Yeah, no, definitely, and big round of applause to Vic and her team and everyone at Welsh Wales for Welsh Netball, Welsh Wales, for putting this all together, and all the sponsors that have come on board to make this possible. It's a tight game here, just one goal separating the two sides. What have you really enjoyed in that first quarter?
Do you know what I've enjoyed is that both, I suppose not enjoyed it, but both teams are finding it hard to settle at the minute. And it's quite nice in a way because it's a level playing field, isn't it? 7-6 is Blaze centre pass next. So it's a close game. It's not as if one team have kind of taken it away. So I love a game like that because it just keeps you on the edge of your seat. I just think both teams now will settle in the second quarter. What's nice to see at both ends in defence, they're getting into the post for rebounds. They're able to turn over ball. You can see some links in through court. You've got lovely feeds from Blaze into the shooting circle. Great vision. You've also got some great vision down the Valley's end with more of a rotating circle because you haven't got that height of the goal shooter in there. So what I like about the game, you can't tell at the minute which way it's going to go, and that, as I said, it keeps you on the edge of your seat, makes you want to watch more.
Indeed it does. And if we go on what happened in 2023, Valley's Volcanoes finished first. They lifted that trophy, and Southeast Blaze finished 6th. But with this scoreline, you would not think there was a whole raft of other teams in between them. But it's a tight one, and as you say, what we love to see.
Yes.
So Blaze with the first centre pass, but overcooking that pass. Baker into the circle, just needed to settle. We'd like to see that happen now in the second quarter after those first quarter nerves have gone.
We see a change as well, so we see for Valley Volcanoes, Caris Llewellyn has come on to goal defence, and Steph Perry has gone across the court to the other end at goal attack.
Yeah, Steph Perry, who was at goal defence, as you say, has moved to goal attack. Versatile.
And she is a great goal attack. She can play both ends very, very well.
56 caps for Wales. She's got a lot of experience under her belt. Nice pop through the top. She steps back. Just rolls round the back.
Bit of confusion there.
Yeah, but good work from Nia Fishlock, a goalkeeper.
That was unlucky there by Tickley. She just got a tip to that ball. And Blaze's transition through court is very quick today.
Very quick, and what a goal from distance there by Meredith. Played county under 14s to adult level. And that commitment and confidence to go from distance. Yeah.
She's not afraid to put that shot up at all, is she?
Almost being able to come out for that take. Caris Llewellyn came on in this quarter.
Yeah, and I think she's got experience with Wales under-21s. She's been around a while. She's been involved in high performance setups, so it'll be interesting to see what she can do this year as a new player for Valley Volcanoes.
Perry, the give and go, the cut into the circle. She goes herself. Such speed off the release. Oh, then the no-look pass.
I love those passes. Defence must hate them, but I think they're great.
Keeping the defence on their toes is Perry.
Valley Volcanoes are setting up a lovely defence there. It's almost like they've got a box set up, really working together to try and cut out the space.
Baker, another one. A couple now, she's thrown off that back line. What is it that she's not seeing, or what is it that her teammates aren't doing?
I think positioning of the goal shooter at times. I don't think that she's maybe holding where she wants the ball to go, and potentially maybe just one extra pass. Just one more pass circle edge and then in to allow shooter to, sorry, I've forgotten the shooter. Who have we got in a shooter for Blaze? Savigar, isn't it? Sorry. To allow Savigar to just reposition and be an option.
Yeah. A little bit more patience, but that burst from the second quarter has been in Valley's Volcanoes' favour. Tantrum and Gary Loft conversions. Volcanoes, they're now at 11 to Blaze's 7. Deep ball out to Spacey. She finds her teammate in Collette. Better ball in. Still hugging that baseline though with Savigar. And the missed shot gives Volcanoes the opportunity to come back on the attack. Nick Cook at centre, being that link between attack and defence. Perry at goal attack, being a playmaker.
That was a lovely circle edge drive then from Titley, and what a great shot from Boulderson to finish off.
Yeah, Titley, the Central Netball Club player, and Wales under 17. That was a great take from Spacey.
And that was a much better ball in then, wasn't it? They were patient, they played it to circle edge, or top of the circle, to allow that easy ball into the shooter. Boulderson holding well on top of the circle, and she's got her eye in now, she's sinking those shots.
Llewellyn come on this quarter at goal defence, just getting a little bit too tight, gets the contact call. She's not quick enough to get back into the circle as Meredith, goal attack. So good.
Brilliant. Drove the baseline really well. Savigar held to allow the space behind, and Baker, as we said earlier, vision is spot on. Released that ball before she even got to the back line.
So 14 on the scoreboard with 4.5 minutes left of this second quarter. Valley's Volcanoes in the lead. MechTech, the print company, Southeast Blaze are on 9.
Oh, lovely. What a great drive. You could see the ball was coming down the sideline. Stephanie Perry came middle just to square that ball off. Catherine Titley does what she does best. Speed, circle edge, and in. That's what we like to see.
Beautiful. Exactly what we like to see. Oh. The drive from Reese at goal defence to create the space. She wasn't used, but she made sure her teammates had some space to run into, but that forced ball in, there was 2-on-1 there. You wouldn't normally give that, would you?
No, you wouldn't. As a goal attack, you want to try and look for an option, circle edge and play yourself in, because either way, you're going to be free or you're going to pull a defender off your shooter. Lovely reset by Baker.
Exactly that. Blaze going back to their defence to reset that ball and then come for the attack. And that's the patience that you want to see from them, isn't it, in terms of trying to get through the defensive pressures of Inferno.
And it's really important, as we say, we know the Valley Volcanoes defence are strong. So when Southeast are patient, you know, they are getting the ball to goal and they are scoring.
We all thought that was going in. Even the umpire put a hand up, but it just spun out. But second time of asking, it does go through. Just 4 goals the difference. Sorry, 3 goals the difference. Just having a little mess. So much netball going on. 5 goals the difference. Valleys Volcanoes 16, Southeast Blaze 11.
You're too focused on the game. You're enjoying the game too much. We let you off.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Lovely shot.
Nice shot indeed. So Savaga. Deep drive. Oh. Titley, she's just quietly doing about her business, but she is there for everything.
And that's where she's really good, is she is quiet, she doesn't make mistakes, she goes about her job, but she's so quick. She can, if you watch her, she can get circle edge on and off, and she's always an option. And she plays with Nicola Cook in Central Netball Club, so they've got a good link together.
Oh, luckily, I thought she was going to be blown, but the whistle did come in the end.
She was hoping she got away with that one, wasn't she?
Well, we're coming into the final minute of this second quarter of the FleetEV National League. The Valleys Volcanoes versus Southeast Blaze, and it's Valleys Volcanoes in the latter part of this quarter have really taken it away.
Yeah, they have. They've really taken it away now. So the goal difference is 6. Obviously, we finished the first quarter with 1 goal difference. So Valley Volcano seems to have settled a little bit more on attack, finding the space in the shooting circle. But Blaze are still, holding on. They're still doing really well in defence. As we say that, the ball gets turned over. Commentator's curse. A lovely shot from Boulderson.
She punishes that mistake and takes it. 1 goal extra, 19 to Valleys Volcanoes, 12 to Southeast Blaze. 20 seconds left on the clock, and who is it? It's Perry. Moved from goal defence to goal attack, who gets the intercept, and now she's under the post. She steps to the left, and she nets it.
Yeah.
Boom.
There is no better feeling. Goal attack, you get the turnover, and you get a shot. What more can you ask for?
Nothing more, Sarah, nothing more. And on that, there goes the hooter for half-time. It is 20 to Valleys Volcanoes and 12 to Southeast Blaze. Another 6 goals on the board from Southeast Blaze, the same as that first quarter. But Valleys Volcanoes, 13 in that.
You could see they really settled in that quarter, didn't they? They are letting the ball go first time. They're not hesitant to pass that ball in. They're hitting circle edge because Titley's drives are just fantastic. Shooters have now got their eye in. You've got Steph Perry in there, who is not afraid to put the shot up, but her movement is just, as a goal defence, she knows how, you know you don't want your goal attack, or sorry, I can't get my words out now. You know where you don't want your goal attack to go. So she knows where to position herself to work well with Boulderson. And it just seems to have worked really well. Llewellyn's come on in as goal defence, and I feel like she's done a really good job with Kidner down there to shut down some options in that shooting circle. So I think that's why they've pulled forward in this quarter.
Indeed. And for Southeast Blaze, they started off so well. It was just 1 goal after that first quarter, but where was it that it kind of slipped a little bit in that second?
I just feel like at times they're forcing the ball into the shooter. So I think when they are patient, when they are hitting circle edge, and sometimes Baker's a very clever player, so she is playing the ball back at times, reset to go again. That works well for them. But there's times when they're getting caught in a fast-paced game and they're just letting that ball in, and I think that's where they need to have a breather, have one extra pass. So hopefully in the next quarter, that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, definitely. I'd agree with you. And Abigail Meredith at goal attack. We've loved watching her, haven't we?
She's been great. I mean, that she's got no fear. As a goal attack, especially when you've got a tall goal shooter, because as you see, City Flames, I work with Tash, she's a tall goal shooter. It's so easy just to pop, because you think, yeah, I'll just pop to my shooter, and I love doing that. But with Meredith, she will put the shot up from anywhere. Yeah. She's not even looking for a goal shooter, and I love that. It's great.
Such confidence is amazing. Can we, whilst I do have you, talk a little bit about your game? So, Coastal Heat, one of the newbies into the team, at 32 to City Flames 28. Talk me through the game for you. That was the match 3 of the day.
Yeah, a very frustrating scoreline for us. We had a similar start last year in Bangor, if you can remember, where we just didn't quite gel as a team, or we weren't where we wanted to be. We were coming here today with a different mindset. We were gunning for the first game. Obviously, with Coastal Heat not being involved in this before, we didn't know much about them. So we did focus on our game. We had some kind of key areas where we had some little targets that we wanted to focus on. We didn't quite get those targets today. There were passages of play where we felt worked really well, we were happy with, but there were also passages of play where we just threw the ball. Silly errors like overcooking the pass, a lot of ball went off the back line. And I think, as frustrated as we are with that scoreline, we're also happy with some of the performances because we know we can do better. We know where we went wrong. We know what we need to do for the next game. So we're going to park that game. We're going to take the positives, absolutely, park that game, and now we're looking on to our next game against Valley Volcanoes.
Definitely. Well, you won that third quarter. You came out of the half-time break and won that 9-7. So I don't know what Jamila Abbott said to you guys in the break, but you came out with gusto. But as you said, there's so many good things to take from the games. So when you come up next, you're the very last game of the day. You play Valley's Volcanoes, so the team in grey and pink is currently on our screens. What are you going to do in that game?
I think we just need to look at, again, focus on our game. We tend to, if we get a turnover at times, we tend to get ahead of ourselves or we look for the long option. So what we're going to do is play it safe. We know they've got range in that circle with Letitia Kidner, Carys Llewellyn, Steph Perry. We know where we've got that to come up against. And we've got a tall shooter, so we know we can't just throw that ball in. So just a couple of things. We're going to keep it, like I said, keep it nice and simple, play our game, making sure we hit circle edge, and just, looking after the ball. I mean, I don't want to give too much away just in case any Valley Volcanoes fans are listening. But
they'll be on the messaging.
Yeah, but we know we can do better. We can put out a better performance. We're going to take the positives, stick with those, and then just look to keep our game and play basics.
Oh, well, thank you for your openness, Sarah, and that honesty. Love it, love it, love it. So as the teams come back to the court for this FleetEV National League competition, it's Tantrum and Gary Loft Conversions Valley Volcanoes up against MechTech, the print company, South East Blaze. Our umpires, Nicola Jasinieka and Claire Williams, are controlling it as Claire Williams comes across the court and hands the ball over to South East Blaze. We'll just take a look if any changes, but it doesn't look like.
I can see a positional change between Titley for Valley Volcanoes in its centre, and Nicola Cook has now gone to wing attack.
Good spot and a quick goal off the mark for South East Blaze.
You can also see there has been a change with South East Blaze. I can see Colette has moved across to goal defence. So they've got a new wing defence on court.
We will just wait for those to come through. Obviously lots of newbies in this league this year, so we're just getting to know all the players.
Also Baker has gone to the bench, which is very interesting. And there's a new wing attack on as well, so let's wait to see who they are. So great ball in then.
Indeed, great ball in.
So we have some changes. So the Southeast changes we have. We've got Georgia Ahern in at wing attack. As we said, Brooke Collette has moved over from wing defence to goal defence. We have a new goal attack on, Charlotte Lewis. Katie Rees has now come in to goalkeeper. Charlotte Scarborough has gone to centre. And Lauren Snooks has come on to wing defence. So quite a lot of changes for Blaze there.
A whole heap of changes in that half-time break. Thank you very much for running through all of it for me, Sarah. So let's see. Well, they were down by 8. So head coaches, Rebecca Baker and Brooke Collette, thinking change of personnel is what's needed to try and bring this game back.
And sometimes it's not individuals themselves, it's just what the opposition, you know, what they put up against you. Sometimes you might have a player on the bench who is just better suited to a certain opposition. And so far for Blaze, these changes seem to have worked. They've just had a lovely turnover there.
Yeah, Katie Rees, who's gone back down to goalkeeper. A great story from her. She started up a netball club for female refugees in her local area. So the fact that she's bringing netball to help in the community, I think that's a lovely story from her.
What a great shot. Great patience there from the attack to play that ball in, and a brilliant shot there by Savigar.
Scarborough at centre for Blaze, but an easy pick up there from Valley's Volcanoes as they speed themselves down through the court. But you think play advantage again? The score went through? Yes, and it has been counted.
What a take by Perry there. Yeah. The elevation that she's got is fantastic.
But those ones are sometimes the worst, aren't they? Right under the post.
They are, because they're the ones you're expected to get in. The pressure shots, I like to call them.
Rees getting too close there to Perry. Contact call.
That was an unlucky dropped ball there. I think that pass came in a little bit too fast. I don't think Savigar was ready for that one. Let's see if Valley Volcanoes will capitalise on this turnover. A great take there by Llewellyn.
Very good take. Good strength as she drove through that court.
And that's what you want from your goal defence, isn't it? To bring that ball through court. Allow the attack a little bit more rest.
Obviously, it's just making the court bigger and spreading the defenders, not just the rest.
And as a goal attack, it's really frustrating when you've got a really good goal defence bringing that ball through court.
Because you've got defenders as well, haven't you?
Yeah, so you don't get a breather.
Rees with the rebound.
South East Blaze defence have positioned themselves really well in this game today to get those rebounds.
So Sammy Jo Williams just being called for holding in the centre third, so she'll have to set that penalty. Now she can get back into the game, but Blaze so quick to get it into the circle, and phenomenal shot there from Savigar at goal shooter from distance.
Nothing but net.
Ahern, that step change into the pocket, but she couldn't make her pass land with a centre teammate Scarborough.
And looks like Savigar's just called time. So we've got another change, so we've got two changes down that shooting end. So
Charlotte Lewis looks like we'll go to goal shooter.
And we've got someone else on at goal attack. Just wait for the confirmation of that change.
I think that's Meredith back on again at goal attack. So 24 to Valley's Volcanoes, 16 to South East Blaze.
And we've got another change for Volcanoes, which I don't know when that happened, but we've got Lauren Barber on at wing defence, and Sammy Jo Williams has gone to the bench.
Yeah, I just saw her running off. So they took the opportunity with the Southeast Blaze timeout. Time called, sorry, not a timeout, to make that change.
And again, Lauren Barber is another player who is part of Central Netball Club. And she's great on defence. She's very rangy. So I'm sure she's going to get a lot of tips in this game today.
Nice feed in from Boulder.
It's nice when you have a shooter play out and you go attack playing early, just to mix things up a little bit.
Good take from Lewis. She didn't want to shoot, but she finds her teammate. Meredith, she was running that baseline so well in the first half and shooting those long bombs a little bit closer. This one does not go through.
That's those pressure shots we were talking about earlier, the close ones. And that was so unlucky there. That was great defence.
Oh, Ahan that has come on at wing attack for Southeast Blaze, getting straight back on defence. She got a hand to it, but couldn't quite keep it in. But the pressure that built, it's a snowball effect, isn't it?
Does, yeah.
She might not have got the tip or the turnover then, but her team now have the ball.
Just puts doubts in the opposition mind, doesn't it? And then, excellent. Yeah, it was really good defence there from Blaze.
Meredith finds her shooter, Charlotte Lewis. A high shot hits the ring and bounces off. She's asking for it, but her teammate's not quite looking for it. But there's Meredith. She's so sneaky when she runs around the back, isn't it? And the long bomb.
There it is.
That's her sweet spot. That's where she wants to shoot from.
I just loved how she looked at post. She didn't even look to pass out, did she? Straight to post.
So Lauren Snooks at wing defence for Blaze. She's been told to tidy up a little bit and watch her obstructions. You don't want to be getting any cautions and then sending offs. Oh, fabulous hands. Just before the whistle goes, Llewellyn, who came on in that start of the third quarter, has just been a machine in that defensive end, getting that turnover as the whistle went. That is this game, ups and downs, but 10 goals is the difference. Valleys Volcanoes 27, Southeast Blaze 17. They've pushed ahead Valleys Volcanoes. The champions are showing why they were 2023 champions.
They have, yes. They are, you know, turning ball over in defence. We saw that. Llewellyn reads the game really well. You've got Kidner, who's got great elevation. And when they're getting that turnover now, they're not making any mistake. They're hitting circle edge, ball's going straight in.
Indeed it is. For Southeast Blaze, we talk about it's all to play for in this competition because you still get points even if you lose. It's 3 points for a draw, 2 points for losing within 5 goals, and 1 point for scoring more than 50% of the winning team's final score, and 5 points for the win, obviously. So for Southeast Blaze, it's 10 the difference. They need to get into within at least 5 to get some points. Oh, sorry. 1 point for half score, but if they want to get 2 points, you want to get a bit closer, don't you? What is it that they can do to curb this difference?
Well, I think they obviously made a lot of changes in that quarter, didn't they? So again, you're almost starting from fresh. You've got a different 7 on the court, and I think for them now it's just a case of, you know, looking at the combinations that have worked in the first couple of quarters, maybe going back to, you know, you kind of whether they go back to their starting 7, whether they look at in different areas who works best together. They just need to look after ball, don't they? If they look after their centre pass, get every centre pass to goal, and they are getting turnover. So what do they, to get within 5, what do they need? Maybe 2-3 turnovers? And that's all it is. Sounds easy.
Yeah, just 2-3 turnovers.
Just 2 or 3 turnovers. You can do that, but it is achievable. Yeah. So, you know, and that's not saying they can't turn the game around completely. They could still bring the score back. Yeah. It's happened before. It could happen again. So
it definitely has. And we're just 10 minutes on the clock for the last quarter coming your way. It has been almost masterclass at times from Valleys Volcanoes.
It has, yes. And I think what they do well, and as we said, we have Titley, who's got the speed. You've got Cook in the mid-court, who's got the engine. They just do not tire. and it's just centre pass, centre pass to goal, 1-2 in, textbook. The same bringing the ball through court. They've got options. They seem to have more than one option to the ball, long option, short option. They're making it look easy, aren't they?
But they really do. And even the likes of Steph Perry, who started at goal defence, has gone into goal attack. That rotational circle that Valley's Volcanoes are putting out, really effective.
It is. Yeah, really effective. Because I know last year they had Jenkins in a goal shooter, and she likes to play more of a holding shooter, so their shooting circle looked different. They've adapted this time round. Jenkins can't be here today, so they've adapted, and their moving circle is working really, really well.
Well, we've got some more changes as we're just about to start this last quarter. And there it is, Valley's Volcanoes on the centre pass. You've got Steph Perry has gone to goal shooter. Caris Reynolds has gone to goal attack. Lovren Barber has gone to centre. And Rhiannon Maggs has come on at wing defence.
Quite a few changes there from Valley Volcanoes. So it'll be good to see some fresh legs on the court.
Is it just to give people more opportunities and because they obviously have this 10-goal lead?
I think it's important on a day like today. We've got 2 games. You are going to get some tired legs, so it's great to give people opportunity and see what they can do, especially when the pressure is off you a little bit.
And it's that third position for Steph Perry. Goal defence, goal attack, and now goal shooter. As Blaze come through on attack. Oh, lovely step there from Ahern at wing attack. Just fooled the defence to find her teammate free under the post.
Volcanoes being patient around that circle edge, just passing the ball around, getting themselves into a better shooting position. That's an unlucky shot there by Perry. Oh, great ball there by Colette, great vision, looking down court.
Well, 10 still the difference as we come up to 2 minutes plays of this very last quarter of the FleetEV National League. After this game, everyone would have played each other once. Teams would have been able to check out the opposition. Sarah, I know you're doing that whilst you're sat here as well as helping us on the commentary team.
I am making some notes now on Valley Volcanoes, ready for the last game today.
Southeast Blaze, they started off so well. It was just 1 goal in it after that first quarter. 7 played 6. But it's Valley's Volcanoes that have flown through. Southeast Blaze still trying to stay in this game. Nice score. That was a lovely jump from the defence, but Valley's Volcanoes still score with Reynolds at goal attack.
And what a lovely turnover for Rhiannon Maggs. Just come onto the court, showing the coaches why she should be on there.
The 24-year-old RCT Rockets netball club player. Oh, nearly with the tip. Kidner, high jump. She foils. She puts doubt in the minds of the shooter. Charlotte Lewis was not comfortable. And there she is again, non-stop.
She just comes from everywhere, doesn't she? She covers all the space.
That one, her timing was just off. Charlotte Lewis goes high, this time through the net.
She's got a lovely high shot, doesn't she?
Makes it difficult for the defenders to mark it, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, if we've got a high release, then they're never going to touch that ball, are they?
Lewis exits.
Oh, great option there. I think both defence thought the ball was going to go top. Opened up the baseline.
Blaze pressure. Reese and Perry fighting for it, but Perry deemed to have had the ball in hand first. So gets the penalty pass or shot. She chooses to pass. And lovely shot there from Reynolds. Meredith, a goal attack. Drives to clear some space.
Oh, good rebound there.
Oh.
That's unlucky.
Lewis just not able to find her eye on those.
Looks like we got another change. Kidner heading off. Not sure she was holding her back then as she head off. And then we've now got Ashley Bourne in at goalkeeper. We also have another change for Volcanoes on the attack end. We've got Lottie Davis in at wing attack.
So that is Valley's Volcanoes getting all their 12 squad members onto the court with that. Lottie Davis coming on and Ashley Bourne. As you say, Lottie Davis at wing attack, the 22-year-old spear netball player, and Ashley Bourne, the 21-year-old RCT Rockets player.
That was a great tip there by Colette, well read. A lovely shot by Reynolds. Blaze having to go back quite a few times for their centre pass first phase. So
What in that, sometimes it's great to use the backline because it allows your attackers to flood the end and you have more options, but then at the same time it almost sometimes seems there's a negative going backwards.
yeah, it depends. Sometimes teams will set that up one day that they've got a set play centre pass, but yeah, as you said, it's a good option because it opens up more in the attack end. However, is it Volcano's defence just doing a really good job on the attack? Who knows? Possibly a bit of both.
But I was going to say, yeah, possibly a bit, but we'll watch even more closely in this last 3 minutes of the last quarter of Valley's Volcanoes versus Southeast Blaze, the FleetEV National League 2024. Step in, passes to a shooting partner. Perry nets another one. Blaze with a centre pass. Sabra at centre. Goes back. Defensive pressure, I'm saying.
Defensive pressure. Very good defensive pressure. You had the defence almost jumped the line. They covered all the space. There was no option other than to go back.
But they managed to work their way through it. And it's Lewis at goal shooter. Keeps that scoreboard ticking over. They're within the half scoreline of Valley's Volcano, so they will get 1 point if the difference finishes as it is currently. But Reese on the rebound.
And Reese put really good pressure over that shot then because Perry found it difficult to almost get it over her hands.
Oh, unlucky from Lewis. I really wanted that to sink because she's done such good footwork to get that front position and on-foot a defender, but unable to then finish that through the net. Post getting involved in the game.
I was going to say lucky pass there at the post.
Lottie Davis at wing attack. All eyes for the circle. Good pressure from Volcanoes, but patience from Southeast Blaze, top of the circle.
I think Blaze have showed really good patience in this game. They're not afraid to go back, and they're not afraid to do an extra pass today before it goes into the shooting circle.
And I've enjoyed Meredith in terms of that confidence, turning,
Just
going
turn.
to post.
Just put them up.
It's got a little bit messy, but the scoreboard is ticking down. 40 seconds left on the clock. 10 goals the difference. So a good fourth quarter from Southeast Blaze to draw the quarter scoreline with 20 seconds. They want to get this ball down just to keep that pressure, to keep that good work going, but fired in, and Lewis, the strength on the baseline, and she nets it through. 5 seconds. They want to get this ball back quickly. Scarborough at centre. She goes forward. Everyone's shouting to get it in. Oh, but the placement was not there. Wowzers, what a finish to that game. Good work rate from both sides. But that scoreline, Valleys Volcanoes 35, Southeast Blaze 26. Well, they won that last quarter, Southeast Blaze.
They did, yeah. They won that by 1 goal. So it just goes to show they're absolutely up there challenging Valley Volcanoes, last year's champions. There was some great passages of play from them. I felt like today their patience was excellent. I felt like they used the reset option when it was on. They were hitting circle edge. So I'm sure they're going to be pleased with those areas of their game.
Yeah, very much so. Scoring 9 in that last quarter to Valleys Volcanoes 8. Any players from Valleys Volcanoes, because the champions, they are still looking strong, aren't they? Who stood out for you?
Well, you've got to mention Steph Perry. I mean, going from goal defence to goal attack and goal shooter and playing really well in all 3 positions. I mean, she's probably one of the standout performers of that game. I thought Llewellyn came on and had a great game in defence. She got a hand to a lot of ball. She worked well with Kidner in there. So I think I'd probably go with Perry and Llewellyn for that game for me.
Yeah, nice. And for Southeast Blaze, things that they can take confidence in going forward into their next game.
So I think, as we said, the patience. So I think they are very good at looking at other options. They're not afraid to look in, and they're not afraid to give that ball in. But at times then, for example, Baker in the first quarter was really good at playing the ball back and just getting herself in a better position. So I think for them, in terms of that, their patience in attack was very good. So they need to take that through to next game. But also their transition from defence to attack, I thought, worked really well. Once they got that turnover and just let the ball go, Volcanoes were nowhere near them.
Amazing stuff. Oh, we are just having a whale of a time here at the FleetEV National League. We have 4 games down and we've got another 4 to go. All teams have had 1 game under their belts now, and then the second round of matches commence. So it will be for game 5 at 14:14, so that's 2:14 p.m. Northwest Fury will come up against Powys Sparks. So stay with us, still more to come, but the final score for this game, Valleys Volcanoes 35, Southeast Blaze 26. Thank you so much, Sarah, for your input.
Thank
You're
you,
going to
Pam.
stick around, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Boom.
Welcome back to Bangor here on a sunny Saturday afternoon for the FleetEV National Netball League with Welsh Netball. I'm Elaine Roberts, and joining me for this 5th game of the day is the wonderful Sarah Bell.
Hi, Elaine.
Joining me back again for this game. I did not go and find my trainers, unfortunately, but our wonderful Pamela Cookie is having a little break for this game. Get some food in her and get her energy back for the next games, last games of the day. So our 5th game of the day then for today is going to be Northwest Fury versus Powys Sparks, one of our new teams joining us this season. They did have a very interesting game. First game of the day against West Wales Phoenix. Sarah, did you manage to catch that game?
I caught a little bit. It was just before our game, so I only managed to catch a snippet of the game. So I wasn't able to see much of the performance, unfortunately.
Well, they came out absolutely guns firing for that match. They showed us all here in the league what they are made of, and they just pipped West Wales Phoenix to the win. So they had their first win under their belt on their first match. So I'm sure they're coming back to show us what they have to prove. And then Northwest Fury had their first game this morning, first game of the day against Northeast Inferno, and that again was a wonderful game to watch. Northeast Inferno just taking that win away, becoming second last year, Northeast Inferno. So Northwest Fury coming back into this match now, looking for their first win of the day.
Yeah, and obviously with Powys having a win already, like you said, they're going to be on a high. They're going to be gunning for their second win. But we can't say Northwest Fury after their loss, so their heads are going to be down, because we saw last year they had great performances. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup.
Absolutely. So, Sarah, you're going to take us through this starting 7 then, starting with Northwest Fury.
Yeah, Northwest Fury. So they've got Gwen-Ann Williams in at goal shooter, Ellen Barwick in at goal attack, Lucy Leonard in at wing attack, Bethan Phillips at centre, Lily Dudson at wing defence, Steph Oliver-Smith at goal defence, and Steffi Stutt at goalkeeper.
There we are. So Northwest Fury unchanged from their last game against Northeast Inferno then. Same starting 7. And moving on to Powys Sparks, the starting 7.
So Powys Sparks, we have Jasmine Barty at goal shooter, Emily Brooks at goal attack, Mika Jackson at wing attack, Chloe Evans at centre, Melissa Mayers at wing defence, Lizzie Sims at goal defence, and Mary Bailey at goalkeeper.
Lovely. So a few changes there for Powys Sparks. They have moved the goal attack Jasmine Barty into goal shooter for this starting 7. Emily Brooks goes back into goal attack. Some new faces on the court. Mika Jackson coming into wing attack, and Chloe Evans back in at starting centre. We saw some wonderful play in the last Powys game from Lizzie Sims and Mary Bailey in that defensive setup, in that defensive circle, working really well together and communicating together, taking up that win from West Wales Phoenix. And we're just seeing the teams now getting together for their final talk. Sarah, what would you be saying to your team now, one team coming off a win, one team coming off a loss? What would be your words to going into this game?
I think coming off a win, you're obviously going to be focusing on the performance that got you the win. So what were their strengths in that game? So obviously you want to continue with those. Coming off a loss is difficult, I think, as a coach, because obviously you're disappointed after the loss, aren't you? You need to pick your players back up. I'm sure they've had a good team talk in the changing rooms prior to coming out. But to be honest, it's just focusing on your own game. I think as a coach, that's all you can do in these early stages. We don't know a lot about Powys Sparks. They've had one game. So Northwest need to focus on their own game and make sure that they put out the performance they know they can.
Wonderful. So here we go then. Looking to start now. 1 second left on that clock. And Powys Sparks take the first centre pass to start us off on this game. Emily Brooks taking that first ball into the circle for Powys Sparks. Again, one of the shorter ones we have in this circle, but she has no problems putting it in the net.
No problem at all. And sometimes the shorter ones you've got to look out for, Elaine.
Oh, they're nippy, aren't they?
They are.
So straight on the scoreboard here for Powys Sparks. And that ball from Lucy Leonard just going over. And we do have an injury, I believe, here to the goal defence from Powys. Lizzie Sims might have just caught her hand awkwardly, I believe. It's one of those injuries for netballers, aren't they? Hands and fingers, they're very common for us netballers.
All the time, and they're normally the worst ones as well. Most painful ones.
And you try and shake it off, don't you, as best as you can.
And that was great defensive pressure then from Northwest attackers. Turn over the ball. Oh, lovely split in the circle.
Here goes Ellen Barwick. She has had some problems shooting this morning. Her first couple of shots were a bit just short of the post, so hoping she can settle into this game.
I think that's important as a shooter as well, is just settling. We both know we're shooters ourselves. You get your first couple of shots in and you're laughing, aren't you?
Absolutely, and just as Emily Brooks did with her first one, just hoping she can set the second one. There she goes.
Yeah. Very calm under the post.
Very calm under the post. And we did see in the last game as well, she moved into the wing attack position and she plays very similar positions. And they do get the turnover. Northwest Fury. Steffi Studd in that last game was absolutely incredible against Northeastern Fun, and she's coming back into this game. Same thing again from her.
Great speed through court. Just positioning of that ball there on the circle edge. Was it a bit of offside, actually? Sorry, offside call there.
Great communication going on that circle there, isn't there, from Power Sparks?
Yeah, really good. And that's, as a defensive unit, that's what you want. It's really off-putting, actually, for the attackers when your defence are talking a lot. There she is.
And Ellen Barwick manages to slot that shot in, hopefully raising her confidence a bit as well. Gwennan Williams on her first shot of the game.
She's got a lovely hold, doesn't she, Gwennan Williams?
Wonderful hold. And she has a really great shooting technique, Gwennan Williams. She's been working on it over the past few years. And you can see it, can't you, in her game?
Yeah, you can. Very consistent shooter.
She plays down in the Cardiff League Division for DNAS, as many players here today do from the southern regions. But it's from the northwest, so she has decided to play for her hometown. Steffi Studd called there because she was speaking when she was called for obstruction, I believe. Once you are called for obstruction or penalty, you are not allowed to talk because you are deemed out of the game. But what a take there from Oliver Smith.
Defence for Northwest are really hungry for this win today, aren't they? You can see they've come out all guns blazing. There's a great rebound there by Williams. And a lovely shot. Nice high shot under the post.
Absolutely. Like you said, her shooting technique is really nice. And it is easier to shoot, isn't it, when you have that high shot technique and it's less of a chance of a defensive tip, for example.
Absolutely. And another lovely shot there. She's really settled now, isn't she, in this first quarter?
Definitely found her rhythm. I believe the partnership of Studd and Oliver Smith are a Bangor University defensive partnership. So they have played together for a little while.
And that helps, doesn't it, in this tournament? I mean, you know, we get a few weeks to prep and training sessions, but if you've played with someone for years, it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Absolutely. You know, you've played with many players in the City Flames teams for years, and same with the Valley Volcanoes lot. We see it a lot, you know, and it does help a lot when you have that partnership for a long time.
And that was really good pressure then from the Powys defence, just to get that turnover.
Studd is all over that ball, isn't she? And Powys needs maybe just a little bit of extra time just to bring that ball down the court. Maybe that extra pass might help them just to get the ball to circle edge.
And she's deceiving, isn't she, with Studd? I mean, you know, she's not probably your tallest goalkeeper. However, she can get hand to that ball, can't she?
Emily Brooks with those long bombs. She will shoot from anywhere.
Ooh, that ball looked like it was going off the back line, but Williams would not allow that. She
Magnets on her hands for Williams.
Yeah. Nice, lovely shot there. You know, and as a shooter, you could see if you just turn and shoot and not think about the defenders, you know, it's hard sometimes now. As soon as you stop and you see a defender, you sight a defender, that's it.
Absolutely. Well, it's a close game here between Powys Sparks and Northwest Fury. It's 5-4. Fury on 5, Sparks on 4. Hugo Fury again to try and extend that lead. The partnership on the mid-court, working the ball really nicely there. And the crowd are really boosting these teams. It's getting very loud in here, isn't it? And it's so wonderful to see. It does make a difference, doesn't it, Sarah, when you have a nice crowd behind you?
Huge difference, yeah. It just picks you up as players on the court.
Especially being up here in Bangor today, Northwest's hometown. Lucy Leonard finding Barwick. Lovely partnership there. And Lizzie Sims does seem to be in a bit of pain, doesn't she, when she is catching that ball?
Yeah, she does. Whether she's going to call time now, I'm not sure.
Umpire just checking on her from the other side of the court there, checking that she's okay.
And that's a better ball in.
Much better ball in. I mean, you know, the battle of the height between them in that circle. There's not much difference between them, between Stud and Jasmine Barty. Barty's just pipping her on that height. So the placement of the ball, isn't it? It's very important.
Yeah. And again, lovely shot there by Emily Brooks.
And there we see Lizzie Sims has taken to the bench due to that injury she sustained in the first few minutes of the game. We do see the goalkeeper, Mary Bailey, come out to goal defence. And the previous shooter from the last game, Katie Parks, has come on to goalkeeper for Powys Sparks.
We've seen a lot of players playing both ends today. We had Perry in the last game, both ends, and now we have Katie Parks.
We were discussing it earlier as well, how it can be not easy, but it can be relatively simple to switch between, you know, a goal shooter, goalkeeper, because you're playing your opposite position, aren't you?
Yeah, and you know what they don't like. So when you're playing goal shooter and you go to goalkeeper, you know what, as a shooter, what you hate.
Because I've seen you play goal defence, Sarah, in my time, so I'm sure, you know.
I've had a go. Whether I'd play it in this level, maybe not. But no, do you know what? It's quite nice playing the opposite end. Just you get to see it from a different side, different point of view. Oh, that was really unlucky there by Brooks.
Emily Brooks, yeah.
Yeah, she did a lovely drive to come through mid-court. But the team's a little bit unsettled at the minute. We've had a few turnovers now.
40 seconds coming up on the clock now, and it is 6 points to Fury, 5 points to Sparks. This could bring them level, and it does. 6 points apiece here in the National League at Bangor. The clock is running down for the end of this first quarter. Oh, there's that ball again. Steffi Studd collecting it as she tipped it and dropped her footing.
She is playing outstanding for this game. She is keeping this team in, you know, 6-all. She is keeping them in this game, actually.
And the last attempt there. Oh, and it is a penalty call, so she will have another chance. And the goal defence, Mary Bailey, just falls on top of Williams there.
Fancy to sit down at the end of the quarter.
And there it is for Williams, which will bring us to 7 points to 6 for Fury on this quarter time. Northwest Fury 7, Powys Spark 6. Well, what a first quarter.
Well, brilliant first quarter. I mean, I think we're in for another close game. We've had so many close games today. This is going to be another one. I mean, Stead in a goalkeeper.
She's showing us again, isn't she? Like she was performing in West Wales versus West Wales Phoenix. Northeast Inferno. She was on fire, and she is still performing again now in this game. She's over every ball.
She is, and as we said, she's so deceiving. The goal shooter is has that little height advantage. You don't think she's going to get on the end of that ball, but she positions herself really well. She's got great footwork and great elevation.
Yes, she absolutely does, and she will get her hand into any single ball. And like you said, her body positioning, she opens up her hips really well to get into the end of that ball, even though she might have that slight height disadvantage against Barty. Moving on to through court play then for Power Sparks. They're moving the ball quite well.
Power Sparks moving the ball really well, and I feel like they're using the middle channel really well. They're not keeping the ball wide. Somebody's always punching through middle in the attack, which is working for them. Because once you've got the ball in the middle channel, you've got more options, haven't you? You know, keep away from circle edge, and that is exactly what they're doing.
Yes, I totally agree, and they are moving the ball nice and wide. And what Northwest Fury are doing quite well is trying to move that defensive in and keeping them wide and utilising, you know, the sideline as a defensive player as well, aren't they? And forcing them to force that ball out and even wider then.
Yeah, they are, and that's clever play from defenders. You know, use the sideline as an extra defence. Coach will always tell you that. So by keeping them wide, it's not allowing somebody to punch through middle, and that's where the errors are being forced.
Absolutely. So for Power Sparks then, which are 1 point down at this quarter time now. Like, they did come out, like you said, all guns blazing at the start of that game, and it's a very, very close game. What would be your, in 3 words, at this quarter time?
3 words, that's really tough, isn't it? What is in 3 words for them to, for the next quarter?
The next quarter.
Middle, so keep using the middle channel. There's got to be one. Just turn and release. Because I do think, yes, they have got, we've said about stud in the shooting circle, but I think sometimes they're allowing her time to set up. So just middle, turn and release.
Lovely. Turn and release count as 2 words for you then, do they?
Yeah. Release. There's no and in the middle.
Lovely work, lovely work. So middle channel, turn and release is the advice there for Power Sparks. As we're setting up now for the second quarter. If you have just joined us for the FleetEV National League here up in Bangor, where Northwest Fury leads Power Sparks by 1 goal. We will bring these changes to you now as they come to us. Any changes that are made on the court? There is a goal attack change for Northwest. And that goal attack coming on the court is Cassie Ogilvie. Previously played in the wing attack position against Northeast Inferno. I mean, quite an impact at wing attack. As you play yourself, wing attack, goal attack, it's very similar movement position, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very similar. I mean, you know, it's different movement when you're on the circle edge, but I do feel like there's a lot of players in here who play across both. And I think playing goal attack, it does lend well to the wing attack position. More so than the goal shooter position, I would say. But that's my own opinion.
No, I would agree with you. You know, as playing as a goal shooter, you work the circle a lot more. Whereas playing goal attack, wing attack, you need to work the middle a lot more, don't you? And work the edge a lot more. So no, I totally agree with that point.
And it's a lovely turnover there from Powys to get that goal. Back to their centre pass.
And the changes now for Powys Sparks should be coming in for us. Any changes they've made?
And that's a lovely shot there from the goal shooter for Powys. Both shooters were out of the circle then for Northwest. It's just snuck back in.
Katie Park still playing her part there, and the goalkeeper. And going into her goal defence, Mary Bailey, who did say in her bio that she plays anywhere on court.
Excellent. Great versatility.
Absolutely. Oh, again, Steffi Stud.
She just comes out of nowhere, doesn't she?
I don't think I would have even seen her if I gave that ball.
No. And she does that well. She's setting that up. You know, it's not just she's in the right place at the right time. She is setting those up. She's sighting that ball, putting herself in the right position for them to give that ball, and then she's taking it away. And that was a lovely ball there by Leonard. I feel like she's had a massive part to play in that attack end.
Yes, she does. And she links in well with Bethan Phillips there in the centre. And she knows exactly where Williams wants that ball when she places those feet, and that's always extremely important for a tall standing shooter. Dewton didn't quite manage to keep that ball on court, so Sparks will have the throw in. Oh, and there is that defensive setup again. Northwest Fury capitalising on every mistake Power Sparks are making.
They're not letting anything go, are they?
Williams just resetting herself. And Ogilvy will take that shot, and the crowds in here are going wild for this play.
There's a lovely first, second phase centre pass there. That was just an unlucky call there against Williams. Bit of a contact call on the foot, I think that was.
On the foot, you're running into the space, but Parks did her job, stopped her from going there.
Good patience through court here from Power Sparks.
Slight hesitation there from Barty, isn't there, on being comfortable in where she's shooting, and she obviously wants to get closer to the posts.
Yes. Yeah, she's trying to, maximise her chances of getting it in, isn't she? And with such a close game, that's probably a clever thing for her to do.
Speaking of close game, we are now 10 goals apiece here for this match, which is why the crowd are going so wild for every goal that is scored. We've had a lot of close matches here today so far. And there goes Cassie Ogilvy for that all-important goal. And West Fury will have the centre pass as after turnover the Powers ball.
Excellent feed in there to Williams. Great vision. And I feel like Fury are now on it. They're on a run, haven't they? They've scored 3 goals in a row. The crowd are cheering for them.
It just boosts everything for you, doesn't it? If
does.
It takes you and keeps momentum going for you.
Can Power Sparks beat that momentum now? Put a stop to it.
Oh,
no,
Oliver Smith, what a tip. This defensive setup in the back for Fury is on fire. There's that ball in.
And a great take for Williams. She holds well. She's not too close to the baseline. She gives herself room to be able to take that nice long ball.
Absolutely. She's not too far up. And she knows exactly where she wants the ball. And the feeders also know where they want to put it for her. And she's very versatile in how she takes the ball. Front hold, side hold, back hold, which is really nice for a shooter.
Because you tend to see a shooter has one preference, don't you? Whereas she is happy to hold.
Absolutely. You're either a left or a righty, and she is very versatile.
She is. And that's that ball, just turn and release, isn't there, we said earlier. Because it doesn't allow time for defence to set up.
A very fast turn and release there from Power Sparks.
Oh, great take.
Leonard, unlucky there. I think she was called for footwork.
That would have been fantastic, wouldn't it? Great take from Leonard and Williams.
They are really gelling now, aren't they, Northwest Fury? The Sparks are hanging on. 14 plays 11 here. And who's there to collect it but Steffi Studd?
That was a very quick transition there for Fury. You could see Powers chasing their players down court. And I think it's these crucial times where you need to step up on your defence to stop this momentum.
Because it slows down play, doesn't it? It's important. If you're chasing ball, you need to change something to be able to slow that play down.
Exactly. And that might be picking up the nearest player to you. It's not always chasing your own player. Let's just pick up someone else and do something. And we just missed another great intercept from Studd during that conversation. I needed to put that in there.
She is slowly becoming a huge player of this tournament. She is one to watch. And there goes Cassie Ogilvy capitalising on that interception from her teammate Steffi Studd. And Studd just gave a little cheer at the back there. Williams again with that lovely side hold and a little pop. And there goes the crowd.
Great shot. She's got the confidence now. Her eyes in. She's not afraid to put the ball up. And that's what you need from your shooting circle. We mentioned this in the last game. You need a goal attack who can put their shot up from anywhere because it's that double threat. You know defence then can't go 2-on-1 on your shooter. It just makes it harder for them, doesn't it?
Especially with a tall shooter like Williams, the defence might feel they need to double up on her because of that height threat. But when you've got a shooter like Ogilvie in there as well, who will put it up from anywhere,
you can't let it go.
You can't let it go. And the wing attack there, Misha Jackson pulled up for contact right on the edge of the circle, so another turnover for Fury. And the same has happened on the other side of the court. Lucy Leonard pulled up for contact.
Lovely ball in. Great baseline drive there from Emily Brooks.
And Jasmine Barty there almost drew defence, didn't she? Right to the front of the circle, and both defenders had eyes on her, and Emily Brooks just snuck away around the back.
She did, yeah, and that's great. As you know, shooting partnership in the circle is really important, isn't it? You know where the other player is going to be.
Less than a minute left on the clock for this second quarter.
Couldn't quite get her feet in that middle third then. Obviously the first pass of a centre pass must be received in the middle third.
And Williams sinks that next one, and Fury will get to go again with the centre pass with 20 seconds left on the clock. Can they get to 20 before the end of the quarter?
She's going to go for the long shot. Unlucky.
Just rolls over that one. So now Sparks will try their best to get the ball from one end of the court to the other. As a shooter, would you have tried your best sub-struck then?
Well, not going to say too much.
So there we are, half-time here at the FleetEV National League match between Northwest Fury and Powys Sparks. Northwest are leading 19-12. They managed to score over 10 goals in that quarter, Sarah. They scored 12 goals, Northwest did, in that quarter. Like you said, they were on a roll.
They were, and it was clear that there was 12 goals scored in that quarter. The amount of turnovers they got in defence, and when they got those turnovers, they were clinical with that ball through court. I mean, I don't think there was many opportunities for Powys to pick up any loose ball, any missed passes. You had Williams holding strong in that circle. Once they get that ball to circle edge, you know that ball is getting in there. There's no problem. There's no doubt about that. And you also had Cassie Ogilvie working really well around Williams, allowing her that space, but also drawing defenders to open up extra space for her as well.
Absolutely. So Cassie Ogilvie is a Welsh Colleges player, so has played in the Welsh Colleges setup. And Gwenann Williams, who is a Welsh under-21s player. A lot of these Northwest players were part of the first Island Games that were hosted, including Anglesey. Anglesey were part of the first Island Games, which is nice to see, and they're representing Anglesey in the Island Games, and they were part of that, which was recently a competition, which is lovely to see. And they've all played together for that club as well, which is, like you said, that that having that competition and having that team ethos is really nice as well. Powys Sparks then in that quarter, at least they're consistent. They did score 6 again in that quarter, so they are keeping their consistency level up, but maybe be left behind a little bit by Northwest Fury?
I think so. I think you can see a couple of heads have dropped. When there's a turnover, they're not quite getting onto defence as quickly as they were in the first quarter. So I think it's really important for them now to regroup, and look at if there is a turnover, you just pick up, as I said, pick up the nearest player, do something. Because if you just let your players run through, then it's easy chance to goal, isn't it?
Absolutely. So Steffi Studd then, she is not one that we can leave out at the moment. She is turning over every single ball, isn't she? As a shooter, goal attack, Sarah, what would you be thinking now of going up against someone like Steffi?
I think first thing is ball placement. We've seen that when Powys Sparks do put that ball in the right place, when they just turn and release, it is getting in there. I think with somebody like Studd, it's really important you keep moving. If you stand still and you allow her that time to read the game, then she's going to get on the end of that ball. So I think as the shooters, it's really important they work together. They balance that shooting circle. As we saw, there was one lovely drive from Emily Brooks on the baseline. It opened up a lovely space. Some more of that we need to see.
Yes, I absolutely agree, because like you said, she's one of those players that can maybe hide sometimes, and then she'll just pop an arm out and she'll take the ball, won't she? And her partnership as well in there with Oliver Smith is a really nice partnership to watch. So they are working as a team, so the shooters need to be working as a team as well, right?
Yes, they do, because sometimes defenders work really well in splitting shooters, and they don't allow them that movement that they would like in there. So we've seen that the two shooters from Powys Sparks, so Bartley and Brooks, can work well together. It's just making sure now that they use that link, and also with the wing attack and centre being able to sight the space.
Absolutely. The mid-court that we are seeing at the moment, there's some really nice links of play and passages of play going on, isn't there? So we've had Chloe Evans in the middle for Powys Sparks. She's been a bit of a playmaker in there, slowing the game down when it's needed and picking up the pace of speed there, going up against Bethan Phillips at Northwest Fury. I think Phillips is coming off for this quarter, but they've both been kind of regulating the game quite well.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important job for a centre. You know, they're the ones who are allowed on the most area of the court. They play attack and defence. So I think it's really important if you have a centre just to control the game, keep it steady, and it's that link then from your defence to attack, bringing the ball through court.
Absolutely. So 19 plays 12 here at the FleetEV National League against Northwest Fury versus Powys Sparks. The teams are just getting ready to get back onto court for the third quarter of the match. Looking at some changes that are going on here, and the umpires will just bring the ball over to restart this match. The crowd making themselves known here at Bangor, supporting. A lot of support here for Northwest Fury in their hometown.
And it's great to see so many spectators here, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's always lovely to see people out supporting. So we'll have a look at the changes now. A few changes going on for Powys Sparks. We have had Catherine Carmody coming on to goalkeeper. Mary Bailey has continued to stay in goal defence. Chloe Evans has moved from the centre position into wing defence. Shia Holmes has come on to the centre position. Emily Brooks has moved from the goal attack position to the wing attack. Then we have Jasmine Barty, who's moved from shooter to goal attack. And Katie Parks has moved from goalkeeper all the way over to goal shooter.
Showing her versatility there across two positions.
Absolutely. So quite a lot of changes there for Powys Sparks.
Yeah, a lot of changes. And I think, you know, as a coach looking at that scoreline, they did go down, you know, by quite a few goals. It was 12-6 the last quarter. So probably a good thing. Get some changes, get some fresh legs on and see what new combinations can do.
Absolutely, and we know we watched Katie Parks in the first game versus Westwell Phoenix, and she was quite a consistent shooter. She's strong under the post, but she is quite a close shooter, close range shooter. And she, you know, with the combination of Stud and Oliver Smith, that could be a challenge for them.
Yeah, I think so. It's a change, isn't it? Because they've gone from having, you know, a solid, tall goal shooter to a really kind of mobile goal attack and driving the baseline. And now I think you've got two similar shooters in there. So something for the defence to think about.
One change for Northwest Fury then at wing attack. Lucy Leonard has hit the bench. And Lucy McEwen is on court.
It's a big step in there from Williams. Just short of the shot, but she gets her rebound. And she sinks the next one.
Always great in her rebounds, isn't she, Williams? She's very consistent on them.
Ooh, Oh, I think she thought she was going to be called for replayed ball there, and I think she just let the ball go quite quickly.
I suppose it's always safe to leave it if you think you are going to be called for a replay ball, if there's a teammate next to you to pick it up.
Yes, definitely. Otherwise, just pick it up and hope for the best.
So the wing attack confirmed for Northwest Fury for this quarter is Erin Jones. Erin Jones is a Bangor Regionals and County player. Plays for Wally's Netball Club in the Penygroes Division League up here in Northwest Wales. Here goes Katie Parks for the shot for Powys. Just rolls off the top there, but does manage to gain the rebound.
Second chance. Just a little bit short there.
Oh, and the defence did get a touch in there, didn't it? Just to tip that ball out. That could have been a nasty injury then, but that was very lucky, wasn't it?
I think the crowd enjoyed that one. We had some oohs from the crowd then.
The sound effects from these crowd, oh, they're pleased, aren't they?
No, those long balls are not quite on, are they? I mean, we've spoken about Stead, like I've said many a time, she is getting on the end of those.
So the change is now obviously taking out Barty into goal attack, having that taller shooter out goal attack, just maybe on the short, not short, but shorter than Barty in Katie Parks as shooter. You have to change your feeds, right, and into the position there?
Absolutely. There needs to be a different feed into there, and, you know, triangles are a good one to use, particularly the ball speed, because that can turn defenders' heads and it can open up space. So I think that's what Powys need to do now moving forward.
And they do capitalise on that shot. So Lucy Leonard has moved into the centre position for Northwest Fury.
And there's Williams again with her rebound. Great rebound positioning from Williams. But she also is another one who can play both ends of the court, isn't she?
Oh, absolutely, yes. She is a very good goalkeeper, Gwen-Ann Williams, because she knows a static shooter's position. She's also good with a moving shooter because she's very strong in her build. I don't think I'd take Steffi Stud off, would you?
No, definitely not. Not in this game. Maybe to give it a rest if there's time at the end.
Here goes Katie Parks. Not quite close enough for her range. And there goes that defensive partnership again of Oliver, Smith and Stud.
There's no second chances at a shot with those in the circle, is there?
Absolutely not, and especially the speed of Lucy Leonard down that court. She's a real big playmaker, isn't she, connecting the both ends of the court.
She is. She did a fab job of wing attack. Her movement, patience on the ball. She's controlling that mid-court now as centre.
Chloe Evans in that wing defence position for Powys Sparks. And that feed in from Shia Holmes into Katie Parks. You see what they're trying to do, don't you? You know you understand their play, but it doesn't quite fit.
It's not quite there. And also they're not hitting circle edge as well, so they're allowing, you know, Northwest are putting pressure on the ball, putting pressure on that pass. It's not an easy feed in.
And you see the difference right there between the two feeds. Lucy Leonard hit that circle edge nice and clean. Erin Jones there to support, and the feed reached Williams quite easily in comparison to the feed that was further out from circle edge.
Yeah, it's just more time in the air, more time for defenders to get on the end of it.
Chloe Evans will take this pass to Brooks. And Parks will have another go.
And a good shot there from Parks. She needed that one, didn't she? Just for a bit of a settler.
Erin Jones making her way through the court. And Williams again with that wonderful shooting action.
Lovely high shot.
Well, Northwest Fury have taken this game on with fury, I suppose, haven't they? They've really taken this game. It's 24 to Northwest Fury, 17 points to Power Sparks. They have taken quite a good lead here. 25 to Northwest Fury, with Cassie Ogilvie just extending that lead.
This is quite a close quarter though, isn't it? Looking at the score, it's 6-5 to Northwest Fury, so a very close quarter.
Absolutely, very close quarter. And Power Sparks are not letting them just run away with it, are they? They are just keeping them there, but they do need to ramp it up a little bit.
I think so, and especially when they have possession of the ball in their attack end, just looking after that ball. That's the main thing for them.
We are seeing Northwest Fury capitalising on every ball they are given. Barty fighting for that ball there and resets it all the way back. That feed again coming in from the reset line.
It's a long feed in, wasn't it? However, it was a very accurate feed in, but you want to be playing it a little bit safer, I would say, at this point of the game.
Parks knew the space she wanted and she had a nice hold, but yeah, I do agree. You want a little bit of a safer feed. Barty will have another chance at this for obstruction. Both defenders called out of play for this one. And there it is. So 18 points, plays 26 here with 20 seconds left on the clock of this third quarter.
What a fabulous shot. She's come on and she's had a good impact, hasn't she?
Cassie Ogilvie has come on and she's shown that she is a goal attack to watch, isn't she? She played wing attack in that first game against Northeast Inferno, but this game against Power Sparks, she is really showing what she can do. And we do have a penalty call here. Power Sparks will have a shot at goal. And it's just missed off the side of the ring. So, third quarter finishes 27 to 18 points. Northwest Fury leading 27 to 18 Power Sparks. So, like we said, it was a consistent quarter, wasn't it? They managed to keep themselves, relatively up to Power Sparks kept themselves up with Northwest Fury. However, Fury just taking away the game now.
Yeah, so Fury, obviously, that quarter was a lot closer. Fury, I think, were up by maybe the one by 2. I think took the quarter by 2 in the end. But much better performance from Power Sparks. I think they, apart from a couple of the long feeds we did mention, they were a bit more patient with the ball. They had more options coming through court. We saw them a bit more feisty in defence. They were really looking for those intercepts and putting pressure on the shooters. But I do think at the minute Fury have just got a little edge over them, haven't they?
They do. And what we are seeing at the moment, isn't it, of how Northwest Fury, every single centre pass they're taking, they're capitalising on it and they're using it and they're shooting and they're scoring their goals, so that 50% of the possession for the whole game, they're scoring. Yeah. And it's really making a difference. I mean, they scored 7 in the first quarter, they scored 12 in the second quarter, and they've scored 8 now in this quarter. So they are keeping within those realms of consistency, whereas Power Sparks have scored 6 in the first and second quarter and have now scored 6 again.
Consistent.
Very consistent.
And they've definitely had more opportunity at goal. I think the shooters just maybe not quite getting their eye in. We've got a couple of long shots from the shooters. I think they just need to play themselves closer to post and just get their confidence up and just play the easy shots.
Absolutely. And what we can see sometimes, isn't it, like we are seeing that forced ball into the shooters because we're panicking about the scores going up and we're not capitalising on it. So we're trying our best to get that ball into the shooter, like we have mentioned about those feeds going in.
Yeah, definitely. And that's where these teams now will distinguish between themselves, is which team can hold, keep calm under pressure, which team can hold their nerve. And I think at the minute Fury are showing that. I think Powys at times, as you said, need to just look for an extra pass rather than forcing that long ball in and hoping for the best.
Absolutely. So, as we said, the fourth quarter about to come underway here at the FleetEV National League up in sunny Bangor. Northwest Fury are leading Powys Sparks by 27-18. The umpires just bringing the players back onto the court. And if Northwest Fury win this game, I can guarantee you the crowd will be showing their excitement, won't they?
I think so. This crowd are very lively today, which is excellent.
So, no changes to see from Fury. I believe Bethan Phillips has come on to wing defence. Started the game as centre and has now gone back into wing defence. But no changes for Powys Sparks. Bethan Phillips is a Menai Bridge player, plays for Menai Bridge, and is also a clinical psychologist.
Oh.
Not interesting. She was a Swansea University player, so has played down in the south of Wales. But Steffi Studd back on, straight in, first tip.
There's no chill time for her. She's on every single ball.
I would not want to come up against her, I don't think. I think you might have to, though.
Let's hope she doesn't play goal defence. Just goalkeeper.
Erin Jones finding Cassie Ogilvie. Just off the back there for Ogilvie.
The Powys have got a chance to capitalise here now.
It's turning over ball, isn't it? And it's capitalising on that turnover ball.
I think it's really important. And, you know, in games like this, yes, you can look at the scoreline and think there's 10 goals and, you know, Northwest Fury have taken the game away. But you can chip away at the scoreline, and it is those just one goals that make a difference. You know, we spoke about earlier about the point system. If they can get within 5 points, they'll get 5 goals, they get 2 points for the game. So that should be their aim now, shouldn't it?
And those points can make all the difference, as we did see last year. Northwest Fury finished 5th last year in the tournament with that all-important last win. Oh, and a lovely outside arm from Ogilvie.
Great
textbook outside arm, clean as a whistle.
You don't see many of those, do you?
Especially not from attackers, do you?
No. And there's usually a contact call somewhere in there.
But that was beautiful. And a slight screen.
I'm not sure if that was supposed to be going to a Cassie Ogilvie, but Williams was there to scoop it in.
She might have called us a duck out the way. And there's that feed again.
And the elevation from Williams there.
And the soft landing.
Yeah.
Oh, she's worked so hard on that because she's a tall player. Coming down, you need to come down soft, don't you? Because nobody wants those dreaded injuries. Brooks feeding again. And Katie Parks manages to sink that one in for Powys Sparks. There is a change. They are taking Steffi Studd off the court. It's like we planned it, Sarah.
Oh, it is, yeah.
It's like we've planned it.
It is.
Gwen-Ann Williams is making her way into the defensive circle as goalkeeper. Grace Anderson is going in as goal shooter. And we do also have a change at goal defence for Northwest Fury. Which is Miggs Hollings.
What a great shot.
First on court, first shot of the game.
No
Sink
pressure.
it.
Just turned to post.
But that's the shot you want, isn't it, when you first come on the court?
It is, yeah. I always say that's the most important shot for me. The first shot you come on, and then it just gives you that confidence.
Gwenanne Williams now showing what she can do in her opposite position. That extra bit of height in that circle now for Northwest Fury.
Great, lovely shot there.
No challenge for Power Sparks. Turnover ball here for Power Sparks. Call against the wing attack. Lucy McEwen, who was also a new substitute for Northwest Fury. Lucy McEwen. Lucy McEwen is a Colwyn Bay netball player. Plays for County and was part of the Wales Talent Hubs back in the day. One of our many wing attacks who play centres. Very versatile players, aren't they, our mid-quarters?
Yeah, as a mid-court, I think it's important you can play across, to the positions, sometimes 3.
Yes, we do often see wing defences, wing attack centres, don't we? Or, goal attacks, wing attacks, etc. So it is nice to have in your locker a multitude of positions.
It's good for a coach as well, so they can have different options on the court.
And, different combinations work differently, don't they,
They do.
Against the oppositions that you're playing. There's Grace Anderson. Just rolls off the side there.
They're the worst ones, and they just roll around the edge.
But you always know, don't you, as a shooter, once it leaves your hands.
Yeah, half the time you call in rebound because it's not going in before it's touched the post.
And a call against Grace Anderson on that one, I believe. Or was it offside? Offside called against Lucy McEwen. Here goes Chloe Evans. Emily Brooks. A bit of a playmaker there. Hits circle edge.
Quite a low scoring quarter so far. Looking at the score, it's 4-3 actually to Powys.
It is 4-3 to Powys. It is quite a low scoring quarter, thinking that we're almost, we're 8 minutes in. So it is a very low scoring quarter. We have had some changes on both teams. Northwest Fury may be looking at some different combinations, see what they can bring to other matches. But Powys Sparks are still keeping themselves in there. They do need to come within 5 to get those all-important 2 points. They will get the 1 point if they can be within half of Fury's score.
See, and again, there was that long ball in. Defence had plenty of time to get on the end of that.
That forced ball in again. I think Northwest Fury need to change their game now, don't they? Because they've moved Williams away from that circle.
They haven't got the same height in there. So, yeah, just slight changes need to be made, isn't it? And that's just knowing your team, knowing your players.
And there goes Ogilvy again.
She's had a great game. She's a great performance, isn't she?
Absolutely. Her shooting stats must be very high for this game. Especially for a goal attack, who you don't see as often putting as many shots up, commonly. She's putting up loads, isn't she?
Particularly when you've got a tall kind of shooter in there. Yeah, you see more the shooter putting up the shots. But as we've seen quite a lot of the goal attacks today, they're not afraid to turn and put up a long shot, which is great.
And there goes Grace Anderson. And Powys Sparks will take the centre pass. There is 45 seconds left on that clock, and just out of Emily Brooks' hands there. So it doesn't look like Power Sparks will get within 5 of this Northwest Fury score. But they are within half. So they will get that 1 point.
And every point counts.
Every point counts. Just over the line there for Power Sparks. So Lucy McEwen will take that sideline, but she just gives it into the hands of Catherine Carmody.
Are we going to see a goal by the final whistle?
I don't think we are. There we go. She gave it a go, didn't she, Cassie O'Gilvy? And the crowd here are loving this game. Final score, Northwest Fury 32, Power Sparks 22. A nice 10-point lead to finish off that game.
Yeah, they gave them, they put a performance in from the word go. They gave themselves a comfortable lead and they going into the last quarter. Power Sparks scored 4 goals in that last quarter and Fury scored 5 goals in that quarter. So low scoring quarter, bit more of an equal possession in that quarter, I would say. Power Sparks had an opportunity to maybe put in 1 or 2 more goals on to try and get within that 5 goal to get the extra point, but great performances from both sides, just Fury more consistent today.
Absolutely. So Northwest Fury took the win over Power Sparks in the 5th game here at FleetEV National League in Bangor. So our next match of the day, we will be seeing North East Inferno playing West Wales Phoenix. That is at 15:25. So please make sure that you come and join us for that. We are going to take a short break. But the North East Inferno versus West Wales Phoenix at 15:25. Come join us for that.
Good afternoon all and welcome back to the FleetEV National League 2024. Year 2 is already exceeding our expectations. If you are just joining us, all teams have played each other once today with wins from Northeast Inferno, Valleys Volcanoes and the newbies to the league this year, Power Sparks and Coastal Heat. Power Sparks and Northwest Fury just had their second game, with Northwest Fury getting a win on the board, winning 32-22. Well, I'm Pamela Cookie, and it has been a delight to take you through competition day 1 with Airline Roberts, Cardiff Met head coach, former Welsh feather, and insightful information, knowledge and power into today's games. We have also had and been privileged to have some special guests to join us throughout the day, and for this match, it's none other than head coach and player Nick Cook from Valleys Volcanoes. 2023 champions. Nick, you're reigning champs. You've got a win under your belts already today. Are you buzzing and are you feeling the pressure?
Yeah, we're really happy. We went on and wanted to obviously come out with a win. It was quite difficult because Southeast, they came at us as strong. It was pretty much equal until half-time. We made a crucial change and then it completely changed the game altogether. So we're going to take all the positive from that game and put them into the Cardiff game this afternoon. But we are happy from what we put out there so far today. So hopefully we can build on that now.
Indeed, indeed. Well, we look forward to seeing that later. Just a quick reminder, we've still got 3 games coming, but this first one here is Northeast Inferno versus West Wales Phoenix. Game 7 would be Coastal Heat versus Southeast Blaze at 14:38. And the last game of the day will be City Flames versus Valleys Volcanoes at 17:49. That's 5:49. But for this game, Northeast Inferno. Airline, talk us through the starting 7.
So Northeast Inferno are starting off again with Erin Hook as their goal shooter, very experienced player in the National NPL League. Becca Hughes is back in at goal attack. We know she loves those long shots, and she was one of our guest speakers earlier on today. Emily Wykes is back in at goal attack. Made a massive impact when she came on in that last game for Northeast Inferno. Jessica Daltrey back in at centre. Catherine Hughes has now moved to the wing defence position. As we said earlier, she plays very well wherever she is on court. She'll take any ball. Caitlin Jones in at goal defence. And Tash Turner back in at goalkeeper, who also made such an impact when they were playing against Northwest Fury, first game of the day.
And for our other team, West Wales of Phoenix, who play in the blue. Talk us through this 7.
So Rachel Griffiths now will start for West Wales Phoenix at the goal shooter position. She was a substitution in the last game. She came on for the last quarter and did make a bit of an impact, so they have swapped her on to start this game. Lauren Evans, the previous goal shooter, has moved out to goal attack. Delith Jones, the goal attack, has moved out to wing attack. Very versatile players for West Wales. Hayley Lewis-Howell, the captain, will stay in that centre position. Ellie Mae Austin, a new addition to this starting 7, playing at wing defence. Another, of course, Cardiff Met alumni. We'd love to see it. Coming on to the court, Emma Roberts will stay in that goal defence position, and Sarah Jordan again stays in that goalkeeper position for West Wales Phoenix.
Wow, so we're in for a good one. The last time these 2 teams met was in Swansea in 2023, and it was 26-29 to the West Wales Phoenix. It was a close one, so I'm expecting another close one again today. Nick, for you, you've obviously played against both sides. Have you got your money on either one?
Yeah, I think obviously both teams are really, really strong. But for me, I think when I go for the Northwest team, they are super, super strong, and their attack in play last year, and we played them in the final. They used width, they brought the ball from the middle, they hit the circle edge every time. They're really, really, really good. So my money's on the black team this time.
Okay. Well, as the umpires set the players on the court, Anne Burt Williams and Lucy Moran will take control of this game. And we're off. West Wales Phoenix in the blue. First centre pass with Hayley Lewis-Howell as centre. Up against Northeast Inferno in the black and grey. Quickly to get that ball into the circle.
Rachel Griffiths, first shot, and the first thing, as we were talking earlier, that first shot as a shooter is all so important for you. And I have had a bit of a request from West Wales Phoenix to say happy birthday to their coach that can't be here, Helen Thomas. She is not able to travel with the team, but she is very, very proud of her team this season.
Yeah. And it's Nicola Roberts and Rhianne Davis who are on the coaching side for Phoenix today. I'm sure they'll be missing her. But happy birthday. So 1 apiece as they set where the penalty happened. Phoenix with ball in hand. But
Catherine Hughes there, she was watching that ball, wasn't she? She had that quick change of direction, quick step. Wonderful.
Well, she had a great game in that first, earlier on in that win against Northwest Fury. It was a big win, 44-24 was the score. And she was pivotal in terms of those intercepts and turnovers for her team. Slowly building, but just as you thought that patience was there, just overcooking that final pass into the end third.
Yeah, and Nick, as a wing attack that does like to hit pocket, how important is that pocket drive to get that ball right in there?
Yeah, it's absolutely crucial. As soon as you kind of overkill the drive and the ball's going to go long, it breaks down every time. We always say we try and hit that top of the circle, try not to go too wide. It's absolutely key, and trying to get rid of the arms over every time going in.
Well, Northeast Inferno have another chance to put 2 on the board. But Emma Roberts' goal defence for West Wales Phoenix just trying to disrupt, get in the way. And another contact call in the circle. And this time, Becca Hughes, she nets.
No problem at all for Becca Hughes there. West Wales Phoenix looking for options. Not many options for them there, was there? Northeastern's defensive setup is really constricting their play.
Erin Hook continues where she left off from this morning. The Chester Netball Club player as Evans at goal attack. She just checks her feet, and I think that kind of took her mind off the shot, but the rebound is taken from her shooting teammate Griffiths at goal shooter. That's 3 to Northeast Inferno, 2 to West Coast Phoenix. And
wonderful play, wasn't it? Becca Hughes with Erin Hook. Lovely little 1-2 to each other. And a tip in there as well from Jessica Daltrey to enable Caitlin Jones to get that turnover.
They are good at bringing this ball down. Everything was on that right-hand side, but they moved with different timing to foil the defence of West Wales Phoenix. The ladies just need to wait for the whistle to go before they try and go for the centre pass. Reset.
Erin Hook again with her timing. Her timing's been great, hasn't it, all through this tournament?
What's it like as a centre court player when you've got a shooter that can really run that baseline nicely and just pop?
Well, it makes my life a lot easier, let's be honest. No, when you've got that player that just drives out, their timing is impeccable. It's just so much easier for the mid-court to feed, and rather than going back and resetting again, it's just a lot easier.
Well, Infernos, you came up against them in the finals last year and you pipped them to that trophy. What was it that you did that was so crucial?
I think the first time we played them, we actually underestimated their attack, and we didn't realise how strong and how quick they were coming through the court. And then we regrouped in training. We did a lot more zone work and a very, very defensive centre pass and our boxes on the edge. It actually worked really well against their attack. But like I said to you, their attack is super strong. That's key. And then we're going to try and do the same thing this year, just break down that attacking unit one by one and just go for every single ball.
I think shutting down Northeast Inferno's attack is a challenge for any team, isn't it? Like you said, they are super, super strong. And even their defence is showing up today. There's tips and turnovers galore happening on court today. Phoenix are having a bit of a hard time getting that ball to their attacking players.
And you hear that whoop from Caitlin Jones. We were lucky to have her in comms earlier. Not the tallest of goal defences, but look at her in the circle. Get that ball, able to pass it off to Turner, and Inferno are back on the charge. 9 on the board already so far this quarter.
And as Becca Hughes was saying about Caitlin Jones, she is very springy, isn't she? And she's proven herself to be springy.
And Erin Hook down the other end that just keeps that scoreboard ticking over for Northeast Inferno. 10 now on the board, but she can't jump that high. she goes back to her teammates, just go inches, just a little bit lower for me.
Bit optimistic, I think, that one for Becca Hughes. Oh, there she is again, Caitlin Jones. She read that ball so well.
Oh, she came from a mile away. She returns to this Northeast Inferno side from 2023, one of 11 that's back in the squad. Plays for D-Side Netball Club. She has really been leading in this defensive end with her performance on court.
Her ball in flight is insane. If you watch every single time the ball's there, she's looking, oh, I'm in.
Are you in? Oh, it's like you've played netball before, like being able to pass that ball back.
You're a pro, Nick, you're a pro.
Been playing for a while.
Oh, nice little ball there from Jones at wing attack. Just quickly passing it in over the top of the defenders. And Griffith able to put it through. 4 on the board for Phoenix.
They have got some patience here, Phoenix, haven't they? But I think they need a little bit more patience to work that ball in and not let their head drops as shooters, that when the ball comes to them and they miss their shot, it's very easy to let your head drop as a shooter. You need to calm yourself down and because at the moment we're seeing Lauren Evans looking a little bit annoyed at herself when she misses that shot. Just build that pressure and build it up into the shooting circle.
Yeah, we've still got a way to go in this game. Just in the first quarter, we're playing 10-minute quarters with 3 minutes at the quarter time break and 5 minutes at half time. So we got no more to go as we see another turnover from Jones.
Contact call against her as well. Oh, Caitlin Jones, she is on fire today.
And even on attack, that ball to Hughes, straight down the middle.
The defensive players are turning up today, aren't they? We've had some wonderful defensive shows. Goal attack there. Becca Hughes being called for contact on Sarah Jordan. Phoenix will now get a chance to bring this ball through the court.
Nice. Great vision into the circle, and that did help from Jones, Declan Jones at wing attack, hitting the top of the circle, but they can't finish off that shot, and that's been a little bit, as you were saying earlier, the pain for Phoenix, but down the other end, the through court play from Northeast Inferno, just spot on, isn't it?
A lot of these Inferno players are playing over in the England Prem, you know, over in the northwest of England, and it really shows in their play, doesn't it? And it's, you know, the ability they've got to turn over and get at the end of any ball, and Catherine Hughes with that, just a hand jumping out of nowhere to get on the end of that ball.
Nick, we talk with netball, it's not just the physical side of things, though, it's those mental attributes as well, and to have that netball nous is such a big part of the game.
Yeah, you need to be able to read the game. It's not just about being able to run around. But if you look at these girls, they are reading the game one step ahead. So that Caitlin in goal defence, she's looking at every single ball coming down the court. She knows she's going to take her feet to the ball in flight. She turns it over, but she also controls it as well.
And clever work there from Lewis Howell as she takes the centre pass, doesn't take it. She holds onto the ball because she knew the buzzer was about to go. But after this first quarter, wowzers, Northeast Inferno have put their foot down. 15 on the board to West Wales Phoenix 5. Airline.
Well, what can we say about that? Absolutely incredible start from Northeast Inferno, and not just from the defensive side, but all through court. Every single player on that court is doing their job, aren't they? And they're working so hard. From the turnovers at the back, from Tash Turner and Caitlin Jones, all the way through Catherine Hughes and Jess Daltrey in the middle to Emily Wykes, Becca Hughes and Erin Hook. They're all doing their jobs really well to bring the ball so fluidly through court. It's such a wonderful game to watch. And Phoenix are trying so hard to shut them down, but they end up chasing the game a little bit. And once you start chasing, you have to do something differently to shut down that game.
Yeah, well, the scoreline was 26-29 the last time they met. This is definitely, at the moment, not looking like it's going to be that close a game. But for West Wales Phoenix, Nick, what can they do to start to get themselves back into this?
I think they need to drive, obviously, towards the ball. They're not seeing the defenders because the Northeast team are zoning a lot and they're creating the space, so they're off marking. So it makes it look like West Wales are free, and because they're standing still, the ball is just turning over straight away. So my advice would be to drive onto every single ball and use short, sharp drives, like to give and goes, rather than we're kind of driving away from the ball and then coming back for it. Whereas the Northeast team, they are doing everything so well. They're cutting drives, they're coming towards the ball, they're driving in the circle, the triangles in the circle. Basically, West Wales just need to, they need to go out there and do the exact opposite to what they're doing at the moment, rather than standing still. I think, just seeing that space and driving into the space rather than the defender coming in and taking it instead.
Yeah, no, good. Well, this is why you are a player coach. You can give that
like a true coach.
You know.
But it's true, isn't it? Because Northeast are almost confusing the space for West Wales Phoenix, and they can obviously confused through court then, but when they get on the attacking side, Northeast are just running away with it, and they haven't got a chance to then take the ball away from them. Phoenix are slowly building that pressure, and they're trying to put the ball in the net, but they tend to kind of lose their own game plan. So how do you get back to your game plan?
I just think from a West Wales point of view, they need to find their players because they haven't got much structure at the moment. So go back to the basics. Let's look at the centre passes, so the first phase and second phase of centre pass. Get back to that game plan, and then also, like I said, kind of front up to your own player. So you're stopping that zone marking, you're finding your player, and you're driving forward. It's going to take the pressure off rather than, the Northeast team. They're just coming in from everywhere.
Well, as we're about to start the second quarter of this game, West Wales Phoenix have a mountain to climb. We're 10 goals down. But they take the centre pass after that clever play by Lewis Howes just at the end of the first quarter. And a chance now to get one more off the board.
We're just looking for some changes on court here. So we do see Delith Jones has come from the wing attack into the goal attack position, meaning Lauren Evans has taken to the bench. Jess Thomas comes back on to wing defence. She put on a great performance in that first game against Powys Sparks, so hoping to see a lot more from her in this game. And back in the wing attack position for Phoenix is Ellie J. Jones, who also started against the Powys Sparks team.
So changes you're thinking being made due to the scoreline?
I would say so, yes. We could see in the first quarter, Lauren Evans was losing her head a little bit. She wasn't quite sinking all her shots, and it was kind of showing in her movement through court. So we know Delith Jones can play a nice goal attack, and she can put her shots up, and her and Rachel Griffiths play in the same club. So they're used to each other's movement in the circle and what they're doing around. So it's a good partnership for them. So, change is needed. Change is done.
Yeah, well, as I say, they both play for Susbans Netball Club. And there's Jones there at goal attack, having moved from wing attack. She goes for mid-range shots, just falls short. But those rebounds, you would have just wanted to see Griffith pull them in and not for the ball go through her fingers.
No changes to be seen for Northeast Inferno.
They're sticking with this tried and tested combination.
Oh, it's working well for them, isn't it? There's the movement through court.
So 17 plays 5. 8 minutes left of this quarter as Hughes, another interception. 2 hands on the ball. She just finds herself in the right place at the right time.
And again, you know, the work off ball we were talking about earlier, Caitlin Jones worked so hard then, shutting down 2 attackers by herself. And you had Jess Daltrey just backing on, just slightly, backing off Lewis Howell in the centre and making herself just confusing the space. So Becca Hughes came right in and just stole the ball.
And that's it, isn't it? You talk about Daltrey, it's the unit combination, the pressure that all 7 are putting on that court to allow Hughes to be able to do what she does. Also, she's got some great skills. But the teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh, it makes their job so much easier.
And you, Nick, as centre, that's what you do, isn't it, to help out your defence?
I try. But no, their defensive pressure they put on our centre pass is really, really good. They're making the wing attack and goal attack think that they're free every time, and then as soon as they come over the line, they're stepping together, they're pulling it. Again, they're off marking and they're taking that interception. It's really good defence.
Are you taking in some tips when you face them on court? What are you going to say to your players? Don't do this,
well,
don't do this.
We need to do a bit of work in training, I think, before we play these guys. They put on a really good performance, and in particular, is it Caitlin, the goal defence? She looks like a very promising player for the future.
Yeah, Caitlin Jones, former under-21 Celtic Dragon, now Cardiff Dragon.
Also one of the ones that plays in the England Prem. So very experienced player.
She started her own club as well.
She did start her own club. Yeah, and is now bringing up a load of age groups through that club, which is really nice to see, isn't it?
Yeah, 80 players now in that. Amazing.
What a woman. What a woman.
What a woman. We've seen so many what a woman moments, haven't we, today?
So many what a woman moments, absolutely.
That's why I love our sport. Some great girls. And a nice shot there again from Hook. 22 plays 6. Coming up to the halfway point of this second quarter. 10-minute quarters we're playing. A little bit different to the normal 15. For me, Nick, I would love that, like, less time. You just go hard for 10 minutes. But it's a different mentality as well, though, isn't it?
I'm a big fan of the 10 minutes. Personally, getting on a bit. But it's really difficult, actually going from 15 minutes to 10 minutes and trying to keep the score. You don't want to let the score go too far away from you, because in that 10 minutes, it's not a long time if you do go down to pull it back. So it's really difficult as a coach and a player to actually adapt 5 minutes less per quarter. Obviously, we've had a year to prep for it now, so we kind of get used to it. But last year was a big shock for us. But many of the players that are over the age of 25, they're appreciative of the 5 minutes less.
Again, Caitlin Jones, that slight tip, like you said, Nick, she's taking her feet to the ball, isn't she? She's not trying to lunge and stretch for it. She will always take that extra step, which is so important.
So Phoenix now just thinking a little bit more about where they place that ball, because there seems to be always a hand from Inferno to disrupt. Almost from Jones. That one, better placement to go over the top of her, but then the ball to the top of the circle to Lewis Howell, not in the right position, and look at that ball, sister to sister, twinning
telepathy. Twin telepathy. I'm telling you, it's a thing, because it came from one end of the court to the other.
And again, that long-range ball in there. So what can Phoenix do to try and, in defence? We talked about their attacking and trying to get through the zonal mark of Inferno, but in defence now, Nick, what is it that they can do to stop this kind of onslaught from Inferno?
Personally, in this scenario, I would just say find your own player, man on man, hard man on man. Because at the moment, the Northeast are just absolutely flying through the court. Like you just talked about the twin telepathy. It's just going from one to the other to the other. Where, like Ellen, you said, we are chasing. So West team are just chasing everything. So find your player, go hard man on man. Because at the moment, they're trying to zone, and it's not working.
Put the pressure on the body. They've got an opportunity now to go through on attack after that turnover. That lateral ball, not the best option, but ball still in hand with the blue. Oh,
again,
Wykes.
You're right, yeah, Wykes came in there and had that hand in. Another player that plays in that England Prem. is Emily Wykes. She also plays in the mixed national netball squad in the under-19s. She's played under-19s Wales, but she is a mixed netball player, which gives her that extra physicality, I would say, having to play mixed netball, especially the national level.
Oh!
That Emma Roberts, that goal defence, didn't know that ball was coming near her, did she? She had no eyes on ball then.
Not a clue. But that is just testament to, you know, when you say put ball in space and attackers just trust your feeder and just go where the ball is because they know exactly the right place.
Absolutely. Catherine Hughes knew exactly that ball was, Becca Hughes was coming, know exactly that ball was coming to her. She was running into that space. The ball was coming into that space, but the goal defence had no idea it was coming in there.
And every single player from this North East team has hands over the ball, so they're not just confusing the space, they're confusing the person with the ball. They don't actually know what to do with it. The defence is so strong coming through the court.
Right, let's have a look now in more detail at the defence. Look at that, off the centre pass, having to go back, West Wales Phoenix, and there's the intercept. Exactly as you guys were saying, that setup allowing for that back flyer, and Caitlin Jones, she is bossing it.
She's having her what a woman moment, isn't she, today? It's incredible. And it's almost as if North East are not letting Phoenix have more than 4 passes on the ball. It's almost like their own little target, shut down before it gets to 5.
Well, 1 minute coming up to the end of this quarter. It is 28-9.
Phoenix have now decided to let Becca Hughes play herself and doubled up at the start of the quarter on the shooter. I don't know if I would let Becca Hughes run around at all on this court. She's a formidable player, but they were letting her just run freely.
Oh, you jinxed her.
I did. Sorry, Becca.
Just could have pulled that one in, but that is one of the very rare mistakes we've seen from her today. As Jones again gets ball in hand.
Is anybody doing stats on this girl?
Literally.
How many has she turned over?
We'll have to watch back, I think, the replay and...
Becca Hughes makes it 28. 15 seconds on the clock. This centre pass will have to be taken, and it is. They go long to the baseline. Better drive from Jones. Oh, but Turner, timing was spot on, but just creeping into that 3 foot that you're allowed to be. And as the whistle goes, Griffiths puts one back on the board for West Wales Phoenix. 29 plays 10. Airline. Inferno.
It's just getting better.
Fire, as their name suggests.
They are on fire, aren't they? All of them are on fire. The balls that are flying left, right and centre, and it's every single ball is finding a player. They're not dropping balls. They're doing their basics well. I don't think I've seen a footwork call from them. Like we're having the odd obstruction and contact like we have everywhere, but every single ball is on point and it's getting to the right place. And like we've always said for the first half of this game, they are confusing Phoenix space. They're confusing their passes. They're forcing them to make errors. And I think if you can do that as well as play your attack as well as you're doing, I'm sorry, Nick, you're going to have a hell of a competition on your hands.
I was just about to say I'm not looking forward to this game. And I go back and tell the rest of the team but the performance they just put out there. We've got a tough job to do. I think we face them in Cardiff in July, so hopefully it gives us a bit more time to prep. They're actually a really similar team to us because we do a lot of our defensive unit do a lot of work off the ball, and they set similar centre pass defence. We call it a 3-over. If you notice, they're confusing the space, everyone's jumping the line, and the attackers are forced to go back. So I might stick around and watch a bit more of this and get my book out.
You're not allowed to go. You've got to stay with us till the end of this game. We've got another half to come, Nick. Settle yourself in.
We'll get you a notebook now, so you can,
you can take notes as you chat. Well, it's half time. It's 29 to North East Inferno and 10 to West Wales Phoenix. Let's just give a quick recap of some of the scores we've had so far today. Northwest Fury 24 to Northeast Inferno. That very first game of the day, 44. So Inferno, again, they had a 20-goal lead in that game. Potentially could do it in this game. The newbies, Power Sparks, 27 win against West Wales Phoenix, 25. Coastal Heat, another one of those newbies, they came out really strong against City Flames, 32-28. They won that one. Then game 4, the last round of the first lot of games, Valleys Volcanoes, Nick and her team had a great game up against Southeast Blaze, 35 played at 26. And the game just gone was Northwest Fury versus Paris Sparks, with Northwest Fury getting a win under their belts. They came out really strong in that second half. I saw the scoreline.
They had a great game in that second half, and they kept building throughout the game, and they just kept pinging those balls into Williams under the post. And also Cassio Gildy was playing in goal attack, and she was just shooting them in from anywhere in the circle. And as me and Sarah were talking, you can't just double up then on Williams because you've got this threatening goal attack. So it was really difficult for Sparks to defend against that.
We've had some great netball today, as we were very much expecting, and it's still much more to come. We've got 2 more games after this. Coastal Heat will take on Southeast Blaze at 4:38, and then the last game of the day would be City Flames versus Valleys Volcanoes at 5:49 p.m. So both teams, they have had a little break at halftime. They've had their coaches able to give them some instruction. For North East Inferno, Laurie Barker, and assistant coach Hayley Stoneman, and for West Wales Phoenix, Nicola Roberts and Rianne Davis and their coaching team, trying to impart some wisdom, give some confidence, and get them playing the brand and style of netball that both teams want to be known by. Players are on the court, they're waiting, they seem to be always ready. Umpires go, no, time is still underfoot. We are still in that half-time break of 5 minutes.
Keen to get going, these girls are, aren't they, to get back on court?
But they do now come onto the court. Anbert Williams and Lucy Moran taking charge of the whistle. And we're off.
Just looking at the changes that we've got now for this next quarter. Northeast Inferno have put in a few changes for this next quarter. Molly Underhill goes back into goal shooter. She came on at half-time for the last game against Northwest, and she provides that extra bit of height there in the circle and showed that she can do as well as any other shooter on this team. Ashley Davis comes into goal attack, which sends Becca Hughes to the bench. She's done her job for this game, and Ashley Davis will come and do hers. Chloe Morris comes into wing attack, so Emily Wykes will take to the bench. Catherine Hughes has moved up into the centre position. We all will know that Catherine Hughes is such a playmaker on this team, isn't she? And she's formidable in that centre position. And Lexi Jones has gone into the wing defence position, keeping their defensive duo of Caitlin Jones and Tash Turner the same as they started.
So that's 11. That was a mouthful there. Well done going through all of that.
Thank you.
11 of Northeast Inferno's squad have now taken to the court. Just Caitlin Tyrrell left to come on.
We also do have some changes for the West Wales squad. So Lewis Howell has moved into the wing attack position, and Louise Davis has come on to centre.
West Wales Phoenix in blue take the centre pass. Oh, wing attack feed from Lewis Howell. That move to centre. You were just talking about not quite finding her shooter, and it's a back line to Northeast Inferno.
But again, Northeast, even if they're not turning the ball over, they confuse in the space, so they actually causes West Wales to fumble the pass.
That pressure that they're putting on, getting into the heads of the team in blue. And on attack, patience. Ashley Davis, she's just come onto the court in this third quarter. Opportunity for goal, and it goes through.
There she goes, that all important, one of the first shots when you are coming on the court. no problem for Davis. But Emma Roberts read that one. On the run, hands up. Emma Roberts, a Morganite player in the National League down in West Wales.
It's just that final pass, isn't it, into their shooters. Just not quite finding the mark, going off the back line or fumbles. And again, Inferno so quick on attack. But just a little bit too quick that time round with Morris at wing attack, just not able to pull that ball in. And when you do make the changes at half-time, it does take a little bit, doesn't it, for players to get settled in and to find, especially if you're just coming on, not just changing position, you're coming off the bench.
Absolutely. So they have made 5 changes in this quarter now, Inferno. Not just coming off the court and on the court, but obviously moving, like Catherine Hughes moving position. So, you know, it is a lot of changes in your attacking end, as well as your defensive end. So it does take that little extra second just to settle yourselves down and calm yourselves in that play. But they're an experienced team and they've played together for a long time, so it shouldn't take them too long to settle in their play.
I think West Wales are putting on a bit more pressure as well in the defence. They've turned a few balls over since they've come back on. They're doing a bit more, I think, man-on marking.
Lois Davis at centre for Phoenix, just trying to find some space, but she's been very well covered by Lexi Jones at wing defence, and the turnover happens because of that pressure. Great feed into that backspace.
Underhill just short. Anna's call for contact on Jordan.
Yeah, she had a good rebound position, getting in the front. We can't keep saying her name, can we?
She's going to have to change it, I think.
I'm going to get a tally chart out.
She has been so good. And there she is again. What a turnover. It's like the ball just falls into her hands now.
She's just always in the right place at the right time, isn't she?
I'm just glad I'm not a goal attack. She shouldn't play centre, right? Or wing defence.
Maybe wing defence, yeah, it's probably in her repertoire.
I might be ill that day.
Northeast now obviously have changed their playing style a little bit with that taller shooter in, with Molly Underhill. So they have changed the way they feed that ball in. Hopefully they don't get too complacent with it. And Catherine, who was there, she got a lovely tip on that ball, but couldn't land her feet outside the circle.
She got some good air time, but she needed to propel herself backwards.
It was a little bit of slow motion, wasn't it? She was hanging in the air.
They're setting such a good defensive box on that edge of the circle. I don't know if anyone's calling it, but they just fall into it every single time, and it's just making it so difficult for the attack.
The key to knowing your game plan and executing it well, the defence of Northeast Inferno.
Lovely work. I think we should all be taking notes on this game, shouldn't we, really? Yeah. All coaches. There's that box again.
Yeah. And Jones trying to get round with a reverse, but just clipping her opponent. And when they're able to break it, whether it's through that contact or quick play of ball, they then do get it into that shooting circle. And Griffith nails the 13th shot for West Wales Phoenix. Good pressure from Emma Roberts at goal defence.
They're finding their feet a little bit more now, aren't they, Phoenix? They are managing to shut down a lot more balls from Inferno.
And getting in on those rebounds as Jordan takes another one.
Fingertips of Hughes.
Look how quickly, though, she's back in defence to help this box that they talk about. And Turner able to come from behind.
Oh, the work off the ball from Hughes there was incredible, wasn't it? She was over here, and within 2 seconds, she was back at the top of the circle.
Chloe Morris spots her teammate at the back Underhill, second time, spins round the ring, but then drops through. 36 on the board.
So if you notice, they're not allowing West Wales to actually hit the circle edge. They're forcing them to feed at least 3 feet off it, and that's why so many lifted balls going in, and the defence are just coming through and taking it at the last second. It's so clever.
So Nick, though, as an attacker, how do you get around that? How do you break it? What are you going to be telling your team?
Yeah, it's really, really difficult, but it's just working the ball on and off. So even if you don't give it, you reset, go again. And it's just cutting the angle, so give and go to the top of the circle. And actually owning your space as well. Even if you do like a split land and you try to get 1 foot on and then you bring yourself onto the circle edge. But a lot of things we look at in our team is triangles. It's a big favourite of mine, working it in. Not having height on our side, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, getting the movement in there and just looking at a top option and a side option. But at the moment, West Wales are trying to hit a 10-2 at the top, and they just can't get on the circle edge.
As previously had Nick as my coach, triangles she does love.
Love a triangle.
Love a triangle. Getting the heads of the defenders turning, not knowing where the ball's going to ping to next.
Triangle or swing was normally Nick's shout.
So what did you guys think of Steph Perry as a shooter?
She is just next level. You guys are all next level. Being able to play to this level, still going so strong after so many years on the court, I'm just in awe. And Steph Perry, say, started goal defense, then she played goal attack, then she went to goal shooter. Oh, it's
so try in the centre next.
Are you going to try her at centre?
Are you going to go into goal attack?
Appreciate you doing that.
I don't think she'll be my friend anymore.
It's the versatility, though, isn't it? Like, having played for so long, having played against positions, as you were saying earlier, if you can play a goalkeeper, you can if you can play a goal shooter, you can probably play a goalkeeper. But being a starting goalkeeper, it's difficult to go with shooter.
No, it is. But I am really lucky. I've got a great team of management and players behind us. And they are all so versatile. We can pretty much put everyone anywhere.
Well, that was good timing, ladies. Just on the buzzer as the third quarter finishes. Well, one thing we can say for West Wales Phoenix is they're consistent. 5 in the first quarter, 5 in the second quarter, 5 again in this third quarter. On the flip side, though, for Northeast Infernos, 15 in that first quarter, 14 in the second, and if my maths is correct, well, it should be only 10 in that third quarter, 39 plays at 15. So they managed to stem a little bit of the flow from Northeast Infernos, mainly probably some of the changes that they made.
Yeah, I think they made a few changes in there, and it's hard to settle in. They made a lot of changes in attack. It'd be interesting to see if they change anyone in defence now. But I thought the wing attack, when she came on, is it Chloe? Yeah, she did really well. I thought she was really strong on the line. She fed well. But it's it's really hard when you change in 3 or 4 players or 5 players, I think it was, at one time. It takes a few minutes to settle.
Yeah, that's Chloe Morris at wing attack for Northeast Inferno. For you, Airline?
Absolutely. I mean, they have kept Phoenix to the same level, haven't they, throughout this whole game, whilst also going up on their own level. And like you said, Nick, they will not let them hit that circle edge, and that's making such a difference to Phoenix's play. And if they're, they have that tall shooter in there, so they're forcing that ball into the circle every single time from further out, which is then allowing Caitlin Jones and Tash Turner to just take the ball away. So they're not even able to put that ball into the net. And when they do get that turnover, it's not they getting to turn the ball over and just giving the ball away. They're turning it over clinically and then taking that all-important first pass. And it's always such a good first pass and flowing the ball through court.
And taking it straight to goal.
Well, we talk about consistency and playing with certain people regularly. For West Wales Phoenix, just 3 returned from the 2023 squad. Do you think that has much of an impact, or is it more so the time they spend together in their next level down clubs?
I think, a lot of them, all of them in this team play in the Llanelli League, down in, obviously in Llanelli, the division in the Llanelli League. So we have a lot of Merlin's players, Saucepans players and Morganite players. There's the coach comes from Aberavon. She comes to Aberavon team, but all of these players play in the same league against each other every week. So they all know how each other play, and they play together, a lot. So I don't think there's much issue with not playing against each other, but maybe, the training together and gelling might take a little bit more time.
Gotcha.
We just had a big whoop from the crowd. I don't know, it was maybe one of the young ones coming on. Have we had a change at goal defence? I think.
Yeah, we've had a couple of changes for Northeast Inferno. Do you want to run us through, Airline?
Absolutely. So Northeast Inferno, Becca Hughes is back on at goal attack. Ashley Davis has moved into the wing attack position. Another one of our versatile goal attack wing attacks there. Jess Daltrey moves back into the centre position. Caitlin Tyrrell makes her first appearance, probably what the whoop was for. She didn't get on the court against Northwest, but here she is on at wing defence for Northeast Inferno, and Lexi Jones has moved into goal defence, which means Caitlin Jones gets a well-deserved rest.
She was phenomenal. So few more changes there for Inferno. All 12 getting onto the court now with that addition of Caitlin Tyrrell, the goalkeeper. But she's playing wing defence, so we can add that one to her bow.
It's all part of the repertoire, isn't it? Just don't run into the circle. Caitlin Tyrrell is a D-side player, D-side netball, as many of the Northeast Inferno team are. She plays regional and county netball. One of the stars of the future to watch, I believe.
That was much better in attack. They drove through rather than kind of standing. And the last pass went in to the shooter and she netted it straight away. Hopefully we can carry on with it more confidence in this quarter.
And it's hard, isn't it? What do you say to your team at quarter time when the score is what it was? How do you boost them back up to go back on court?
I know, it's really hard to encourage motivation in this scenario, but it's just setting targets and just taking a positive from each quarter and just try and build on that. Work on the negatives as well. So, I don't know, if they hit, I think, 5 every quarter, even if we can get up to 7 in the last one. And just my main aim would be hitting that circle edge.
Oh, can't quite pull that ball in, Underhill. The change from a rotating circle to a holding shooter for Inferno. Not quite getting the same numbers as the first half, but still keeping that scoreboard going over.
And Phoenix did capitalise on that. There was a long ball through court, but they did manage to get it into the net.
There's a circle edge hit, as Nick Cook was talking about. Finds the shooter on the baseline and a goal through. That's 20 now on the board for West Wales Phoenix. And they get a turnover off the baseline. Goalkeeper Sarah Jordan. She's been on all game so far.
They're using a lot more width, West Wales, coming through the court, whereas before they were just trying to use that single channel. Unfortunately got turned over there, but when they're swinging it and resetting it, it's working so much better, making the defenders' heads turn.
Oh, Lewis Howell. They got the ball back, but then threw it straight back into the hands of Northeast Inferno.
Lexi Jones there taking that ball and capitalising with Molly Underhill. Oh, goal was not scored. I think contact call was called for that.
Oh, Lexi Jones's goal defence. Apologise for stating it was wing defence early.
Caitlin Tyrrell is in that wing defence.
We do talk about versatility, but there are some specialist skills you do need in each positions on the court, isn't there?
Absolutely, and we see that, you know, with Katrin Hughes, for example. When she plays centre, she is controlling the game. She slows the game down when needed. She quickens the game when needed. But when she plays wing defence, she hangs off so much, and she punches through when the ball needs to be turned over. So it's how you switch from one to the other makes you a better player, because you can change your specialist skill to match your position. Nick, when you play centre compared to play when you wing attack, you have to change your specialist skill set.
Yeah, I have been more of a rest. No. Yeah, it's completely different. And you almost need to think about your movement more about your angle drives. Whereas a centre, you're kind of the middle piece of the puzzle. Whereas a wing attack, you are trying to control the last pass into the circle, hitting the circle edge, and controlling the feed. And putting the ball into the space to get the shooter under the post.
And we are seeing another change here now for West Wales Phoenix. Hayley Lewis-Howell, the captain, has come off the court, and Bria Rees has come on at wing attack. There's also a change at goalkeeper. So Sarah Jordan has been a consistent player for West Wales Phoenix so far, has come off the court, and Ellen Daniels is in at goalkeeper.
So West Wales Phoenix also now getting all 12 onto the court. And we're up north in Bangor, so we've gone all the way to North Wales. Teams travelled last night. Nick, you guys didn't get until 1 a.m, I heard.
No, I've got a few more wrinkles this morning. And a few tired faces, but yeah, the journey was pretty long. But the girls, they all came out this morning raring to go, so hopefully we can just continue the energy into the last game against City Flames.
Another change as well for West Wales Phoenix is Ellie Mae Austin has gone on to goal defence. Previously was on at the start of the game as wing defence. So another versatile player.
And that means Emma Roberts goes to the bench.
That unconventional shooting style again from Underhill, but it's working so well for her, isn't it?
Right, 3 minutes left of this game. 45 to Northeast Inferno as they get another turnover. Against 21 for West Wales Phoenix. This is game 6 of 8 games for today.
And Jess Thomas, she's been quite consistent, hasn't she, throughout the first game they had and this game as well. She will get her hand into that ball. She will take her feet. It's just, I think, it's that last play as getting that ball into hands or getting that ball into a player. She'll get that tip, but she won't quite grab it.
No, she pushes the attack towards the sideline really, really well. And she restricts her player as soon as they've given the ball. If you notice the angle of her body, she'll push the wing attack away from the circle edge. So she's actually doing a bit of a decent job in there. She's going really hard on her defence. And she's very tenacious.
Absolutely. I think she's always been one of those kind of players, watching her grow.
See her now pointing and talking to the rest of her defenders, trying to make sure they all get on the same page. But when you've got feeds like that coming through the court, Daltrey at centre, spot on.
Oh, just a little bit too much on that ball for Molly Underhill.
Underhill was like, I've just caught one that's come flying through. Give me a chance to settle.
It's what's expected of us tall shooters, isn't it? It's expected.
Very true.
If you're free, you get in the ball.
That is your job. You've got to catch. You've got to get your hands. You've got to be strong. This time round, placed into the backspace, and her spinning shot goes through the net.
It's like a chest pass into the net. I wish I could do that.
I think you're a bit too short to be in that circle, Nick, to be honest.
I know, gutted.
But you could say that to Caitlin Jones.
I know, we have seen so many short on the shorter side, goal attacks and goal shooters, haven't we, today?
And goal defences.
And goal defences, yeah.
50 on the board for Northeast Infernos. I'd have to go back to last year's score round just to see, but I think this is one of the high-scoring games.
I know. And West Wales Phoenix will need to reach 25 to get within that half a score, won't they? And I don't think they're going to do it with the time left on the clock.
That's it. 45 seconds on the clock coming up.
They've scored one more this quarter. They're on 6 now.
Oh,
That's correct. So that's a positive. You can look at that.
good spot there, Nick.
I had a C in GCSE math.
Maybe they haven't scored 6 then.
They were giving them out 20 years ago.
20 seconds on the clock. 50 to Northeast Infernos, 21 to West Wales Phoenix. They've got a chance now with 12 seconds left to get this ball through the court. They bring it down that right-hand side. A lovely change of direction in wing attack. But this defensive work rate of Northeast Inferno has been on song all the way through the game. And as that final buzzer goes, so much to be proud of. We have just been in awe watching this game, haven't we?
I cannot believe what I've just witnessed from Northeast Inferno. You know, you have 10 minutes on the clock for that quarter. They have scored 50 points in 40 minutes. It's, you know, to score that in a normal netball game at this kind of level is normally, you know, it's like, oh, that's a great score. But in 10 minutes per quarter, they have put on a show for us in that match. And Phoenix should not be too disheartened. They, you know, they have made changes. They scored more in that last quarter than they did in the first. That's a little win for them. And they put the changes on. They changed combinations. They had their little wins throughout the match. But with that performance from Inferno, every single person on the court did their job to a T.
No, they did.
And for you, Nick?
Yeah, do you know that defensive setup in there, well, and the attacking, but that defensive setup, we're going to go away now and really, really work hard at hitting that circle edge, trying to get around that zone. They are definitely a team to beat.
You've heard it here first. A team to beat from Nick, head coach, player coach, in fact, for Valleys Volcanoes. Nick, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure having your insight. We will let you get ready for your last game. You come up against City Flames in game 8, so people stick around 5:49 for that game, and we'll see you in action, maybe at goal attack or goal shooter.
Hopefully not. But thank you, guys.
Thank you. Well, this game 6, Northeast Inferno versus West Wales Phoenix. It was that quick start from Northeast Infernos. They put on 15 on the board and they finished up with a 50. That's 50 plays 21. We're going to have another little break and we will be back for the Game 7, Coastal Heat versus Southeast Blaze. Take a break and come back and join us. The first centre pass is at 4:38. Welcome back to this FleetEV National League 2024. It's back bigger and better with new sponsors and 2 new teams. With 6 games already under our belts, I can say that the standard has also risen. If you're just joining us, we are playing 4 quarters of 10 minutes with 3 minutes in between the quarters and 5 minutes at half time. All teams will play each other in a round-robin format with 2 games each day. We have started here in sunny Bangor and we'll move to Ebbw Vale on the 22nd of June, then to Cardiff House of Sport on the 20th and the 21st of July. I'm Pamela Cookie, and it has been great to take you through competition day 1 with Airline Roberts, former Welsh feather. Airline, today it's just been non-stop action, eh?
Oh, it's been incredible, isn't it? These teams have really brought it today, and you can see they're all gunning for it. They are bringing so much talent to the court. They're showing us some amazing netball displays, aren't they? And it's been great.
Really has been. Well, up next for our penultimate game, it's Game 7, Coastal Heat versus South East Blaze. Let's go straight into the starting 7, shall we? So first up for Coastal Heat, run us through, please, Airline.
So Coastal Heat are bringing on Katie Davis into goal shooter. She didn't get on court for their last game against City Flames, but she is a formidable shooter in that position. Chloe James back on court again for goal attack. We've seen her play. She has some quick hands and some even quicker feet, hasn't she? Emily Edwards, another one of quicker feet, playing at wing attack. She's back on court. She came on as a substitute in that last game, but she's back in the starting 7. Ellen Jones, another sub that came on in that last game, back in at centre. Emily Richards comes on at wing defence, has previously in the goal defence but moved into wing defence position. Sarah Dacey comes out of that goalkeeper position into goal defence, and Liv Hollis is on that goalkeeper to bring back more of that experience.
Experience abundant. And for the MechTech, the print company, South East Blaze, how is R7 shaping up?
The 7 are looking good for South East Blaze. We have Steph Savigar in at goal shooter, no changes there from their previous starting 7. Abby Meredith again in that goal attack with Rebecca Baker in at wing attack. A lot of experience there in that attacking shooting end. Eloise Spacey has moved in from the wing, the centre, I believe, into wing defence, I believe, in this position, according to the starting 7.
Or yeah, Eloise Spacey, I'm not wing defence.
In that wing defence, I believe. So just different to what's on your screen, Eloise has moved into wing defence, and in at centre is Georgia Ahern. She will be playing the centre position for South East Blaze. Brooke Collette has actually moved into goal defence, so Eloise is going to be at wing defence. Brooke Collette at goal defence, and Katie Reese in at goalkeeper.
Thank you very much. Oh, well, as the teams just prep themselves before they come onto the court, it's been a long day. They've already played once today with Coastal Heat. They beat City Flames 32-28. That was such a tight game, wasn't it? And for South East Blaze, their first game was against Valleys Volcanoes. They lost 26-35, but in the first quarter, they were just 1 down, Airline.
Yeah, they had a great game against Valleys Volcanoes. You know, Valleys Volcanoes are reigning champs from last year. I think every team here has got something to prove against them, haven't they? Maybe want to knock them off that top spot. But South East Blaze came out absolutely wanting to show them what they've got, and they're not a team to, underestimate. They've got a lot of experience in there. They've got some, previous Welsh caps in there, as well as Coastal Heat. So this should be a really good game to watch as well.
Indeed. Well, it'll be the team in purple, Coastal Heat, one of the newbies into this league. There's 2 new teams that have come into 2024. And South East Blaze, they will be playing in red. And our umpires for today, Becky Rowlands and Claire Williams, are going to be taking charge. And it's South East Blaze that will take the first centre pass. And off it goes. Georgina Ahern, takes it, but it's a straightforward turnover there from Coastal Heat, flying out of the blocks.
Katie Davis not quite happy with that first positioning, but gets it back. Yeah.
Mumbles, goal shooter. She's played Dragons in the Super League in 2022. She says she's part of the only Welsh side to win British College colleges in Gower, with Gower.
Very interesting. A lot of these girls played Welsh colleges, Welsh university squads. You know, bring that extra little bit of experience, isn't it, to the squad?
So another turnover for Coastal Heat. I said in purple. Emily Edwards at wing attack gets the ball on that right-hand side. She swings it to top. But unfortunately, Ahern not able to get that tip cleanly, and it's still in Coastal Heat's hand, and they put 2 on the board.
South East Blaze just building up that pressure now, working it in.
Oh,
Fingertips for Daisy on that ball, but Meredith able to capitalise.
Oh, Daisy, we enjoyed watching her against City Flames. She got some great turnover ball. Now she's out at goal defence. She was at goalkeeper in that game.
Coastal Heat hitting circle edge really well to give that ball in, something we talked about in our last game with Valley Volcanoes coach Nick Cook.
Takes away the 3-foot mark, doesn't it? So it gives you a better vision when you're looking into that circle to try and find your shooters.
Absolutely. When you have those, you know, your wing attacks and centres hitting circle edge, they have that clear view, because obviously we can't have a defence right in front of you, or it gives you a chance to gain an obstruction call against you. So that feed into the circle is much cleaner.
So 3 for Coastal Heat, 1 for Blaze. But you got Savagar on the ball. A quick shot, but it's dropped short. And the rebound easily taken from Olivia Hollis at goalkeeper.
A little tip there from Brooke Collette, I believe. Sideline for Emily Edwards, straight into Chloe James.
Yeah, Brooke Collett, goal defence for Blaze. Gets the 3-foot mark up quickly, but it's no deterrent for Katie Davis at goal shooter.
Coastal Heat have now got 4 points under their belt. Oh, and just enough from the goalkeeper there.
Oh, Reese had some hops on her at goalkeeper for South East Blaze. She gets a foot in this time.
Just enough to put Katie Reese, the shooter, off, wasn't it? So she ended up tipping that ball over the back line.
Nice high shot. Chloe James. We talked earlier, the Coastal Heat, a new team into this league. What sort of area do they cover? Because a couple of the players we saw last year playing for other teams, but now have joined Coastal Heat.
Yeah, so Coastal Heat cover your Neath, Port Talbot into Swansea kind of area before we get into Phoenix, West Wales territory. But yeah, the players that you see in this team would have played maybe for West Wales, Phoenix, or for Valley Volcanoes, for example, last year, just because of where they sit on the border. But a lot of these players are very talented, play in the Swansea League, have played in different leagues across the south of Wales. A lot of international caps between them.
A nice mix of youth and experience.
Oh, absolutely. Experience also coming in the shape of their head coach, Wendy Blethyn, and assistant coach, Bev Ryan. Lovely play there by South East Blaze. Nice and clinical through the court and into the net by Steph Savagar.
She was that fraction too early, was James, as she came over for that centre pass. A good tip. I think that was playing the ball off the floor.
Couldn't quite hear what the call was from Claire Williams in by then. She might have fallen into the circle with us getting on the ball. Those quick feet from Edwards.
Yeah, Emily Edwards coming high up the court to try and help a team get this ball moving. Oh, great placement. Right into the sweet spot for her teammate, Davis, at goal shooter.
Jones just putting a little bit too much on the body there, I think. And Meredith just letting the ball do the work for her. Oh. But Dacey again up on that ball.
The feet went very quickly.
Very quickly on those feet then. But we respect the umpire.
Heat having to go back to the line to reset. Great 3-foot marking coming from Blaze. And that consistent pressure forces the turnover.
A little bit of hesitation there from Heat, wasn't there, in putting that ball in, and Blaze able to capitalise on that.
Yeah, Spacey at wing defence. She was 3-foot marking and adding the jump.
Becca Baker there at wing attack, another Welsh feather, and Celtic now Cardiff Dragon.
This time the rebound is got and put through the net for South East Blaze. 7 to Heat, 4 to Blaze.
And unfortunate there, we had Georgia Ahern going in for that tip, but not quite clean enough. So Chloe James will sink that one for Heat.
Baker using her body very well in that quick ball into Savigar. But the opportunity goes amiss. And a quick break through court from Coastal Heat. They do wait for the cavalry to come through with Dacey. And she's there on the line again to back up. Oh, lovely drive through the middle.
Dacey coming up that court just makes it so much easier, doesn't it, for that attack. She's doing so much extra work, allowing the attack to stay high up the court and make their job so much easier. Oh, great vision from Chloe James, seeing Katie Davis free as a bird under that post.
Blaze went through the back door and now go back to the line again.
Emily Edwards just a slight step offside there to try and get her hands on the ball.
Brooke Collett at goal defence, she held her space well. And the 3-foot pressure there. Baker is not quite sure whether they were legal, but they were deemed to be. And so Coastal Heat on the fly. Oh, Reese! Oh, unlucky,
that was
her foot.
So unlucky.
Just going off the baseline. Katie Davis, she comes out the circle, but forces that ball in. How did Chloe James manage to stay on the court? I do not know.
As shooters, it's almost like an instinct, isn't it? You know where the back line is, and your feet will almost always stay in court. And you know when your feet are out of court, but never look at them. Never look at them, and the umpire won't know. Same acrobatics the other side of the court there for Abby Meredith. The shooters today showing some great skills.
And just there, back and forth, up and down. 12 to Coastal Heat, 5 to Southeast Blaze. Coastal Heat really showing they mean business coming into this competition.
They absolutely do, and they proved that in the first game we saw them play, and they're not taking any pressure off, are they, on the second one? And knowing that Southeast Blaze are not a team to be underestimated, they are taking every opportunity, scoring every goal they can. I mean, they scored 12 goals in 10 minutes, so at least 50% of their possession they've been able to score. They've turned over ball, and they've taken that that to goal as well. So I think South East players now need to make sure that they're keeping their possession and they're not throwing balls away and not forcing the ball. They've got a tall shooter there in Steph Savigar, but not to force that ball into her as a last resort, making sure to reset that ball as a cleverer decision.
Indeed. Well, we know Abigail Meredith is good on the shot. Now pronounce for me her club team.
Her club team is Ystrad Mynach, which is up in South East. And a lot of them do play for that club as well, Ystrad Mynach. And it's quite a nice team to play for. It's quite in the competitive league. So again, you know, we see a team that have players which have played together for quite a long time, and you can see that gelling in the way they play.
Yeah, she's been good at goal attack. Another person I've been impressed with is Katie Rees at goalkeeper. Yes, obviously Coastal Heats have put 12 on there, but she's put a lot of presence in that back.
Yeah, she is, and with a combination like, you know, James and Davis or James and Evans in that kind of shooting side for Coastal Heat, it's important to have a keeper or a defender that really puts pressure on that shooting circle and really is able to shut down those options. And it's not as if they've had a smooth run, really, and they've had to work that ball around Coastal Heat, and they have been looking for options. They've been working their triangles well, and there's a couple of times the ball's gone straight in, but it's not for the sake of trying to stop that ball in. So, yeah, they have been working really well in that defensive circle as well.
And again, props to the defence of Coastal Heat. Sarah Dacey, goal defence.
Sarah Dacey, the defenders are shining in this tournament, aren't they? She is everywhere. She's getting hand to ball, she's shutting down space, she's shutting down drives. She's, again, one that's confusing space for attack. So, again, they think they're free, but they're not. And Abby Meredith is doing really well to get away from that and making sure that she actually is free on the drive and drawing Dacey away to places. But Dacey is so fast on the ball. She might be drawn one place, but the way she's able to switch her hips and turn her feet around and get back onto the ball, oh, it's really great play.
Well, she's been part of the Welsh athletics team, so she's played internationally. Can you say played for athletics?
Oh, competed?
Competed, thank you. That's what I was looking for. As the teams come back onto the court for this second quarter. Blaze get us going in red off the centre pass. They find it into Meredith at goal attack. Swishing it through quickly in just 10 seconds off that whistle.
Doesn't seem to be any changes for this Coastal Heat team. Have stayed with their same 7. And I believe South East Blaze have also stayed with their same 7.
That's just Ahern at centre. Backspace wasn't on, giving that too much. Coastal Heat on the attack. Dacey just doing a little bit too much on that side, not quite finding her player. And as this quarter starts, there's been a bit of a back and forth with both teams. Oh, nice pop there. She takes a big step in. Savigar at goal shooter. It's just got a little bit erratic, hasn't it, coming into the second quarter?
Yeah.
People turning and just letting the ball fly.
We started off really strong and the ball went straight into goal, but now the ball is flying a bit out of nowhere. But let's just settle down, I think, and Blaze, need to calmly get that ball in like they are doing. 1-2's lovely between Baker and Meredith.
Yeah.
And those shots again from Meredith, they are going in from everywhere, aren't they? To take control. So that was a nice turnover from Blaze, one that they really needed to bring this score closer.
Nice drive into the pocket from Baker. She hits the top of the circle again to Ahern. Meredith, front hold. Oh, but good work there from Dacey, not making her feel comfortable. But Meredith says, fine, I'll just work again and go around to the other side.
And what we see from these defence today is how they find their 3-foot guard so quickly. And it's a common thing for defence, isn't it? If if you can just instantly take your 3 foot in one step, then it makes the job of the attack so much harder. And Dacey is one that does that so easily. She just literally took one step, didn't even look, and put her hand up in the air.
The hold from Davis, not allowing Collett to be able to get round. Oh, you just saw Baker give Meredith the eye to run back into the post, but defense knew exactly what was coming. And Hollis at goalkeeper, great rebound.
And here comes Stacey through court again, making a work for the attack a little bit easier.
Oh, Emily Edwards, fabulous feed and on the baseline, tippy-toey like a ballerina.
Oh, Katie Davis stood there, didn't she, in the air with that ball in her hand. And just time called a little bit there to get everyone on side again.
Everyone's
getting exciting, isn't it? Again, vision from Chloe James.
So those balls are able to go in when they're flatter, I think, from Coastal Heat. But what is it that Blaze can do to stop that? Is it about
that? Yeah, it's about first you need to shut down the feed. So that feed comes in so fast from Chloe James because she knows where her players are, and also from Emily Edwards as well. So it's about getting on that 3-foot guard to shut it down originally to begin with, and also knowing that they're looking for their partner player. So if we can then make sure that we can confuse the space, you can shut down the space and getting on it, so we can track the players that it's going to. But that feed that's coming in, make it harder to feed the ball in, shut it down, give it that 3-foot guard, make it harder for them to turn them. So there's nobody on Chloe James there.
Yeah.
Make it harder to turn and throw. Don't double up on Katie Davis because James is a threat herself.
Baker on the top of the third. Goes to Ahern at centre, back to the line. Spacey finds Baker, top of the circle. Back out to Ahern. Baker asking for people to come forward. She plays herself in. Oh, and then the rush of the blood to the head.
She saw it, didn't she? She saw the ball she wanted, but Savigard just went out the wrong direction. That pass, that is that one, isn't it? Because both defence have dropped straight back onto Davis, so James can turn and give any ball she wants. Yeah. And it's not about stopping the ball getting to Davis at that point. It's stopping the ball going to Davis and shutting down the original pass from James.
So would it be for them, Brooke Collett, to step up to James then earlier and get that 3-foot mark?
Yeah, if I was playing in Brooke Collett's position, I would be tighter on James because she's such a playmaker in that position, and her partnership with Edwards, they've been playing since they were about 12. So they've known each other and each other's play for such a long time. So there's no point trying to and just letting James play by herself because she will cause havoc in there for you. So step up and tight on her will then slow the play down.
Well, 4 minutes left of this second quarter here at Bangor University. We've had so much netball through today. It's been so great to watch from game 1, which we're now on game 7. Each team will play each other twice today. And after this, we've got one more game coming your way.
Much better there from Brooke Collett. She took James out of the game in that one. She ran her all the way around the circle. She didn't even let her get hands on the ball until the very last second. She just dropped off. More of that from Collett would be great.
Oh, just a little bit too much on that pass from Meredith. Not ready for it. Or not able to pull it in. And then James again, she comes out, she turns, and she's only got eyes for Davis.
Lovely work there by Rebecca Baker. She was the bit of a playmaker there, wasn't she? Has a little 1-2, hit circle edge, straight ball in. A lot more of that would be great for South East Blaze. It was fluid and it was clinical. Davis, not the tallest of shooters in there, but she's strong, isn't she? And she doesn't have a tall defence against her in Katie Reese. So it's they're able to put that ball in, and she is able to capitalise on it. But I don't think that kind of play will work against your taller defenders when they're playing against Volcanoes, for example, with Tish Kittner in there. So for this, it might work, but they need to make sure that it won't work for other teams.
And that's a good point, actually, because even in these games where it is working, you want to practice what's good so you can kind of really hone that skill, but you also want to practice what you're going to come up against in other teams.
Absolutely. You know, you can do as much as you can do in training, but these games here now are where you can keep honing in on your skills. So it's clearly working for them now. There's not much height in that circle. You know, Colette and Reese are not the tallest of defenders in there. James is probably the tallest in that circle, and she's the goal attack. So they're doing what's working for them. But like I said, it won't work against every team. So maybe, you know, try more options. Maybe give yourself the time now. They're up 21-13. So now's the chance that you have to move that ball around, utilise the different skills you have. Like exactly what's just happened now. Chloe James taking the ball right on the edge and popping it in. It's not always about that initial first throwing the ball in and hoping someone gets on the end of it.
And off that, Blaze with a counter. Meredith. Oh, great shot. Savigara, goal shooter.
Just under a minute left on the clock. And Blaze really wanting to capitalise on this.
Yeah, Coastal Heat 21, Southeast Blaze, MechTech, the print company, Southeast Blaze 14. And we know there's still points on offer, even if a team does lose. 2 points for losing within 5 goals, 1 point for scoring more than 50%. So you want to keep going right until that final whistle, because you just might never know what could happen when we come to Cardiff in those finals. As Reese
Jones looked at the clock and tried their best to get that ball in, but they did have time, didn't they, to play it up. 17 seconds on the clock is a long time to get an extra pass in.
Definitely. Now Meredith from distance, where she likes to shoot from. Oh, just dropped short, but it's a contact call. This time, swoosh. Great work from her. The goal attack, wing attack. So calm under that immense pressure and
Very
from
calm.
distance.
Very calm. And like you said, it's a distance she likes to shoot from. And you can either be affected by the buzzer or not. Do you know what I mean? And she's obviously knew what she was doing. She had that ball in hand, and she missed the first time. She wasn't going to miss the second time, and luckily she did not.
Well, that second quarter was a draw, 9 apiece. Blaze coming out after their quarter-time talk with a little bit more pep in their step.
Absolutely, and you know, 21 playing 16, that's not a big gap at all. It's 5 goals, 2 turnovers, and you're in. So if they can keep their own possession, turn over 2 balls cleanly and move the ball through court, they can be in for, you know, a draw or take the lead. So they really now have to shut down the play of Coastal Heat, because Heat are just running away with the ball when they have it, and they move the ball so fast and so quickly through court. We've seen how the quick hands that they've got in mid-court. We know how fast they can be in defence to turn the ball over. So Blaze now have to keep calm and change the game dynamic, because they're playing a bit of Heat's game. So they need to come back to their own game plan, making sure they're playing what they know, and just keep the ball moving and how they want it to move.
What was it? Is there anything specific in that second quarter that they did that allowed them to go from 5 goals in that first quarter to 9?
I think they are looking for more options through court. Like in the first quarter, I think they weren't too sure what was going to come from Coastal Heat, and they tried to just play attack. They weren't defending enough, but now they add more defensive through court, which has obviously shown that it is proven well for them. But they also are looking for more and more options. You need at least 2 options, if you can, 3 options for every ball. And we weren't seeing it from them in the first quarter, but we are now seeing it a lot more from them coming into the second, hopefully now into the third quarter. So they are proving that they can do it. And I think we are seeing some changes from them onto the court now. So they're looking to progress that and to keep bringing that in. But the shooting we've got from Abby Meredith, she'll shoot from anywhere. Savigar is tall enough under there. I would say to her to maybe do less. She's moving a lot. And, you've got the height in there. Utilise it. There is a good defence with Dacey, but she's playing goal defence at the minute, and you know that Liv Hollis is a strong goalkeeper, but you have that height advantage, so be strong and take advantage and own that circle.
Own the circle, yes. That's what your job is as a goal shooter. Be in there and make that presence felt. But it's a tight one. Coastal Heat 21, Southeast Blaze 16. Here at the FleetEV National League at Bangor University. The first of 3 venues over the next couple of months, well 3 months, before we hit to Cardiff House of Sport for the last round, and then the finals on Sunday the 21st of July, where we will crown champions. Will it be Valleys Volcanoes, the one in 2023, or is there a team that's we think potentially could give them a run of their money this year?
From what we've seen today, the teams are really coming out, aren't they? Northeast Inferno, what we've seen from them today, when they play Valleys Volcanoes, that is a game to watch. You do not want to miss that game. But even Coastal Heat are coming out to this showing we deserve to be in this, and it's a great addition to this league. And even Power Sparks came out and showed them what they're made of, you know. And every team has come into this off the back of last year, just showing they've worked hard on the off season. They've worked hard now through, you know, their preparation trainings, and all these girls play netball all year round. Netball is no longer just a winter sport, is it? There's summer leagues galore everywhere, and they are continuously playing and training hard. So it's great to showcase all this talent, but there are some teams really in the running for this championship. But I think it's going to be hard to take it away from Volcanoes, but they are going to be competing for it.
Yeah, no, I'm so impressed with everyone, and I just want to give a shout out though to 2 players that were here last year, Macy Lane and Natalie Ianhulo. Natalie got Player of the Series last year, but they're not here this year because they've been selected for the Wales Under-23 squad. And that just shows how good a pathway this could be in terms of Wales Netball have already got 2 players that they found because they saw how they performed.
Definitely, and you know, they are players that both of them we've seen play throughout the years, and even then showcasing here, we've seen, they've grown even better, they've grown even more with the netball they've been playing. So, yeah, it's a great way to showcase talent and see what we've got coming up through the ages.
So we kick off at the 3rd quarter after that 5-minute half-time break with Blaze in red going to the right. Had that first centre pass. And it's Coastal Heat in purple.
And in the red, we have Southeast Blaze, and there are some changes on the court for them. So in centre for Southeast Blaze comes Charlotte Scarborough. And in the wing defence position comes Lauren Snooks. So Eloise Spacey and Georgia Hearn have taken to the bench.
So a change up in the mid-court for Southeast Blaze as Steph Savigar gets them to 17 on the board. And for Coastal Heat, talk us through those changes.
Yes, changes for Coastal Heat. So Chloe Evans has come on in a wing attack. We saw her in goal attack in the last game that they played against City Flames. She's now showing her talents as wing attack. Mardine Newton is back on at wing defence. She played wing defence in the last game as well. Emily Richards is on at goal defence. She was in wing defence previously, has moved back into the goal defence, taking her sister's position, kicked the sister off to the bench and taken the position in goal defence. And Lydia Grice has come on to the centre position.
So a few changes after that half-time break for both teams as Meredith continues her accuracy from mid-range in that circle. 21 plays 18. Southeast Blaze have managed to get this gap closed. And unlucky there from Charlotte Scarborough at centre. Couldn't quite keep that ball in.
Unable to capitalise on that ball, Coastal Heat, so Blaze will now move the ball down court.
Collett goes long to Scarborough. Oh, great drive through the court from Collett after her own pass.
Oh, a sneaky 1-2, but a long one.
Baker trying to get the ball back for her team, but draws the contact. Oh, nice take from Davis. Reverse hand almost, but isn't able to put that ball through the net. And good defensive pressure from Reese at goalkeeper. Collett, goal defense.
Lovely drive there by Chloe Evans right onto circle edge. And a rare miss from Chloe James. She's been very consistent, hasn't she, throughout this competition?
Lydia Rice putting some great 3-foot pressure on at centre, but then just finds herself a little bit behind. A big step in. Savigar did come in, but...
Oh, and a lovely tip on the shot by Emily Richards. And a replay ball called for Savigar. And just a misplacement of a ball there, I think, by Newton. James was asking for it in front.
Oh, love that.
There is the Daisy Richards way of playing, isn't it? It's in their blood. It's in their blood.
Nice take. Well, they won it on the court together in the first game. One at goalkeeper and one at goal defence. This time round, they swap with the goal defence bib. But the sisters, great vision, great intercepts.
Absolutely, and they've always played together. You know, I think they both play for Pontardawe Netball Club, so under the watchful eye of Coach Wendy Blethen. But always been great defensive players.
Competed for Wales as well in athletics, as did her sister.
Yeah, very versatile athletes. And there's Hollis again with that clean touch, causing the error for Richards to come in and take the ball.
So as we come up to the 5-minute mark, Coastal Heat 23, Southeast Blaze 18. Heat have a chance to get another one on the board.
Colette with that tip. Oh, there's that shot from Davis. We have some long-range shooters, haven't we, this year? And it's really nice to see the changes in the shooting techniques that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's always good to have that variety, isn't it? So defenders don't know. You're going to try and work your way in short, or you're going to take that shot from distance.
And it makes the defender's job so much harder, because if they can shoot from almost the edge of the circle, it's a quick ball, isn't it? It's a quick win.
Scarborough takes the centre pass for Blaze. She runs deep to get second phase. Goes back, her and Baker playing this 1-2 back and forth to each other. Oh, nice bounce pass as Meredith comes through the top and boom. What a swish.
What a playmaker as Charlotte Scarborough in the middle there. I think she was on the end of every other ball then, wasn't she? But it worked for them as there were no other options available.
Another dual international, cricket for Wales. Charlotte Scarborough.
And we've got a bit of a pile-up going on at the end of the court, but both Southeast players.
But their smiles and both checking each other are okay. But Coastal Heat, they are not even worried about that. They just continue shooting those balls through the net.
Coastal Heat just check on Brooke Collette to make sure she was all right.
Baker sometimes just a little bit ahead of her shooters when she hits that edge of the circle and she's trying to get that ball into them.
Yeah, Baker is a very, she's experienced and she's plays, she's a Welsh Feather and she's played the Cardiff Dragons, so she has got a lot of experience on her shoulders. And sometimes she's reading the game so well. She's one step ahead and maybe her shooters are not quite there with her. So I think the shooters need to step up to that, but Baker also needs to realise, they're not quite there as well. So it's a combination of both, I think, to understand the way each other play.
Well, Rebecca Baker and Brooke Collett, both head coach and assistant coach. So trying to impart that knowledge to the players as well, whilst they're on court and in those quarter time and half time breaks. Chloe James Just loves to shoot.
Loves to sink those balls, doesn't she?
Nice width here from Blaze. Go back to line. Collett is there, helping. Meredith from where she likes. And she nets.
Creeps in that ball. Oh, James again with that quick turn pass. Just a little bit too much on it, I think, on just the wrong side of Katie Davis. But she knew where she was.
Nice from Baker. Just drops short, but she gets another go, Meredith. This time she chooses to pass to her shooting partner. Savigar makes it count. 21 on the board.
Chloe Evans there having a little extra triple step to get herself off the line.
It's so much better from Reese, a goalkeeper for Blaze, because she knows, doesn't she now, that when they get that ball on that transverse, they're looking straight into Davis, aren't they? So she now get in that front position.
Yeah, and I guarantee it's something that Collette and Baker would have been telling her, you know, at quarter time, that to always look, they're always looking for that ball to come in straight away. So she's on her toes and she's looking for that quick interception and to get in around and to get in front. Because we know that Davis and James are really strong holding players, and what James does well is she holds the space and pops forward. So it's really important to try and stop that from happening and get around and maybe even come off the body to then come onto the ball.
Coastal Heat coaches give a round of applause, still on their feet. I don't think they've sat down all day, have they?
No, they don't sit down at all, I don't think. Every single game, both Coastal Heat games, they've been on their feet.
Wendy Blevin and Bev Ryan, head coach and assistant coach for Coastal Heat. Their team have got them a turnover.
Team manager's on her feet as well, I think, over there. Just a little bit too much on that, I think, for Chloe Evans. But they will get the sideline throw.
And just like that, third quarter is done. 29 to Coastal Heat, 22 to Southeast Blaze. A little 1.1 score drop from Coastal Heat that quarter.
Yeah, so, you know, they're relatively consistent. You know, Coastal Heat, they haven't dropped too much. They went up to 9, and they played 8, but quite good performance from Blaze on that one. They scored 6 compared to the 9 in the last one, but again, they managed to contain Coastal Heat maybe to a lower score, but we saw a lot of better performance from them, like we just said about Katie Reese trying to contain the shooting, the pass coming in from James to Reese and trying to push Reese out. We saw a lot more of Katie Davis coming out of the circle there to do a lot more work around, which is not what we've used to seeing from her. She does tend to stay in the circle and own that circle and take the ball and shoot, which what you expect from your shooter. But yeah, we have seen Katie Reese forcing her to come out of the circle. In attack as well from Southeast Blaze, we've seen Rebecca Baker putting that ball in and working that ball around, working hard with Charlotte Scarborough. Scarborough being such a playmaker, running the ball 1-2, taking her own second phase ball from centre pass. So a lot more progression from Southeast Blaze now. They need to just keep going in that progression and keep building on their score to try and get within 5 to get those all-important points.
Yeah, indeed. Well, they just dropped by 3 after the second quarter where they scored 9. But like you said, they kept Coastal Heat to just 8. The defensive pressure from Southeast Blaze just stepped that up a bit a notch. And I think Reese, a goalkeeper, what she's been doing with Brooke Collett.
Yeah, so their partnership with Collette is working really well, and instead of now just dropping 2-1 to the shooter, they're noticing and realising that Chloe James as goal attack is also a threat, so they can't just let her run around. So they are picking her up earlier, trying to shut down that feed, and when it gets into the circle, they are more on their toes and communicating a lot more. So they're not just playing as individuals, they are playing as a team now. And I think, as we're just saying that, we're seeing Katie Reese take to the bench, but we are seeing quite an experienced goalkeeper in Nia Fishlock coming onto the court. Another, of course, I have to mention Cardiff Met alumni. How can I not? Cardiff Met current student, I think, actually. Current student at Cardiff Met. So Again, another really nice combination on defensive circle, adding a little bit more height now with Fishlock. And she's very, very springy, Leah Fishlock is. So it'll be nice to see what this combination can do now against the shooting circle of Coastal Heat.
Indeed. Well, you yourself, head coach at Cardiff Met, bringing through some of these players and the alumni that you talked about. As we start the very last quarter of this penultimate game of competition day 1 here in Bangor, Coastal Heat versus Southeast Blaze. 29 to Coastal Heat as Blaze get a much needed turnover. They go long, but just too much off that.
And as we look at the Southeast Blaze team, the changes for this final quarter, Rebecca Baker has moved into the goal attack position. She's a very versatile player, has a lovely little shot on her, Rebecca Baker. Nia Fishlock, like we just previously mentioned, has gone into the goalkeeper position. Charlotte Lewis is on at goal shooter. And Victoria Nuttall is on at wing attack. So I believe Southeast Blaze have managed to play all of their players today. So they're all gotten on court and over onto Coastal Heat. We've got Sarah Dacey back in at that goalkeeper position, showing us what she's made of.
Playing alongside her sister.
Of course, playing alongside her sister. We'll see what that... We've seen it in the twin telepathy with Northeast Inferno. I'm sure we'll have some sister telepathy going on here as well.
So a few changes made there coming into this last quarter. 8 goals the difference. Very much capable of being pulled back by Southeast Blaze. And that's one more on the board just to bring this in. But Coastal Heat have been good today. They won their first game versus City Flames, 32 to 28. And now winning this by 7. Could they make it 2 from 2? Davis doesn't want to shoot from that distance, but her partner, Chloe James, always on hand to help.
Absolutely. James is very good at finding positions under the post, so you're able to pop to her wherever you are, and she's always been really strong at that.
Ah, nice work there from Lydia Grice. Has come on in the centre in that last quarter. And there she is again on the attack. She did her ACL a couple of years back, but she's got better, and she has not looked back, she says.
Another one of the ACL club.
Best people have done their ACL.
Oh, of course. It's quite a society, isn't it? But
it really is a community, isn't it?
It is. But, you know, like you said, all the best people have done it, and you come back stronger than ever.
She's also Blue Peter badge holder.
Well, I haven't met many of them.
Gonna have to ask her after the game what it was for.
There goes Charlotte Lewis. Substitute shooter on for Steph Savigar. So a new combination of shooters on here for Southeast Blaze. So we have seen Abby Meredith and Steph Savigar take to the bench. And Baker and Lewis are now on together. So a whole new combination of shooters moving around the court. And also a new wing attack. So a whole new attacking side as well for Southeast Blaze. So a total change to their attacking end.
Yeah, so Victoria Nuttall came on at wing attack. Newport Netball Club. Well blocked out there from Collett at goal defence, not allowing Davis to go in for a rebound. Oh, footwork.
Snooks not managed to land her feet there. She was looking to let go of that ball, but we had Chloe Evans was right in front of her. She was not letting her go. But a throwaway ball there from Coastal Heat. It's that first ball, isn't it, after a turnover? It's always the way.
That's it. Scarborough gets it off. She's there again for that middle drive. She finds Baker in the mid-range shot. She can't score it, but oh, look who is there to collect the rebound. Charlotte Lewis, having come on in this quarter. Scoreline has gone to 9. Blaze did manage to get it to 7 at the start of this quarter. But now, Coastal Heat turning that screw again. Patience here from Blaze. Oh, almost there, a tip.
Baker finding space, really nice there, and unfortunately getting the contact call. She just reversed, I think, into Sarah Dacey there, who was not going to have any space.
Just getting a little bit sloppy there from Coastal Heat, but defensive work rate from wing attack. Chloe Evans has just been so on song when they've lost the ball down in that defensive end.
Yeah, it has. She works really hard off ball, Chloe Evans, and even as a wing attack, defensive work has always been outstanding from her. But South East Blaze managed to take that ball all the way, and some really nice clinical work there from them. You know, Becca Baker there being a bit of a playmaker, running the ball with Scarborough. And there was a nice easy ball in to Lewis.
From behind.
Much more of a contest here in the circle now, isn't there? You know, Fishlock is really getting on the back of James.
And
and winning the ball.
Turnover, yeah.
Forcing a turnover. Yeah. Fishlock and Colette managing to turn over quite a few balls in that circle.
But they just can't manage to get that ball through the defensive pressure from the attack of Coastal Heat, and that quick play, shooter to shooter, under the post.
Chloe James, she runs the line so well. She knew exactly the line she wanted. And that little tiny tip of a ball.
Nice rebound. Dacey. Nice change of direction there from Chloe James, and she always just has eyes for a shooter, doesn't she?
The pace of that ball through the court was lovely, and Chloe James always knows where a shooter is. Sometimes she doesn't even need her eyes, I don't think. She just knows where she is.
Just turns and releases. So attacking contact called on Chloe Evans, wing attack. She moved the ball into the hands of the defender.
Scarborough again just causing on all the options on the side of the circle there. The ball not quite getting into the hands of their shooters. Coastal Heat can afford to take their time here. They have quite a good lead. They can use the possession. And just a mislip drop from Chloe Evans. The girls were saying earlier how slippery the balls are, weren't they, the Inferno girls?
They were indeed. And that allows for Baker to go down the other end and score at goal attack.
Lovely vision again there from Lydia Grice to feed that ball in to Katie Davis.
Oh, good. That's
Scarborough.
5 foot pressure from Scarborough.
She's quite a tall centre, isn't she, Scarborough? But it's really nice, you know, in comparison to other centres we have here. But it means she has that long range over the ball and allows her to turn over the ball just like that.
Yeah. And to do it from that 5 foot range, yeah. James goes down to the side to Grice. Davis from downtown. Doesn't land, but Fishlock is there to pick it up. And then quick attack now from Southeast Blaze. 30 seconds left on the clock. 38 plays 27 with Coastal Heat. The newbies in this new FleetEV National League are in the lead. And it looks like they're going to take, well, they're definitely going to take the 5 points. Not looks like it. But can Blaze get another one?
I think they have time. They have 10 seconds, which is a long time. Here goes Baker. Oh, Dacey's there to collect.
Of course it is. Of course it's Dacey.
But Blaze will take those all-important points of being within half of the opposition score. Not within 5, so they won't get 2 points, but they will get 1 point for being within half of Coastal Heat's score.
Yeah, another well-contested game to finish. So that was game 7 of today. Coastal Heat 38. Southeast Blaze, MECTEC, the print company Southeast Blaze, 28. So the newbies get another win under their belts. That's 2 from 2 for them. They beat City Flames, who are up in this final game, 32-28 earlier today. And Southeast Blaze are yet to get a win to their name. They lost to Valley's Volcanoes earlier today, 26-35, but showing some promise for the future.
Absolutely. They are bringing everything to this tournament, aren't they? And we saw them progress through that game. We saw them start off a little bit slow and a little bit kind of messy and erratic, but they did calm themselves towards the end there with different combinations in, and we saw some lovely play. So I definitely think, they're not to be written off at all. They are a team that can bring a lot to this competition, and I'm excited to see what they can do in their next few games.
Well, we've got one more game for you, so well done to everyone that is stuck with us right from 9:30 a.m. when we started with Northwest Fury versus Northeast Inferno. Now the very last game is City Flames versus Valley's Volcanoes. We will be back with you shortly for that 17:49 first centre pass, but we'll be on air just a little bit before. So, as usual, go have a little rest, grab a drink, grab some snacks, and we will see you soon. Hello and welcome back to this FleetEV National League 2024. We are at the last game of the day after 7 highly contested matches to date in this second year of the Wales National League, sponsored by FleetEV. It's last year's champions versus Valleys Volcanoes up against third place City Flames, head coaches Jessica Sutton versus Jamila Abbott. Oh, I think it's going to be feisty. I'm Pamela Cookie, and we are still going strong. Airline Roberts, former Welsh feather, now turned head coach. Let's head straight into the starting sevens.
So starting sevens, for City Flames, not much change there since their last game. So Tash Charles sats back at goal shooter. Sarah Bell, who joined us earlier, is now back at goal attack. That's a formidable shooting circle. Elise Hayward back in at wing attack with Megan Richmond-Morris in at centre. Megan Cooper starts at wing defence. And the only changes for City Flames from their last starting seven is Katie Darlow in at goal defence and Olivia Brown in at goalkeeper.
Nice. And then straight into Valley Volcanoes. They're starting seven to kick off this last game.
So the last game here, starting 7 for Valley Volcanoes, not many changes for them either. Jael Bulderson comes on at goal shooter. Another, of course, Cardiff Met alumni. Steph Berry showcases her talents again at goal attack, with Catherine Titley coming back on at wing attack. Nick Cook, captain and coach, in at centre. Sammy Jo Williams in at wing defence. Caris Llewellyn in at goal defence, and at the back of that court is Tish Kidner, and is about, I think, 6 out of 7 of those Cardiff Met alumni.
I think you've plugged Cardiff Met quite a bit today. I'll give you props, as you are head coach of their netball team in the Bucks Franchise League. So, last game of the day, City Flames. They lost to Coastal Heat earlier on, 32-28, so they're looking for their first win of the day. They said themselves it was all about the personal errors that foiled their play.
Yeah, we spoke to Sarah Bell earlier, and I think it was those unforced errors that came into the play for them. And if they can fix those and keep every single ball that's theirs, and make sure that they don't, give the ball away and have footwork errors and those little small things that are just basic netball, they should be able to capitalise on that, and this should be a really interesting game. Valley Volcanoes are going to come out absolutely on fire for this game because, these girls on both this team know each other so well. They've all played in the same leagues, they've played in the same universities, they've played in Prem together, in English Prem together, so every single player on this court knows exactly how everyone else plays.
Yeah. Wow. Lots of knowledge on that court. And for Valley Volcanoes, they got a win in this morning against Southeast Blaze, 35-26. So they're looking for another one to notch under their belts. City Flames, they don't want to get on that travel back home with 2 losses like they did in 2023. So they've got big hopes riding on this game to break that duck. Our umpires, as they come onto the court, Danielle Coxley and Anne Burt Williams, to run us through and direct this game. Inferno with the first centre pass. Nick Cook at centre gets handball. Out comes Perry, the 1-2 with the 2 experienced players. And Perry offloads to Jade Balderson. And the first goal of the game goes to Valley Volcanoes.
Here come Flames now, trying to get their ball down onto the net. Sarah Bell playing high to help her team out. Morris hitting pocket. And it's going to be a big battle in that circle, I think, for this game between Kidner and Charles. Both know each other's play very well. Both really strong, tall players. So that's going to be a lot contested. Might even see a caution or two. Who knows?
Oh, she really tried to stay onside, but that ball went through. Titley, a wing attack for Valley Volcanoes. Tantrum and gallery loft conversions. Valley Volcanoes. Charles sets the penalty. Goes nice and high. And through the net. City Flames on 2 with their centre pass. But incorrect setting of that centre pass.
Turned over, ball to the Volcanoes. And that slippery ball happening again.
Yeah, Titley unable to get that pass where she wanted to. It went off the sideline. Oh, long
vision.
ball. Oh, Sammy Jo Williams, she was like, I should have had my eyes up.
She did have her head down slightly, didn't she? And Morris saw that and just threw that long ball to Hayward. Here's Titley again, managing to get the ball away this time. But that tip on the ball from Olivia Brown, unfortunately called. Boldson will have another try.
Oh, dropped short again, but great follow-up there from Olivia Brown, like you were saying, to get in that position. Oh,
Darlow keeping the ball alive, but into the hands of Nick Cook.
Step to the side from Balderson.
This time she doesn't miss.
Oh.
Tish Kidner, that vision. She is a formidable force in that back of that circle. She flies on almost every ball, and if you think you're free against Kidner, you are not.
Well, she did roll her ankle a couple of months back, so she's been coming back in return to play.
Member of South Wales Police netball team. Also plays rugby. So many versatile players. Athletes galore.
Indeed, indeed. So City Flames on the attack. Bell has to go back to the line. Hayward on a wing attack. Ball goes into the hands of the 3-foot marker of Nick Cook. This time, contact called on her. Hayward with the feed in. Charles had a lovely hold that made it difficult.
Llewellyn just being called for a slight tip there.
Yeah.
Charles capitalises anyway.
Hayward says, give me the ball, I'm free. And then she looks down for options. Bell has to come up high to help.
Morris drove deep into pocket there and took 2 defenders with her, allowing Sarah Bell to have all the space to play.
Charles, lovely baseline hold. She steps in. 5 to City Flames, 3 to Valley Volcanoes.
Charles still hugging that baseline quite a bit, isn't she? But her hold is much better. She's playing the front hold quite a bit now.
Yeah, because we did say in the first game she was getting stuck on there and the attackers couldn't quite find her.
Yeah, she is. She hugs that baseline quite a bit, does Natasha Charles. But she is, you know, she's using that side and front hold quite a bit because that over ball, playing against someone like Kidner, I don't think is going to get there unless she is much, much higher up the court.
So just 1 goal the difference as we come into the last 5 minutes of this first quarter. Oh, Hayward's vision into the circle. Found Charles all by herself. The quick in and out.
And this performance from City Flames, it's like a different team, isn't it, from the first time we watched them this morning?
Very much so. Playing with a little bit more purpose.
A lot more tenacity than when we first saw them. Not much difference to the combination, but they've definitely... Jamila Abbott's definitely said something to them, haven't they, before this game?
Perry able to ride out that 3-foot lean. Oh, what a feed. Sarah Bell, we had the pleasure of her company earlier in commentary. She's gone onto court now and she's trying to help her City Flames side not get another loss to their name in this Bangor round like they did in 2023.
And Charles does sink that one to make it 7 points to Flames. To Volcanoes is 5. Still a close match, isn't it? Every player is taking their time on the ball. They're very clinical in their decision making.
Wow. The last time they played each other in 2023, it was their second game here in Bangor, and it was 29-25 to Valley's Volcano.
It's always going to be a close one between these two teams. Like I said, they all know each other's play so well. They all either play against each other, they play on the same teams. You know, these players spread out. A lot of them play for two different teams in South Wales. So, for example, Nick Cook plays, in the RCT round. She plays in Cardiff and a central team. So everyone plays with each other all the time. So it's difficult, isn't it, when you know what the opposition is doing?
You get the benefit of knowing what they're doing, but then also the flip side, they know how you play.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, unfortunate there from Darlow as she came round the back. But the penalty called, and
Steph Perry showing her attacking skills.
Haywood, nice long ball down deep to Bell. Both shooters trying to get top.
Charles really showing her versatility in this game, isn't she? She's really stepping up and battling her way through the court to get to that ball, not just standing there and taking the high ball like you would expect from a tall shooter.
Well, she's showing so much grit in this game. A little bit more oomph going for those balls and trying to come through those defenders.
Definitely.
It's like she's taking no prisoners.
Oh, absolutely not.
So, to the difference in this last game, 9 to City Flames, 7 to Valley Volcanoes. Valley Volcanoes, last year's champions. City Flames finished 3rd after that slow start to the competition.
Well, it's not a slow start for them this season, is it? I know they had their loss in the first game, but they are proving themselves in this game so far, keeping the Volcanoes at bay.
Titley at wing attack, trying to get a little inset, but she contact call and offside. The contact is where she has to set the penalty. Haywood waits for Bell to come in late into the circle. And an easy pop with a fabulous front hold there from Charles. It has a little laugh to her defensive mate.
You're not getting around that hold, are you? She's so strong in holding that front ball.
It's almost like she turned around to Lewin and said,
"Oh, Catherine Titley, acrobatics." She hit that side of the circle and leaped to the back line, but was just caught offside. And there she is again. Oh,
that's what you want to see from your attacker, isn't it? When that possession goes, they straight back onto defense. But Valley Volcanoes, with 24 seconds left on the clock, were not able to take that cleanly down. So City Flames have the chance. Bell gets it. She goes long to Haywood, but who's there? Kidner. She's come up court. Now, Valley Volcanoes, another opportunity. 9 seconds on the clock to bring this game down to 1 goal. They find Boulder on the baseline. She goes up. She goes high.
Clinical, wasn't it? Exactly what you want to see. They took their time with the ball. They knew the clock was running down, but they didn't just throw the ball in. They made sure to work it. And Jade Boulderson kept moving until at that time, Llewellyn saw that ball, gave it in. It was really nice, that one.
Some great netball we're seeing on this court. And what a game to finish up our day. And just after quarter one, it's City Flames 10, Valley Volcanoes 9. Both teams just giving so much to this game, both teams wanting to get those 5 points.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's going to be a close game all game. Neither team is going to ease off. Neither team is going to step off the body. Like I said, it's going to be really contested. We can see Nick Cook really giving it to her team on the sideline there, as well as Jamila talking to her team. And I feel like both coaches will now be saying that we cannot let ease up on this pressure and to keep to their own game plan. As we were speaking to Nick Cook earlier when she joined us, their defensive setup, like she was comparing that to the Northeast Inferno one, they're very good at boxing out in defence, and City Flames are doing really well at pulling that apart at the moment, and they're really, they're driving into space to drive away, so they're drawing the defence away, and they have to get around that, because we can see Tish Kidner's coming out and taking ball on the flies where they're trying to force the ball in and confusing that space is great. But once City Flames get to circle edge, they will almost always get the ball in the net.
Yeah. Well, they're very much so. But it was City Flames that they got, I think it was maybe 3-goal lead at one stage, but they weren't able to keep extending that lead. Is it the experience of Valley Volcanoes?
Yeah, I mean, they've got so much experience in that team. They've got so many international caps between them, and years and years of knowledge. I think sometimes the pressure of the game can get to you, and as Nick was saying earlier, you haven't got much time in these games. You've only got 10 minutes, so you cannot let that lead get away from you if you're down by a certain amount. And that's what Valley Volcanoes are great at doing, is making sure if we are down by a few goals, it's a few goals only, and we have to come back at that. But City Flames are doing great. They're showing why maybe they shouldn't have lost that first game, but they did, and they're going to come back fighting in this one.
Yeah, well, Nick Cook, player coach, working alongside Jessica Sutton in that coaching team for Valley Volcanoes. Jamila Abbott down for City Flames. Both have had a chance to talk to their teams in that 3-minute break. And now we go off for the second quarter. City Flames with the centre pass. You saw that big shout from Charles. She was free. She wanted that ball to come from Haywood. Haywood delivered for her.
Again, that fast, quick ball, hitting circle edge from Flames, exactly what we're talking about. And now the same happening the other side. Cook hitting that circle edge, quick and easy.
Two very different goal shooters in Boulder and in Charles.
Absolutely. Boulderson is very much a moving shooter. She doesn't really stand there and take ball. She moves a lot. And the Volcanoes have got a lot of height in there, because obviously they had Steph Perry. They've now got some changes on, which we will run through with you. But there is, there's not the tallest, whereas in Charles, very tall, very strong, so they have that opportunity. But she does move a lot still. On for Valley Volcanoes then in this second quarter. We have still got Jael Boulderson in that shooting circle, but Keris Reynolds has come on to the goal attack position. And Steph Perry has moved into goal defence, which we know formidable in both positions.
Indeed, and there we see her straight off that centre pass. She gets a tip.
And changes for City Flames. We see Cheryl Henson come on to wing defence. Apologies, Caitlin Bennett is on at wing defence.
So that means Megan Cooper has gone to the bench as Infernos just manages to pull that in. Titley at wing attack. She's back there again on the edge of the circle, finds Cook at the top. Boulderson, all eyes for the post and through the net.
Jade Boulderson is another one that has some international Welsh caps under her belt. Under 17s, 19s, 21s.
Keris Reynolds at goal attack. Lovely work. As that ball swung round, she got ball side positioning. She's not the tallest, but she used her footwork well.
She has a great split, Keris Reynolds, and she knows exactly where she wants to put her feet. And she has a high shot as well. So just because she's not that tall, her shot will really lift. And she has great footwork. She plays a really nice wing attack as well, Keris Reynolds.
Kidner getting that front positioning and that turnover ball. But in Valley Volcanoes, just too quick for their own good. And it's backline City Flames.
Big hit there for Katie Darlow, but she's back up on her feet. Nick Cook is small, but she is mighty. She can take out a few players.
So just to confirm, Megan Cooper has moved from wing defence to centre,
And Jill Morgan is on at wing defence for City Flames.
So still 1 goal in this game. 6 minutes left of this second quarter. 12 to City Flames, 13 to Valley Volcanoes. As that in and out from Reynolds. Tantrum, Gary Loft conversions. Valley Volcanoes, no score.
Oh, they are really pulling away from their first quarter now, aren't they? And they were down, in the first hard quarter time, but they've come out fighting. And Nick Cook is always one that has always told me, if as a mid-quarter, they should be on the circle edge, because as a shooter, you should be able to turn and give and turn and give and turn and give as many times as you want. And Nick Cook will always be one to do that.
The ultimate here if you need.
The ultimate here if you need. No clap involved, though.
Jade Balderson, a goal shooter, quietly goes about her business, netting those goals for Valley Volcanoes. City Flames were up by 1 after the first quarter, now trailing by 3. Need this one to keep themselves in the game. Oh, lovely roll to the baseline. That's so much better from Charles when she gives herself a little bit more space.
So much better. So she was out, by pocket, and she gave the ball to Hayward, who played it into Bell and allowed Charles just to turn around and hit that baseline herself. So it's a really nice little square of play between all 4 attackers. So more of that from Charles. She is really versatile and dynamic in her play. She doesn't need to stand there and take the ball, even though she can do that as well. But like I said, against someone like Tisha Kidner, it's not going to be as effective.
Titley just getting a little too eager. Cook putting all sorts of defensive pressure, makes Hayward go back to the keeper. Hayward looking for someone in front, but this is great defensive work here from Valley Volcanoes.
Great zoning work, and all of them there, and they get the turnover that they wanted, forcing City Flames to have to force that ball in. Unforced errors, making them having to give that long ball, and they get the turnover from Kidner.
Great pressure from Valley Volcanoes. Balderson is found in the baseline drive. She takes a little step. She nets.
Textbook play there from Volcanoes.
Bell goes to Charles, makes her way outside of the circle as Hayward passed to her. Bell on the top of it.
Hayward just loses her footing. Thought there was a bit of an ankle roll, but she's fine. Bit of a battle there between Hayward and Cook. Well known to each other.
How do they play together?
They don't play on the same team, no, but they've played against each other many times.
Boulder takes Valley Volcanoes to 17. 3 minutes left of this second quarter. City Flames having to use the backup quite a bit, but then they go long. Delayed run in from Bell. Oh, Kidner. She's got great elevation.
And really quick as well. She has such great, reaction to ball.
Oh,
Sarah Bell. Didn't even hit the rim.
So she brings it back to 2, the difference. 15 plays 17 as City Flames gets another turnover with Brown, but cannot take it through court. Volcanoes so quick. Error made. Bell all by herself. Goes to the top to Hayward. Hayward, the quick give and go. She looked for someone, but she waits for Bell.
Both defenders doubled up on Charles. So Bell goes herself, and it rolls in.
We're back to a 1-point game, 1-goal game. 16 plays 17 with City Flames. Centre pass. Oh, they had the advantage and they just lost their head. The offside advantage.
Flames are really fighting for this ball, aren't they? And they've managed to bring it back so close.
And
Darla with that little tip.
Can they now capitalise with this? Jill Morgan at wing defence. Goes deep. And they can. Richard Morris at centre. Richmond Morris coming through the court and finding Charles under the post. 17 apiece. We wanted a close one to finish. We thought it would be a close one. Shaping up to be that sort of game as Balderson just falls short, but the contact, she gets a second opportunity. This time round, it goes through.
And now Flames will rush back with Megan Cooper into the middle. And Bell will take that ball. They have got 20 seconds.
Plenty of time to get this ball down to a goal. But it'd be great to go into half-time on level rather than one down, wouldn't it?
Here goes Sarah Bell. Just falls short, but Tash Charles is there. And sinks it with 5 seconds on the clock. Nick Cook will take her time and walk into this.
Oh, unlucky schoolgirl error right there. Nick Cook was trying to hold it so that they'll start the third quarter. She had 3 seconds on the clock, so she was fine to do that, but then the break on the line from your wing attack.
Just a miscommunication there between Titley and Cook. Cook was trying, like you said, trying to hold the ball just to keep possession of that centre pass to start the next quarter, but breaking the line from Titley. Titley could have just stayed there and just stood still, but just breaking the line there, meaning that the next centre pass will, on the start of the next quarter, will go to City Flames, which could mean taking the lead straight away.
Indeed it could. Well, we are all tied here at this FleetEV National League, the very last game of the day. City Flames versus Valley Volcanoes, 18-18.
It's a tense one, isn't it? We know these teams are going to be formidable coming out, and they have proved that they are as skillful as each other. They are giving balls that are incredible, from incredible vision. There's defensive, people flying everywhere. It's a great way to end the day.
Well, as one goes, the other one goes. It was City Flames that won the first quarter 10-9, and Valley's Volcanoes won the second quarter 8-9. And so tight, hence obviously the 18-18 apiece. But it is going back and forth, isn't it? Not one team is really taking this game by the horns, but it is because both teams are playing so well.
Absolutely. Not one team is letting the other take the game either. So, you know, that defensively through court, they are really stepping up. And we saw that from Valley's Volcanoes. They were stepped up into their zonal position really well a couple of times. And if they can keep doing that and keep shutting down City Flames' through court play, they could turn over so many more balls. Because we've seen it work a couple of times for them really well. But a couple of times it has fallen short a little bit and it has just kind of disrupted. And City Flames have managed to just get through the court. But City Flames have really come back fighting in this game, and they were down by 3 or 4 goals at one point, and now they've brought it back to a draw. So, I can't wait to see what the next half has to come.
Me too. Let's just give you a quick recap of the scores that we've had so far today. Way back at 9:30 a.m. was game 1, Northwest Fury 24 to Northeast Infernos 44. 24-goal win there. One of the newcomers to the league, Power Sparks, they beat West Wales Phoenix 27-25. Then game 3 was Coastal Heat versus City Flames. It was Coastal Heat that came out on top 32-28. Game 4, Valley's Volcanoes versus Southeast Blaze. They won that 35, the Volcanoes 26. Game 5 was Northwest Fury versus Power Sparks, 32 to Fury. A great game from them coming back after that defeat in the morning to beat the Sparks 32 to 22. Game 6, Northeast Inferno versus West Wales Phoenix. It was Inferno that just put their foot down. 50 on the board to West Wales Phoenix 21. And the last game we just had was Coastal Heat versus Southeast Blaze, and it was Coastal Heat, another newbie to this league. They won that 38 to 28. So they get 2 wins under their belts in this first day competition.
Yeah, so them and Northeast Infernos, both of their wins today, so that, you know, they are battling it out. And if Valley Volcano get their second win today, those three teams will be at the top of the leaderboard. But if City Flames can come in and disrupt a little bit of the chaos in here, then it'll be all to play for in the next round. But that game from Northeast Inferno at Game 6, what a game that was. And I have nothing but excitement for the next couple of days that we've got to watch all this netball, because there are some teams in here that are really giving us some absolutely great netball.
Great netball indeed. And this last game, Game 8, is no less. We are tied at 18 apiece. City Flames in the yellow, 18, and Valley's Volcanoes in the purple and grey, or pink and grey, let's say, on 18 also.
I think it's the first draw we've had all day, isn't it?
Yes. We've had some draws at different points in the quarters, but to finish the game as a draw, it will be our first. Was it 3 points to the teams get?
So exciting.
So exciting. Are we willing for a draw now?
Well, it makes everything exciting, doesn't it? Winning for a draw.
Indeed. Well, you get 5 points for a win, 3 points for a draw, 2 points for losing within 5 goals, and 1 point for scoring more than 50% of the winning team's final score. As the teams do their huddle after the halftime, umpires Danielle Coxey and Ann Burt Williams about to set us off. City Flames with the first centre pass of this quarter.
So looking at changes for these teams then, no change seen for the Valley Volcanoes squad, sticking with the 7 that were on the court in quarter 2. And for City Flames, we have Megan Richmond-Morris is back on the court at wing attack. Previously it was on at centre, is now on at wing attack, which means Elise Hayward is on the bench. And Steph Cramp has come in at goalkeeper.
Yeah, the 21-year-old Cramp in at goalkeeper and helps the side get that turnover. She's got ball in hand now.
I think some of the City Flames players might be lying about their ages there.
Really? That is true. Now I look at her, she doesn't look 21. They're giving me false information. Gonna have to have words.
I think Richard Morris was another one who said she was 23. Definitely is not 23. But we'll give it to them.
Well, they still look and play like they're that age.
Yeah, it's only you're only as old as you feel.
That's the one. And she's up there in for that rebound. But she gets the contact call.
Cramp, another one that plays at Dinas Netball Club, along with almost the whole team that's on the court for City Flames. Apart from Sarah Bell and Tash Charles. Oh, Kidner with the tap that gave Charles the tap, meaning they win the ball.
Valley's Volcanoes quick off the mark. Oh, that was textbook through court attacking play, wasn't it?
I mean, Titley to Reynolds, back to Titley, right in the pocket, and Balderson on the shot.
What a shame. They couldn't back it up. You need to receive that pass off the centre pass in that middle third. Titley unable to do so. City Flames have an opportunity now to bring this one back to level. Oh, and it's Kidner from behind. Gets a hand, a big pour on it. Williams drives it through to Titley.
Oh, lovely work. Harris Reynolds just draws that goal defence out all the way. Cramp was just floating in the middle there. But an unfortunate miss from Balderson and a contact call made.
So another opportunity now for City Flames. Bell on the ball. She goes wide into the pocket. And she gets the ball back from her teammate, Richmond Morris.
A lovely screen there, wasn't it, from Charles to Bell. And, you know, enough then, if Bell missed that shot, Charles was there to pick up the rebound. It was nice play.
So 20 apiece. 6.5 minutes left of this third quarter.
being called up for her obstruction there.
Umpires laying the law down. You want to be clear, don't you?
Steph Perry in with that. I think she might have a little bit of an ankle roll, but she seems all right.
Well, two sisters in Perry and Williams at goal defence and wing defence for Valleys Volcanoes.
It's a family affair today, isn't it? So many teams have got sisters and playing in them.
We've got sisters, we've got twins.
Oh.
Does your sister play netball? She's getting married in 2 weeks. Congratulations.
Yeah, she is. She does play netball. We played together for quite a while, but she plays actually in the same club as a lot of these guys. Yeah, she does play. Yeah, she does. She's a wing defence now. Wing defence, yeah. Bit shorter than me, though. She's about 5'3".
Oh. A little bit shorter then. Yeah. Reynolds, a goal attack. Hits that front position. Pops it off to her teammate, Balderson. That quick ball just drawing the contact. And it's back to 1 in front for Valleys Volcanoes.
That nice partnership between Titley and Reynolds, who they've played together for years, those two. Not quite finding Balderson. Volcanoes are missing a shooter again today in Georgia Jenkins. She is away on holiday in sunny LA. Nice for some.
Nice indeed.
So they are a shooter down, which is why Steph Perry is making her versatility known. And the wing attack, Catherine Titley, has been given a caution for intentional contact.
And also to Katie Darlow for chatting back at the umpire and making her grievances known. You need to let the umpires deal with the game.
Absolutely.
Great. I think that's great game management.
Yeah, really good game management from Ambert, the umpire there, Ambert Williams. We have got a change from City Flames. Tash Childs has been taken off the court and Olivia Brown is in at goal shooter. Another versatile player, goalkeeper / goal shooter. Still tall in that circle. But yeah, the rules of talking to the umpire will be captain will only be able to speak to the umpire and they may only ask the umpire a question and only at quarter time.
So turnover there from Valleys Volcanoes on the attack. Reynolds gets top short, but Williams is there to help out. Morgan just getting a little bit too coached, which leaves Titley the free 1-2, but they choose to swing it. Oh, there's that triangle that Nick Cook loves.
Lovely triangle. Textbook from Nick Cook. She'll be proud of that one. So it's getting feisty out there now, isn't it? We're seeing these players really putting their bodies on the line and fighting for ball.
Both teams wanting this win. Wow. When you've got the bench shouting, sink it, Sarah.
I think that's her job, so I think she knows. Olivia Brown with her first shot of the competition.
All by herself, but Reynolds, that execution of the pass, not where it needed to be to find teammate Balderson free as a bird under the post. Patience being shown from City Flames, but Nick Cook,
Another caution for dissent of the umpire for captain and coach Nick Cook.
Just needs to rein in some of that emotion, I think, these players, just to make sure they stay on this court.
We don't want to see any warnings or sent-offs on the last game of the day.
Well, no warnings now if we're playing by the new international rules. From caution, it goes straight to that 2-minute suspension. And then if you get penalised again, you're off for the rest of the game.
There might be a substitution coming in for Kath Titley maybe at quarter time, potentially, after that descent.
Oh, lovely take from Olivia Brown.
Great elevation.
She takes a step in.
There's some great umpires today, haven't we? Some really great umpiring. We've seen clinical in their decision making.
And what I love is just that clarity to players, like, no, this is how I'm going to umpire this game. This is how you need to stay within the rules, and being really clear on why they're calling things.
And all of them very consistent as well. Every umpire that we've had has been the same level of umpiring. It's really nice to see. Oh.
No.
City Flames will rush this ball back now to get within 1 for the end of the game. It's third quarter, sorry.
So City Flames on 22. It lands with Brown. She nets, but she can't get it through the net. She gets her own rebound. Second time of us, and it goes through. And now Valley's Volcanoes will want to be quick. 8 seconds on the clock.
And Cook will rush it. And it's just too rushed from Reynolds. Oh, it's a tight game.
So tight. We're back to just 1 goal the difference. The City Flames 23. Valley's Volcanoes 24.
And we've just seen Katie Darlow go up to Anne Burt-Williams, the umpire, and apologise for her dissent, which is such a nice part of the sport, isn't it? Yeah. You know, everyone gets emotional on court, and it's part of the game, and it's part of the sport. But something we see all the time in netball is you come off the court and you're best of friends. Yeah.
Exactly. You go all out for those 60 minutes. Well, in this case, 40 minutes. But as soon as that final whistle goes, you're back to it's sisters with arms, isn't it?
Absolutely, and especially with the umpires as well. You know, you could absolutely hate them on court, but you know when it comes to the end of the game or even quarter time, it's sorry, that was my fault.
Everyone has that respect. Again, another thing I love about netball, isn't it? It's very much shown that team ethic, that respect, and that amazing work rate that the players put out each time they step out.
Yeah, and there is a lot of respect for umpires, and I think it's part of why the game can flow so nicely. And even seeing that, then Katie Darlow going right up to Anne Burt-Williams and saying, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I was just a bit in shock. I was just a bit emotional for that one. So that's really nice. And Anne Burt's back, smiling back at her and saying it's absolutely fine, I understand. So, we all know that emotions can get high in this kind of level.
Great play all around. So 23 to City Flames, 24 to Valley's Volcanoes. Last year's champion are just pipping this game by 1 goal. We've got 1 more quarter to come your way in this very last FleetEV National League game here in Bangor. And it's a beautiful game.
Oh, it's a great game to finish on, isn't it? No one's bored by this game, I can tell you that. Well, we're not, are we? So it's great. And to come back, you know, they were drawing, and then City Flames went up, and then Volcanoes are coming up. So you can't call it either way. You have no idea what's going to happen in the next quarter.
Well, we've got 10 minutes for one team to really show what they're made of, as they've had their chats with each other, info from the coaches, and now must take to the court and finish this game off. City Flames from Cardiff, Valley's Volcanoes from the Valleys.
Great work, great work. Your geography is getting so much better with every game that's going on.
Are you taking the mic?
No. I'm really proud of you.
Oh, thanks. You've been a great help, I must say. Oh, well, the teams, they go to the courts now. They're ready. They want to get this last quarter underway. The FleetEV National League, game 8 of 8. The last quarter about to be played. It's going to be centre pass to City Flames. Hayward at centre, back on the court. She had a little break in that third quarter. She's played wing attack as well. She's now going to finish this off at centre.
I believe she is the only change that was seen on court for this quarter. Everyone else has stayed the same. Valley have kept everyone else the same as well. Yes, if it isn't broke, don't fix it.
And there we see, as you say, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. That defensive work rate from Valleys Volcanoes, getting themselves a turnover and a chance to go 2 up.
And Hayward seems to have rolled her ankle a little bit on that contact.
She did it in that second quarter as well,
She
didn't
did. She's trying to walk it off.
And Balderson unable to capitalise off that turnover. City Flames now, a minute gone of this last quarter. Got to be clinical with ball in hand. Got to find options. They go back to their defenders. Bell comes through, but the ball does not land with her. It lands with Perry.
Oh, Bell again trying to get that defensive tip. Cook finds pocket. And back onto circle edge. Oh, Steph Cramp gets into the smallest of space.
How did she get her body to get that cleanly through? I do not know, but Cramp, awesome work. Nick Cook just being told, just remember, you're already on a caution. Let's keep this one.
Was reminded of her caution and she put her arms straight down.
Valleys Volcanoes with 2 cautions, Titley and Cook.
And 1 for City Flames on Katie Darlow.
Indeed.
So they are sharing the love. Just resetting that one for Nick Cook to take the centre pass. Bodies being put on the line here now in this last quarter, wishing their teams to win.
Well, Valleys Volcanoes have managed to get themselves a 3-goal buffer. And Nick Cook just needs to watch herself. Amber Williams has got her eye on her.
And she will send her off for suspension if she has to. Very experienced umpire, Amber Williams.
And she's showing that experience in this game. It's much needed in this game because both teams are high on that edge of your seat play.
Absolutely. Both umpires very experienced. Great choice for this game.
Balderson keeps that 3-goal buffer. City Flames now on the attack.
And being on a caution can sometimes make you have to change your game and step off a player, step off a ball, so you can't play to what you want to fully play for. And I suppose it's going through Nick Cook's head now and Catherine Titley. And, defensively, she wants to step on to Richmond Morris and she wants to step on to Elise Hayward, but she feels that she might not be able to fully do that.
Yeah. Well, to lose a player, if she does get sent off, that's 2 minutes without playing with 6. That can have a real big impact on the team.
Especially when you only have 10 minutes on the clock. Yeah. Especially when she's a centre position. Someone will have to fill that centre position. So absolutely, playing with 6 in such a close match as well, that's something you do not want.
No. But I have, though, seen a team hold the ball for 2 minutes, like play it amongst themselves for 2 minutes. It was actually about Surrey Storm a couple of weeks ago when Mickey Austin got sent off. They'd been practicing that.
Oh, that's something Volcanoes maybe should have get into their repertoire.
Maybe after today.
In the training plan.
But we hope all 7 stay on court. As a great shot there from Reynolds at goal attack. And 4 goals now, the difference. The champions, Valleys Volcanoes, trying to put their foot down now, trying to get a little bit more of a buffer. And that's going to help them very much so. Balderson just quietly going about her business, keeping that ball and that scoreboard ticking over.
Bell looking for Olivia Brown there, but causing Kidner to go up for that ball and giving them the backline pass. And that ball creeping in for Sarah Bell, bringing it up to A 4-goal difference.
Oh, great triangle. Trademark.
Oh, trademark Cook triangle.
Coming up to the 4-minute mark left of this game. Reynolds contact as she tried to defend. Can just hear Kidner just calling her defensive troops. Left, Kidner. Right.
She's on her feet, she's on her toes, looking for those flies, isn't she? She's going, she's coming back, she's going, she's coming back, she's looking for that ball. And she's pulled for contact just slightly on that one.
That was a little bit of a sandwich there on Brown. Well seen, lovely feed in from Richmond Morris at wing attack, and Brown, she puts it through the net. 3 goals the difference with City Flames on the centre pass. They take it quickly, hits the top of the circle. Oh, nice work from Brown. She brings the scoreline back to 2.
And there's a lot of time left on this clock, isn't there, to make a difference. There's 3 minutes. A lot can happen in 3 minutes in a game of netball.
Oh, unlucky there from Darlow at goal defence. As she tried to come through, the hand was good, but her leg clipped the shooter. And Darlow, she's not going to miss from there.
Absolutely normal range for Jade Boulderson. She will shoot those every day.
Bell, even with a 2-on, but this time the defence was a little bit off, but Brown unable to sink.
Sometimes it confuses the shooters more when there's no defence on you, isn't there? You're like, oh, I don't know what's going on here.
I've just taken the ball freely. There wasn't a contact.
Boulderson again with a beautiful shot. Still increasing their lead now. Valley Volcanoes up to 4.
They rode that pressure that City Flames brought back on them. But now playing with such freedom. But Darlow. Sorry, Cramp at goalkeeper.
Steph Cramp. Again, another one of those quick reactive players will see the ball and just jump on it. City Flames playing the ball around, looking for options. And now Perry being pulled up for contact on Brown.
Yeah.
And she just falls short. I think contact on the arm was called by Kidner.
Oh, that one just trickled in. Needs to put a little bit of power in those legs, but a chance now. We've got 1 minute, 18 seconds on the clock. Oh, City Flames cannot convert, and you would think now this is Valley's Volcanoes game for the taking.
Catherine Titley put so much pressure on that ball to enable Nick Cook to pick up. That was great off-ball work by Titley. And another caution is given out by the umpires. They are consistent. They are consistent. And that's Jill Morgan from City Flames now being cautioned for obstruction and contact. Persistent contact, my apologies. And Anne Burt-Williams is here agreeing with us.
So 30 seconds on the clock.
Steph Cramp being called up for contact against Catherine Titley. So Kerish Reynolds will take the shot and sink that.
Well, it was 4 goals the difference when these two played each other last. It was Valley's Volcanoes that came out with a win, but what a pass. Some power needs to come from the shot for Brown. Can she keep the scoreline the same? Just dropped short again.
Oh, what a game that was for both teams. Some lovely balls flying in from everywhere, but Valley Volcanoes just pipping them to the win.
They did indeed, scoring 10 in that last quarter. Valley's Volcanoes to City Flames 6. The final score of this last match of the FleetEV National League, a 29 to City Flames, 34 to Tantrum Gallery Loft Conversions, Valley's Volcanoes. The champions from 2023 keep their winning streak alive. They beat South East Blaze earlier today, 35-26, and they now get the win in this game. Oh, wow, it was exciting. Before we wrap up, Airline, give me some key players that you enjoyed watching in this game.
Oh, in this game, we have to talk about Tish Kidner in the back there for Valley Volcanoes. You know, she was a great voice. She was clinical in her decision making and flying through the ball. Nick Cook is always good at managing the game and slowing it down, but I think even she lost her head a little bit there in the last quarter because she was finding herself making mistakes and being picked up by Amber Williams, so she even stepped off the gas a little bit there. But Volcanoes as a team managed to really pull that back and pull together. Reynolds and Boulderson, really nice work under the post and shooters wise. City Flames, there was some really nice play from defensive side of Cramp and Darlow, and from their starting goalkeeper as well. So as well as, you know, Elise Hayward and Richard Morris through the court. So it's really nice to see all the other players come up, and Tash Charles versus Kidner. Oh, great competition. And then Olivia Brown coming. I've just named all the players, I think. So all of them were wonderful.
Every player that took to the court, so wonderful. Well, that's a wrap here from competition day 1 here in Bangor University. Some fabulous netball on show today. Been so impressed with what we've seen. Airline, you've been keeping a little tally, so can you please, of the points over the course of today, unofficial, obviously, the league will get through the league table after we've looked at scores, but you give us what's the unofficial.
Unofficial, yeah, we do have a little unofficial tally. So if my calculations are correct, but please don't quote us on any of this. So I think currently we have 3 teams that are on 10 points after both having 2 wins today. So Coastal Heat, Northeast Inferno and Valley Volcanoes will both take away 5 points for both games, which gives them 10 points in total after 2 wins. City Flames will have 4 points after giving 2 points in both games. And Northwest Fury will have 6 points after a win and a loss within 5. We have Power Sparks on 3 points, Southeast Blaze also on 2 points, and West Wales Phoenix on 2 points.
Thank you very much. Your mathematician has been informed. Well, what a great day. Thank you to our title sponsors, FleetEV. A thank you to Wales Netball, Vicky Cotton and her team for providing these opportunities for players. Our umpires and officials have been awesome. And finally, a big thank you to all the teams for the show that they've put on today. But I have to give respect. Ailan, you have been my crutch today. Thank you so much. And thank you to all our guest commentators that have been with us throughout the day. It really has been a pleasure. We look forward to seeing you all for the next round on Saturday, the 22nd of June in Ebervale. Take care and good evening.